Recorded Books and Mainframe present Dark One, Forgotten by Brandon Sanderson and Dan Wells.
Every year in the United States, there are 15,000 murders, give or take a few hundred. Of those, nearly 40% go unsolved. My name is Christina Walsh, and you're listening to Forgotten. I hate unsolved mysteries. Not the show, capital U, capital M, Unsolved Mysteries. I love that show. I used to watch it all the time with my father, ironically. I loved the people in it, and the clues they followed, and their dogged determination to catch the bad guys. That's almost certainly why I'm doing a true crime audio series today, go figure. But my favorite part, every single time, was when the host would get on and say, "In a recent broadcast," because then I knew that one of the mysteries had been solved. "In a recent broadcast, we talked about a woman named Jane Doe." I couldn't get the rights to rebroadcast actual audio from Unsolved Mysteries, so I just did that voice myself. That's what happens when you're recording from a dorm room. But my point is, I like solved mysteries. I like watching the questions unfold, but I want there to be answers at the end. I want to know who did it and how and why. I don't want ghost stories in the Cecil Hotel. I want a perpetrator, and I want to understand them. And I want justice. But like I said in the intro, less than 2 out of 3 murder victims ever get justice. Way too often, the investigation stalls and the case goes nowhere and the victim gets forgotten. And I want to do something about that. The music I played in the intro was Violin Concerto No. 1 by a Polish composer named Karol Szymanowski. And while he's not as famous as maybe he should be, he's not exactly forgotten either. People perform his work all the time. But the odds are very good that you've never heard this recording by this violinist. Let me play a little more for you. That's Leona McPherson. And before she died in 1994, she was a violin prodigy. 22 years old, she played in some of the most prestigious venues in the world with some of the best orchestras and conductors. Riccardo Chailly in Bologna, Seiji Ozawa in Boston. Music is actually my specialty. I'm not a journalism major, despite what this crime investigation might suggest. I'm a music history major at NYU. So, not only can I assure you that this performance is incredibly good, I can also tell you that the fact that I've never heard it before is, if not exactly unbelievable, at the very least, strange. A violinist of this caliber from that era is absolutely the kind of thing that should have been on my radar. But Leona isn't really on anyone's radar. Here's my friend Gabriel Lopez, a DJ for a classical music radio station out of NYU.
Leona McPherson was a phenomenal talent. Just phenomenal.
Phenomenal for her age?
For any age. I mean, concert soloists have a lot of prodigies already, right? You're always hearing about some 12-year-old genius out of Japan who can play circles around Itzhak Perlman, or who blows people away with some jaw-dropping YouTube video playing at double speed with their eyes closed.
I love those videos.
I love the one you sent last week. That was crazy.
I know.
But anyway, there are amazing kids in the world making amazing music, but they don't always last. They burn out, or they're technically proficient but never get the spark of a real virtuoso. Most of them end up in orchestras or as run-of-the-mill soloists. Some of them become tutors and train the next child prodigy. But even some rando off the street who's never listened to classical music on purpose probably still knows about Itzhak Perlman or Yo-Yo Ma or more modern ones like Lindsey Sterling. She was on Dancing with the Stars, for crying out loud. But the point is, some people become household names and some don't. Leona McPherson, based on my research, was on track to be a household name. She predates Dancing with the Stars by a few decades, but she was a guest on Sesame Street. She played with the Three Tenors. She played with Yanni, which was kind of the Dancing with the Stars of 1993. Leona was on fire.
Wow. Gabriel is the one who introduced me to Leona McPherson's music. He stumbled onto her music last year, finding a dust-covered CD case in the back of the radio station's archive. There was a Post-it note on it that said, "One of my favorites," left by some past DJ. He put it on and was amazed and started sharing it with everybody. When he played it for me, it felt like finding a lost artifact, like someone had pulled an ancient statue from a shipwreck on the bottom of the sea, and I'm not the only one that feels that way. Here's Stephen Yates, a music professor at the Curtis Institute in Philadelphia. I spoke to him over the phone, so forgive the patchy sound.
I discovered Leona McPherson about 2 years ago, and honestly, at first I thought I was being pranked. Nobody should be that famous and then that obscure that quickly.
Mr. Yates found mountains of evidence for Leona's rise to stardom. Playbills, CDs, television specials. But none of it was easy to find.
Honestly, it's embarrassing. Or infuriating, take your pick. I've been at Curtis since the 70s. First as a student, then a coach, now a professor. How is it even possible that I had never heard of McPherson before? I was teaching here. I was teaching violin here when she was headlining the Chicago Symphony. Not just a chair or a featured guest. Headlining. Either I was derelict in my duties or someone was hiding her from me. That's why I prefer fury to embarrassment. It lets me be angry at somebody else when I really should be angry at myself.
If you don't mind my asking, is it maybe a gender issue? Not that I'm accusing you of anything, but the culture in general. Back in the 90s, women didn't get as much notoriety.
But Leona McPherson did. That's the part I don't understand. And you're right to ask, because even today, when more than half of an orchestra might be women, there are plenty of female musicians toiling in undeserved obscurity, waiting to be discovered. But McPherson was discovered. We had found her, and the world was better for it. And then we lost her again.
I don't think that Yates never heard about Leona. I think he forgot her. I think most people did. He discovered her again in a story very similar to Gabriel's. For Yates, it was an old recording of Bela Bartok's Violin Concerto No. 2, just lost in the back of his collection. And the thing is, he'd probably listened to that Bartok concerto dozens of times, and it just never caught him the way it did on that one perfect time. Music has a way of doing that. But with Leona McPherson, it was the whole world that forgot her, and almost instantly, after she was murdered.
Okay, I think I found it.
The police report?
Yeah, well, now... Here's another one. I have 2 reports under that name. You said Leona McPherson.
Yes.
Can you give me the date again?
That's Tracy Clark, an archivist for the Los Angeles Police Department. I called her to request the files for Leona's case, the missing persons report, the day she was found, and so on. And this is where Leona's story goes from forgotten prodigy to a true unsolved mystery.
I have a missing persons report for a Leona McPherson dated March 18th, 1994, and another one dated March 19th of the same year. Here's another one for March 22nd, and here's another one for March 18th again. Was the first one 18? Yes, March 18.
You see, the LAPD had 4 separate missing persons reports for Leona. 2 filed by her mother/manager, Catherine. 1 by the events coordinator at the Hollywood Bowl, where she was supposed to have a performance. And 1 by the Roosevelt Hotel, where she was staying. 3 of them were taken by the same officer, a detective named Jimmy Ortiz, and the other, which was actually the second chronologically, was taken by Detective Derek Malone. It should not come as a surprise to you that this is not normal. 4 missing persons reports for the same person, all written within a week of each other? The first report should have been the only one. Every other report that was made should have referenced back to that main one and simply expanded the case instead of starting a new one. But we got this mess instead. And there are a lot of things that might have happened, and there are a lot of things that definitely didn't happen. And there are a lot of things that I haven't been able to find yet. But let me just lay my thesis statement right here on the line. I think her mother killed her and the cops covered it up. It's the only explanation that makes sense. I can't prove it yet. But let's take a look at the evidence. First, I had some more questions for Tracy Clark. Ms. Clark, is this kind of thing common? 4 reports for a single missing persons incident?
No, ma'am. All I can think is that maybe they lost them and had to keep redoing them.
From different people?
I don't know what to tell you. I am reading them now, and they don't even reference each other. I thought maybe they were progress reports misfiled as missing persons reports, but no, these are all initial contact.
What does that mean?
An initial contact report is the first report taken by an officer when someone reports a crime. We write down the information, get all the contact info, that sort of thing, and create a file. And then we use that file to track the case while it's being investigated. That's why I thought the reports might have been lost, because each one is just initial contact, no follow-up. No extra notes, just filed and then never touched again.
What about the 4th report? The one from the 22nd? That's the last one?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that one have any follow-up?
No, ma'am.
So, that's the first problem. 4 completely unconnected police reports, all for the same crime, many of them by the same people. I don't have a lot of experience with police reports. I'm a music major, remember? But I've at least watched enough episodes of Brooklyn Nine-Nine to know that this is incredibly sloppy at best. More likely, it's a sign that the case was being purposefully buried. And before we get too deep into it, I think it's a good idea to look at that case in as broad, general terms as possible. Here are the details as best as I've been able to piece them together. On March 17th, 1994, Leona and Catherine McPherson arrived in Los Angeles for a concert in the Hollywood Bowl. They went to the Roosevelt Hotel and checked into 2 separate rooms, 410 and 411. The next morning, Catherine knocked on Leona's door and got no answer. She called her room. No answer. After a few hours, she got worried and asked the concierge to open the door and see if something had happened. The room had all of Leona's luggage, but no Leona. I know all of this because it was in the first police report, the one Catherine filed on March 18th. None of the other reports mention any of it. Catherine spent her day talking to the police until sometime in the late afternoon when she returned to her room and essentially disappeared from the record of the day. I don't know where she was or what she was doing until the following day around noon, but we'll get to that in a minute. First, a few hours later, on the evening of the 18th, Hollywood Bowl events coordinator Franklin Steinberg realized that his star violinist hadn't shown up yet and called the hotel, only to learn that the person at the desk had never even heard of Leona McPherson. That's another red flag. Detective Ortiz had been in the hotel all morning, allegedly talking about Leona to everyone he could find. But all of a sudden, this clerk had never heard of her? We don't know who answered the phone. Maybe it was someone new who'd just started their shift. But even then, I would have expected some gossip. It seems more likely to me that Ortiz simply didn't actually ask anyone about anything, which would explain why the guy at the desk didn't know anything. But I admit that this is pure conjecture on my part. I have no evidence to back it up, but it's pretty friggin' suspicious. Anyway, moving on. Whatever the reason behind the desk clerk's ignorance, it was enough to convince Steinberg that his star violinist had gone missing. And he got so worried that he called the police and filed a missing persons report of his own. Detective Malone took this one and, just like the one from Ortiz, it was dutifully recorded and filed, and then never followed up on ever again. Steinberg has, like so many other people involved in this case, refused to talk to me, so all I know is what's in the report. Well, actually, I do know a little more about the concert. The LA Times ran a review of the concert in the next morning's paper, calling it a delight even without the intriguing guest soloist. Apparently, the orchestra conductor announced that Leona had been unable to make it, and an understudy named Ben Holmes played in her place. The review closes with a final brief mention of Leona, and I quote, "It's too bad about this McPherson. Her bio in the playbill was so effusive I can't help but hope to see her on stage sometime." The same reviewer had covered her Three Tenors appearance only a year earlier, but didn't seem to put two and two together. The next morning, March 19th, Catherine woke up, packed her bags, and wandered downstairs to check out of the hotel. The desk clerk, of course, charged her for both rooms, 410 and 411, but she contested the charge. She told them, and then later that day she told the police, that she had no memory of a second room or of traveling with a daughter. And there's your... is this the fourth now? Your fourth red flag. Catherine flew here with her daughter, checked in with her daughter, filed a police report about her daughter, and then tried to convince people she didn't remember having a daughter at all. That's the guiltiest thing I've ever heard. She was either lying or on drugs or both. It was not until the desk clerk took her up to room 411 that Catherine saw the luggage and quote-unquote remembered Leona. She broke down in tears, called the police, and filed the third missing persons report in 2 days. And Here's your fifth red flag. That report was taken by Detective Jimmy Ortiz, the same guy who'd talked to her the day before, and he doesn't mention this in his notes. He posits that Catherine might be delusional or high, but he makes no reference whatsoever to the fact that he was already supposed to be investigating this exact disappearance. He just writes it all down, takes it to the station, files the new report, and then, red flag number 6, never follows up on it. Ever again. You can see why I'm so suspicious of these people. The deception seems so glaringly obvious, so much so that it's hard for me to believe that nobody else ever noticed it. With Catherine, I can almost convince myself she was so distraught over the disappearance that she went out and got drunk and then just was a huge stumbling mess the next day. I can almost believe that. But the cops? To take these reports, put on a facade of helpful competence, and then bury them for 25 years? Ortiz is either covering something up or he's incredibly bad at his job. And, spoiler warning, I've got a whole bit coming up later in the episode that proves he was very, very good at his job. So, I'm sticking to my cover-up theory. But, in a larger sense, do you see now why this case is so fascinating to me? When I first heard Leona's CD, when I heard her play, I felt something transcendent. Something transporting. Leona was a singular talent who seemed to reach out across space and time and grip me by the heart. And then start researching her, only to find out that she had been murdered and that her case had been riddled with holes. It feels like a Raymond Chandler novel. That bright young ingenue, the shady hotel clerk, the corrupt cops, and the mother swinging wildly between tears and delusion. It seems so obvious, more than 25 years later, that this was an inside job, somehow. That the mother or the police or both were somehow in on this murder together. Throw in the glamour of the classical music and the riches of a globe-trotting superstar, and you've got a film noir fit for Humphrey Bogart. This should have been the biggest story of the year. But instead, it was nothing. Leona was gone, and nobody even looked for her. Here's Tracy Clark again.
The fourth missing persons report was filed by the Roosevelt Hotel on March 23rd. It says they tried to assign room 411 to somebody, but they couldn't find the key, so they sent the housekeeping staff upstairs to check it out. They said it was full of a woman's luggage.
Leona's room?
Room 411, that was the same one, right? Yes, ma'am, 411. They didn't think anyone was in there, so they looked through the luggage and found a driver's license for Leona McPherson. This is weird as hell.
Tracy Clark was a delight to talk to, and we've got a lot more from her, so don't worry.
So the hotel called the precinct and reported a missing woman. They talked to Ortiz again, and he came over and took their statements and filed a report. Again. Took some evidence, too, it looks like.
The luggage?
That's what it says. There's a tracking number here. I'll see if I can find out what happened to it.
Okay. This is now Detective Ortiz's third trip to the same hotel to talk about the same missing woman. And not once does he mention this in any of the reports. And just like the other 3 reports, this fourth one went nowhere. It was filed and it was never followed up, which is astonishing because the very next day they found her body.
In other news, a woman's body was found in the Colonia neighborhood of Los Angeles today, an area now full of abandoned and condemned homes in the wake of the devastating January earthquake. According to police, 4 local children were looking for copper and other things to sell when they stumbled upon a corpse. Information is scarce, and the authorities are choosing to keep many of the details confidential to help protect their investigation. They urge all citizens in the area to stay calm.
They didn't know yet that this was Leona. She had no ID on her or near her. And no one on the force recognized her, not from any of the reports, because apparently nobody looked at them, and not even from the concert posters at the Hollywood Bowl. The officer in charge of the investigation was a man named Blake Hensley. Here's Tracy Clark reading Hensley's incident report about the body.
On March 24th, 1994, 4 youths waved down a patrol car in the neighborhood of Colonia, near the corner of 73rd and Paloma. The officer said they looked scared and they told him about a dead body. The children's names and contact information are attached. Let me see here. Yeah, here it is. Do you need those too?
Every lead helps, I guess.
Yeah, that's how I know you're new at this.
Tracy was right, of course. Those leads went nowhere. I talked to all 4 children, all of whom are older than I am at this point, but other than a vague memory of dealing with the police, none of them recalled anything specific about this day or this body. And yes, that seems weird, since you'd think you'd remember something as traumatic as a dead body. But it was 25 years ago, and maybe they tried to block out the memories or something. Either way, there's no evidence that the kids had anything to do with Leona other than finding her, so we'll keep their names out of it and let them live their lives. Anyway, back to the report.
Okay, the officer called dispatch and the youth led him to 734 Colibri Street. I joined him there soon after. The home had been condemned in January and the windows boarded over, but someone had pried open a back door and appeared to have been living in the home for several weeks. There were blankets and empty bottles, and the bathtub had been converted to a fire pit. One of the bedrooms was full of animal bones. And appeared to have been used as a slaughterhouse.
Oh, God. I'm sorry. I didn't know. Is that how she died?
Yeah, it's fine. I have worked in this precinct for 10 years, and I've heard about a lot of messed up stuff. But, slaughtered by a cannibal is pretty out there.
I'm sorry. I didn't know. That's the thing about Leona. Nobody knows anything about her. Oh, I had no idea she was eaten.
Okay, hold on. I don't think she was.
Okay.
I wasn't reading ahead. It just, caught my eye.
Okay.
In the next paragraph, it says she was fully clothed, so I'm pretty sure they didn't need her if she was fully clothed.
Okay.
Anyway, there's the part about the slaughterhouse, and then it says the body was in the front living room, fully clothed, laying on her back with her arms and legs spread out. It appeared that she had been placed there after death, as the majority of the blood was outside the front door.
Oh, God.
She had a puncture in her chest, but the stab wound probably came through the back. Forensics was called to find out for sure.
Mm-hmm.
The victim's right eye had been removed.
Oh.
Are you sure you want to hear more of this?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay. You're not one of those people who obsess over serial killers, are you? Do you get off on this kind of stuff?
No. I promise I'm not. I'm a student at NYU, like I told you, working on a class project.
Good. Forensics. Right?
Music history.
What?
I'm a music history major at NYU with an emphasis on symphonic orchestra and a minor in trumpet, but
Trumpet?
I played trumpet in marching band in high school.
Why
And
on God's green earth is a trumpet player calling me up on the opposite side of the continent to ask about some serial killer slaughtering animals and stealing little girls' eyeballs?
And this, dear listeners, is where we go off topic a bit. I was hoping I could do this investigation and find some answers and talk about Leona the whole time, but I guess we're going to talk about me now. Not the whole time, and honestly, I wasn't planning to talk about me at all, but Tracy asked, and I answered because I was trying to keep her on the phone long enough to get all the info I needed, and my phone was already recording, and Gabe heard that recording when I was trying to put this episode together, and he thought it was important. Well, he said it was good, actually, and I don't know how good it is, and I definitely don't want to make this whole thing about me, but I think he has a point. If nothing else, it's important for you to know why I'm doing this show. So, here goes. My dad disappeared 2 years ago. We were never super close, but, well, that's not true. He was my dad, you know? I loved him. And I know he loved me, but he was never exactly warm, I guess is the word. He did his best. He wasn't thrilled about me moving out to NYU and leaving him alone, but what else was I going to do? Stay home forever? He didn't want to be alone, and I know that. And I didn't want to be alone either. Nobody does. But I also didn't want to stagnate. I didn't want to stay home and be nothing forever. And I knew that I'd rather be alone than be nothing. So I applied to college and I got in and I moved to New York and I made new friends. And I called him every Sunday. Most Sundays. Okay, like a lot of Sundays. And one day I called home and he didn't answer. And a few days later, I got a call from the police asking if I knew where he was. I'd missed a few Sundays at that point, so I hadn't talked to him in 3 weeks. 3 weeks. He'd been missing for 2 by the time the cops called me.
Damn.
Like what kind of horrible daughter doesn't know that her father has been missing for 2 whole weeks? You know who reported him missing? It was the paper boy. I didn't even know they still had paper boys, but my dad got the paper, the physical printed newspaper every day, like the cavemen used to get. And after 2 weeks of papers piled up on his porch, the paper boy got worried and rang his doorbell. Not his neighbors, not his friends, not even his worthless, wayward daughter on the other side of the country. His paper boy.
Where's your mom?
She died. But like, when I was a kid, 2010.
Cancer?
Foreign correspondent. Somalian Civil War.
Whew. Damn. Again.
Ugh. So, he's why I'm doing this, and she's why I'm recording it. Does that make any sense? She used to send me recordings of herself instead of doing phone calls because the time zones were way off and it was easier. So I'd listen to her voice, and I'd listen to her on the TV or on the radio talking about horrible things that were happening. Well, and I guess some part of me thought that this was the way to process tragedy, by recording it. And then he disappeared, and I've spent 2 years trying to find him. And I don't know. I shouldn't be just vomiting my emotions all over you.
No, it's fine. It's fine. That's a lot to go through.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's okay.
Tracy is great. I said that earlier. I suppose it's working in a police station that gives her such an incredible ability to keep her cool no matter the situation. 1 second, she was standing up for herself, and the next, she was caring for me. And I have to assume that a real journalist wouldn't go all teary monologue on someone she was interviewing for a case. I know my mom never would. But that's what you get from the trumpet player, I guess. Tracy and I talked for a while. And honestly, it was mostly just about me and my dad. So, rather than play that whole thing or try to cut it down into something more digestible, I'll just summarize it like this. I spent 2 years trying to find my dad. And the only thing I learned was that people disappear all the time, and way too many of them never get found. My dad never did. We're pretty sure he didn't go into hiding because all of his stuff was still there. He didn't take his car, he didn't pack his bag. His wallet was with him, we assume, so that's gone, but the bank account is untouched. The credit cards haven't been used. He's just gone. Just evaporated off the face of the earth. This was in LA, where I grew up, and where he still lived. And after a year, the state court officially declared him dead. And after another 6 months, my therapist convinced me to go back to college. So here I am, trying to study music history and pay attention in an endless stream of solo instrumental performances, and all I can think about is a man that nobody around me ever even knew. The insurance company sent me a check, and then the whole world just forgot him. Just overnight. I bet even the paper boy doesn't think about him anymore, and honestly, that's probably a good thing because he was 12 years old, and I don't want his childhood defined by that one time he reported a dead guy. I want him to forget it, just like those kids who found Leona. But I want to remember. I want to remember everybody I can. The world moves on, but I am determined that somebody somewhere is going to remember these people. So then I heard about Leona, and well, here we are, hip deep in my true crime therapy investigation combo. And because it's what my mom would have done, I'm trying to solve the mystery. So, let's get back to it. Tracy eventually just faxed me copies of the police reports. Their best guess is that her captor tortured her, freed her, and then shot her in the back while she was running. Then he brought her back inside, carefully arranged her on the floor, and removed her eye. Then he left. And investigators are fairly certain nobody entered the home again until those 4 kids wandered in and found her. And don't worry, I checked. It looks like the kids never saw the slaughterhouse in the back bedroom, so that's one tiny, bright spot of light in this dismal parade of horrors. And how do I know this? Because I was finally able to talk to one of the people involved in the case.
My name is Blake Hensley. I was a detective with the LAPD for about 26 years, and a beat cop for a couple of decades before that. I retired in 2015.
Most of the people I called for this story refused to talk to me, or I just had wrong numbers. I'm still working on those, and maybe we'll get something in a future episode. But Detective Hensley agreed to talk after I sent him a copy of the police reports. Scanned and emailed, obviously, because seriously, who has a fax machine?
I admit that I did not remember this case at all until you sent me those files.
How do you forget a slaughterhouse, a bow and arrow murder, and a missing eyeball stolen from a world-renowned violinist?
If you knew half the stuff I saw on the force, you'd know this doesn't even crack the top 10.
Right. City of Angels.
Tell me about it. But now that I'm reading this report, it's coming back to me. You see, the first thing that tipped me off was the garbage.
Tipped you off?
Well, that it was strange. We get squatters all the time down here, you know, especially in '94 when the earthquake ruined all those houses. People moved out and the vagrants moved in. We'd go down every couple of weeks and roust them out, and it was disgusting. Empty cans, broken bottles, fast food wrappers. They'd keep them in cans most of the time. They're not animals, you know. They're just people down on their luck. Some were worse than others, especially the junkies. They didn't care where they threw their garbage. But the regular ones, the families and stuff, they kept the houses clean.
And this guy? Was he clean or not clean? I'm not following you.
Well, that's because I'm thinking out loud. Sorry. It's not that he was any cleaner or messier than the other squatters we saw back then. It's that his garbage was different. Some glass bottles, sure, but no empty cans, no food wrappers, nothing you'd find in a grocery store, let's say. The guy was catching animals, stray dogs and alley cats and probably coyotes. The typical stuff we get in L.A., and then carefully skinning it, butchering it, and cooking it. The report says that the bathtub was a fire pit, but I'm telling you, it was like a full-on roasting station with a spit and everything. The kind you see at a Wild West show or like a Renaissance fair where they cook the food like in olden times.
Are you sure it was just alley cats and dogs?
Oh, there weren't any human bones. We checked, believe me.
Okay. So, Leona was killed by a Ren Fair enthusiast? I guess that explains the bow and arrow.
We don't know who killed her. The investigation stalled because there was no way to track the guy down. DNA was brand new back then, or I guess DNA evidence was new.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? They used it a bit for O.J. Simpson and for the Menendez brothers.
Right.
But it was shaky every time, and the juries didn't understand it.
Mm-hmm.
And frankly, we just didn't have the tools they've got now to turn that evidence into actionable intel. Maybe if they went back and opened the evidence, a modern lab could do something. But in '94, all we could do was collect it and ask around and hope he did it again, frankly. That sounds terrible, but That's how a lot of police work is. You can't see patterns until something repeats. And this guy never repeated. So we never caught him.
What about the victim? How did you identify her as Leona McPherson?
Fingerprints, believe it or not. But I don't think you're going to believe it. It was insane.
It sounded insane from the report I read, but please tell me in your own words.
So, we came up blank on ID. No eyewitnesses came forward. Nobody responded to the posters we put up. Nothing.
Right.
And this was 4 or 5 years before the National Fingerprint Database, so we couldn't exactly run her through that. But it was still standard procedure to take the prints anyway. Just in case they happened to match any other active cases, you know? Like a burglary or something. So we took the prints, and we sent them to the lab. And some intern or something just sat there day in and day out, comparing prints to each other.
Oh.
It took him over a week to find a hit. The damn morgue lost the body twice while we were waiting.
They lost the body?
Or forgot they had it, yeah. I heard the second time it happened. They opened the door to put another body in and found this one already in there. Yeah, it scared the hell out of them until they found the paperwork. But who knows if that's true or not? No idea how it happened twice. The upshot is, after about a week of looking, somebody matched our dead body to a missing persons case in Beverly Hills. The detective on that one, Ortega or something.
Oh, Ortiz.
That's the one. Screw that guy. Did everything he could to sabotage that investigation. But he did take some prints off a glass in the hotel room. And then I guess he just forgot to destroy them when he ruined everything else. A good thing, too. Because it was a perfect match.
So, even after the body was found, there are few, if any, answers. Was she kidnapped from her room? Nobody reported a homeless Robin Hood cosplayer at the Roosevelt Hotel. Did she leave on her own? How did she end up in Colonia, which is hours away, even in good traffic? And all of these questions, sooner or later, come swirling back to Detective Jimmy Ortiz. Why didn't he look for her? Why didn't he ask for help? Why did he do so well at some things and so poorly at others? Because there are a lot of contradictions in his behavior. He took copious notes in his 3 reports, but then never followed them up. He collected evidence and even submitted fingerprints, but then never did anything about them. He wasn't hiding the case, but he wasn't drawing any attention to it either, which brings us back to the question I asked before. Was he corrupt? Or was he simply incompetent? As you heard from Detective Hensley, there were a lot of people asking that question, even back in '94. In fact, Ortiz was the center of a massive internal investigation stemming from, but not directly related to this case. It's confusing, so bear with me. When Hensley and his team connected their Jane Doe to Leona, they realized that Ortiz had been in the briefings where the Jane Doe's picture was shown, but he never piped up. Neither had Derek Malone, who filed the other one of those 4 missing person reports. Worse yet, when the department looked a little deeper, they found that neither Ortiz nor Malone had logged a single hour on the Leona McPherson case after filing their reports, and by then it had been more than 2 weeks. They spent literally no time looking for her. Contacted nobody, put out 0 alerts, nothing. So, it looked an awful lot like one or both of them were involved somehow, possibly in the crime itself, and definitely in covering it up. But as the internal investigation went on, it drifted away from Leona. I've got some of the minutes from their meetings. The LAPD is meticulous about record keeping, and over the course of the process, they talk less and less about Leona and more about vague generalities. It's almost like they forgot Leona was involved, which makes no sense. What makes even less sense is that eventually they called off the whole investigation based on a lack of evidence, which is nuts because I'm sitting on a mountain of evidence and I wasn't even there. And let's not forget about Catherine McPherson, Leona's mother, who looks awfully suspicious as well. So, that's where we're going next. Ortiz, Malone, and Catherine.
Derek Malone was born in Fresno in 1964 and started working for the LAPD as a beat cop in 1987.
That's not actually a news program or whatever. I have literally no audio for any of these people because there are no existing recordings and they all refuse to talk to me. But I feel like I'm talking too much, so I asked my roommate, Sophie Kwan, to record some of this for me.
Peace.
Just to break up the monotony a little bit. Shoestring budget, remember?
He received several commendations for his work and became a detective in
Can
1993.
we maybe dial it back a bit? Just like, I'm trying to make this like a serious crime podcast. Like Crime
And I
Junkie.
sound too amazing?
You sound like you're selling used cars on TikTok.
Wow, way harsh, Ty. But fine. I can give you the boring version.
How about just the sedate, respectable version?
Malone was married with a little baby girl, the apple of our father's eye.
I'm not going to be able to use any of this.
Use all of it, and I will tutor you for your geology general ed this weekend.
Fine, but you have to do it normal or I'm 100% backing out.
Deal. Getting into character. Malone was married with a 2-year-old girl. His family lived in South Pasadena. Prior to the internal investigation surrounding Leona McPherson, he had no irregularities in his record and a number of high-profile arrests. He helped catch the serial killer George Butler in 1992 and serial arsonist Philip Dumont in 93. He was exactly the kind of detective who should have excelled at finding a missing celebrity and then tracking down her killer.
Jimmy Ortiz was a few decades older, but equally qualified. He was instrumental in a number of big-deal drug busts in the 80s, and the only bad marks on his record came from other officers who condemned him for, quote, going soft on rioters during both the King riot and the Watts riot. And that's a whole nother can of worms, but I'm going to go out on a limb and say that someone who refused to attack civilians is, at the very least, a cop with a solid moral compass. Maybe it's more than that. I don't know. Both detectives seem, at least superficially, to be on the up and up. Their records speak to both competence and goodness, for lack of a better term. So there's no history of bad calls or bad behavior before this event, and I wasn't able to find any evidence of major infractions after it either. No spiral into corruption, no sudden rise of questionable work. I was even able to pull a credit history for both of them, and yes, that's scary, and you should do everything you can to protect your information online. And neither detective showed any sudden windfall of money or a notable change in purchasing behavior. So it doesn't look like they were paid off either. But, as I assume they say in crime journalism, just because someone doesn't look like a criminal doesn't mean they're not a criminal.
There's no way they say that in journalism. It's like a triple negative. Just because someone looks innocent doesn't mean they are innocent. Much better. Plenty of people live perfectly normal lives on the surface while indulging in horrible activities in private. So, let's look at the evidence surrounding the crime itself, helpfully collected by the LAPD's internal investigation. Detective Hensley was there for most of it.
So I remember they both had good alibis.
Yeah, they did. The night Leona disappeared, Malone was working late in the office. Several people in the investigation, including you, testified that you saw him there.
I did?
Yeah.
Oh, I guess I did. It's right here in the transcript.
Do you remember the alibi Ortiz used?
Oh, something about a bar.
Oh.
Oh, yeah, here it is. He had just closed a case. Somebody was running cocaine through one of the ports. Ortiz did the work, handed it off to the marshals, and he was celebrating with a couple of the guys at that bar we used to go to. What was it called? Stock and Barrel. Great cop bar.
So, there were reliable witnesses for the whereabouts of both men during the time the crime allegedly took place.
Allegedly. And it's entirely possible that this girl just left her hotel to go out and get drunk, completely on her own. Wouldn't be the first time some rich kid rolls into town and wants to get a little crazy. It's L.A., right? But all of these witness accounts dry up around 1 in the morning. So it's totally possible that Ortiz leaves the bar, drunk off his gourd, stumbles onto this pretty young thing who's also drunk, and something bad happens. A hookup goes too far, or an inebriated officer runs her over, or who knows what else. So these alibis are good, but I remain skeptical.
It's worth pointing out that none of what he's suggesting seems to have happened. The investigation transcript goes into pretty solid detail around where both men were and the condition of their cars, and even the mileage on their meters, and couldn't find any sign of wrongdoing. Malone's daughter was sick that night, throwing up for hours, so his entire family and one of his neighbors could all vouch that he was home all night and most of the morning. So there doesn't seem to be any way the officers were involved in the killing itself. Which is when the department changed their theory from they killed her to someone else killed her and paid them to cover it up.
My name is Pablo Machado. I'm a sergeant with the LAPD, and I've been with this precinct for 7 years.
That's Sophie again. There's a really good bit of dialogue in this police transcript, so rather than have me describe it to you, I've just asked her and Gabe to read it. I know, it's stupid, just... I'm doing my best here, okay? Sophie will be playing the part of a sergeant in the department, and Gabe will be playing the police chief, Lyle Detmer.
Sergeant, can you describe to us your focus in the precinct for the last 7 years?
I was a beat cop for 3, a detective for 2, and then the last 2 years I've been an in-office liaison for internal affairs.
So you can testify under oath that you are a dirty rat?
Yeah.
That was apparently a joke, and whoever made the transcript made sure to record the fact that everyone laughed at it.
Laugh it up, bastards! But I'm the reason this office is still operating. I've assisted with 3 IA investigations, and all 3 times I've found solid evidence against the accusations. A lot of people in this room still have jobs specifically because I defended them.
You didn't defend Mueller.
Mueller was taking bribes. Look, if anyone here, up to and including you, starts getting shady, I will take you down. I'm loyal to the people and the law, not the officers. And I know you hate that, but you can suck it.
So if you found evidence against Detectives Ortiz and Malone, you would not hesitate to put it forward?
That's literally my job.
So, what have you found?
They're innocent.
What?
Look, I know what a corrupt cop looks like. There are signs to it, like changes in behavior and attitude, even the way they do their paperwork. Ortiz and Malone have none of it.
That's conjecture.
I've got evidence too. How about the fact that neither of them have made even the slightest attempt to hide this case? You want to bury an investigation, you start misplacing files, logging false leads, or just straight up destroying evidence. You certainly don't keep 4 separate reports, accurately filed and fully accessible to everyone in the office. These guys went out of their way to get witness testimonies, names, dates, contact info, and fingerprints so clean that some dingleberry intern was able to match them with another case. They didn't hide or destroy any of it. You're calling this a cover-up, but they didn't cover anything. Incompetent? Sure. They let the case alone for so long they literally forgot about it. But they didn't cover it up.
There are several more hours of debate on this topic in the transcript. But that's what it all boils down to. Ortiz and Malone didn't participate in the crime, profit from the crime, or cover up the crime. Their only infraction, really, was failing to solve the crime, which, to be clear, might very well have resulted in Leona McPherson's death. The autopsy claimed that she was alive for several days in captivity, so it's very possible that the detectives could have saved her if they'd jumped on the case immediately. But doing something poorly is not the same as being corrupt, and given the findings of the internal investigation, it seems clear that they weren't doing the job poorly on purpose. They screwed it up, and they screwed it up bad, but they weren't evil. They didn't kill her. So, I said earlier, the investigation eventually went off the rails, and that's true. After the first day or two, the transcripts went from a detailed look at Leona's disappearance to a wide-angle look at the concept of police corruption in general. By the end, it just kind of peters out, like a river running dry. The accusers have no more evidence that Ortiz and Malone are dirty and kind of forget that they ever thought they were in the first place. Just like the 2 detectives did, the LAPD as a whole simply forgets about Leona. Her files go back into the archives, and none of her cases are ever closed. As nearly as I can tell, they are never even investigated. Which brings us to our final lead. The one person left who was involved with the case and who acted super suspiciously the whole time. Catherine McPherson, Leona's mother.
My name is Greta Bennett, and I live in Sarasota, Florida. Before that, I was in Columbus, Ohio, where I worked as a reporter for the Columbus Dispatch from '87 until I retired in 2018.
Greta was a senior newspaper reporter in Columbus, Ohio, near the McPhersons' hometown of Hill Downs. She covered all the biggest stories of 1994, including the devastating crash of a passenger liner in January. What she did not cover was the death of Leona McPherson.
I've never heard of this person before.
Are you sure? She was a world-renowned violinist.
She certainly looks like it. I've read some of these articles you sent me, and she does have all the hallmarks of a hometown hero. But you need to understand that Columbus is a big city. Next to Chicago, we're the biggest city in the Midwest. Even someone as famous as this girl clearly was could easily get lost in the shuffle.
But you wrote a story about her. She played picnic with the Pops in the Columbus Commons in the summer of '91. You covered the concert.
Yes, I I read the article you sent me, but to be fair, she doesn't seem to have been very famous at that point. And you can't expect me to remember every name I've ever put into an article.
Bennett's right. I can't. And it wasn't really even fair to include her in this podcast at all, because, in her defense, Leona's death was never actually reported to the city of Columbus. But that's exactly why I put her in here. Bennett never covered the murder because she never knew about it. Los Angeles didn't tell anyone. Catherine didn't tell anyone. Nobody seems to have told anyone. Catherine McPherson filed 2 police reports in California, but back in Ohio, she didn't file any. It's like she went to LA with a daughter and came home never having had one. At the start of this episode, I said that I thought Catherine killed Leona. And now that we arrive at the end, I still think that. Mostly. Her behavior on March 19th was too suspicious. The way she tried to leave the hotel without talking to anyone, and the way she pretended not to remember Leona until faced with solid evidence. But that doesn't jive with her behavior on March 18th, the day of the actual disappearance. Catherine is the one who waited for Leona, who demanded the hotel open her door, who called the police and asked them to find her. If she's the one who killed her daughter, why draw so much attention to it if her real plan was to just lie low and hope it all blew over? How can we reconcile March 18th Catherine with March 19th Catherine? The first and most obvious theory is a psychotic break. We can explain all the discrepancies in Catherine's behavior if we assume that in between the 2 police interviews, the trauma of losing her daughter became too great and she snapped. I wasn't able to get any psychologists to be on this podcast, but I've done enough research to know that abruptly forgetting a loved one due to overwhelming trauma is totally a real thing. Not a common thing, but real enough to be considered a known psychiatric phenomenon. So, while I don't have proof that this is what happened to Catherine, I do want to put it out there as a possibility, just for the sake of completeness. And it certainly seems to match her ongoing behavior. From what little information I've been able to find, Catherine continues to maintain to this day that she never had a daughter. She has refused to speak to me, and her husband died when Leona was little, so this is all second-hand information. But it is at the very least consistent. So it might be true. But this is where my podcast is going to go off the rails a little bit. Bear with me here. What I'm about to say sounds like some kind of insane conspiracy theory, and you would be right for thinking I'm completely bonkers. But it's not just Catherine. Everyone in Leona's home community seems to have erased her from their memory as well. The McPhersons lived on the eastern edge of Columbus in a community called Hill Downs. And before she died, their local paper, the Hill Downs Gazette, was filled with stories about the great Leona McPherson and her rise to stardom. After she died, she's never mentioned again. Nobody talks about her. Nobody misses her. Nobody wonders where she is. There is precisely one story that mentions her, but you're not going to believe it. I have scoured their newspaper archive, top to bottom, front to back, absolutely scoured it, and, are you sitting down? Because you're going to want to sit down for this. In 1996, 2 full years after Leona died,
There is a minor story in the Hill Downs Gazette in which somebody finds the several dozen old articles about Leona and comes to the conclusion that a hacker broke into their database and planted a bunch of fake stories. Seriously. There's even an interview in that article where they talk to Catherine herself. Here's Sophie again, reading an excerpt out loud.
I don't know why anyone would do this, says Catherine McPherson, looking at the articles I printed out for her. I've never had a daughter at all, let alone a famous violin player. But look at this. They've even faked a bunch of photos. Why would somebody do this?
Why, indeed. I admit that I'm kind of at the end of my rope here. I am confident that Leona McPherson is real because, despite what a small-town news rag might think, there is no plausible way this mountain of international evidence could be faked. And while I am willing to believe that a mother devastated by loss could utterly forget her own daughter, I am absolutely not willing to believe that an entire town could have the same psychotic break at the same time with the same level of totality. It is implausible to the point of complete impossibility, which means that somebody is lying, or in this case, an entire town full of somebodies. Hundreds of people from Hill Downs, Ohio have decided, for reasons unknown, to pretend that Leona never existed. Have they been threatened? Was there a gas leak? Are they in a cult? I know I sound crazy, but it wouldn't be the first community to cover up a missing child in the service of a higher power. And because I am me, and this is all I have in my life, I've decided to go there. And because NYU is on break right now, Sophie has decided to come with me. I know, you don't have to tell me it's stupid. I already know. There's either nothing going on, in which case this is a big waste of time, or there's some kind of death cult murdering college girls, in which case I am 100% not the right person to get messed up in it. But honestly, after all this research, I feel like I know Leona. I feel, if I can say this without sounding insensitive, that she's my friend. That we could be friends. And friends don't let friends get their eyeballs stolen by nationwide murder cults. So, tune in next time when I'll be recording this from a hotel room instead of a dorm, and we'll see what we can find. I'm not going to let the world forget her, even if everyone else does, even if everyone else wants to. I refuse. I'm going to find the truth, and I'm going to remember. I'm Christina Walsh, and you're listening to Forgotten. Every year in the United States, there are 15,000 murders, give or take a few hundred. Of those, nearly 40% go unsolved. My name is Christina Walsh, and you're listening to Forgotten. In our last episode, I introduced you to Leona McPherson, a world-renowned violinist who stopped being renowned very abruptly on March 18th, 1994, when she was murdered. The world seemed to forget about her, which is a shame because, as you can hear from her music, she was an astonishing talent. But that's the nature of fame. It comes and it goes, and no matter how much it hurts us to lose someone, we can't really blame the world for moving on.
There are always new violinists or new conductors or new artists or actors or TV shows or whatever it is. You lost a favorite last week, but you might gain a new favorite next week, right? What we do not get new copies of are individuals, family and friends, people we are close to. The roles come and go. A role like violinist can be inhabited by any number of different people, provided they know how to play the violin. But when a specific person disappears, when my dad disappeared, for example, it's a lot harder to fill that void. Loss hurts more the closer it gets to our hearts. But what happens when someone disappears? Someone like Leona, who had a mother and friends and neighbors, who had school teachers and violin tutors and boyfriends and girlfriends, who had an entire network of people who loved her, and then everyone forgets her. People who claim for the rest of their lives that Leona never existed and stick to that story no matter how much evidence mounts up. Is something like that even possible? One faulty recollection I might believe, one traumatic loss of memory, or one stubborn refusal to acknowledge grief. Hell, I'd believe 5 of those excuses, maybe even 10. But an entire community? Hundreds, maybe thousands of people all sticking to the same ridiculous, impossible claim? That's the situation in Leona's hometown of Hill Downs, Ohio, a community on the outskirts of Columbus. A couple thousand people who claim to have no memory of Leona whatsoever. It's so tempting to see a conspiracy in that claim, to see a pact of silence built around some driving central purpose, a cause, a belief, a church, a cult. Sherlock Holmes used to say that when you remove the impossible, whatever remains, however improbable, must be the truth. It is impossible that the entire town of Hill Downs has forgotten about Leona McPherson. Therefore, as improbable as it sounds, they're lying about it. So, I came here with my roommate, Sophie Kwan.
What's up?
To figure out why. Okay, so here we are in Hill Downs, Ohio, a small city kind of on the northeast corner of Columbus. It's about a 9-hour drive from Manhattan, according to Google Maps. But it took us, 11 hours?
17 years.
I think it was about 11 hours with stops for gas and the engine overheating in Bedford or bathroom breaks.
It took 17 years to get here. My youth has faded. My memory waned. I met a young man stuck beside us in traffic, and we fell in love and married, and I bore him 3 children. I raised them on the highway, searching ever westward. I taught them to read.
It was about 11 hours, and Sophie was very kind to come with me. And let's give a special shout out to her cousin Gemma, who loaned us Sparky, which I am told is a Ford Fiesta. I will take their word for it. We brought my phone to record everything, my laptop to edit it, and an external hard drive in case we end up with more audio than the laptop can hold. We reached the hotel about midnight, maybe a little before, way too tired to record anything, but now it's morning and we're up, we're out in the city, so I guess there's nothing to it but to do it, right?
That's adorable.
Laugh while you can. We're going to start with the hardest interview. It's time to talk to Leona's mother, Catherine. Okay, so that went about as well as I expected it to. Catherine McPherson refused to speak with us and refused to let us record her, so we have no audio of the encounter to play for you.
Do you want me to pretend to be her? Get off my lawn, you darn rascals! I have no daughter.
Come on, Soph. I'm not gonna make fun of an old lady who lost her daughter.
Well, yeah.
So, the short and less offensive version of the story is that we found her address online and went to see her, and I introduced myself as the girl who'd been calling a month or so ago. It took her about a moment to remember what I was talking about, and then realization dawned and she asked us to leave. She didn't seem offended, like nervous or anything. It wasn't like she was scared to talk to us or tired of talking about Leona and her
She almost seemed confused, but not dementia confused, just kind of regular, who are you confused. Like she genuinely didn't know who Leona was or why we would be asking about her.
I have to admit, it's not the reaction I was expecting. I figured we'd get some kind of super suspicious door slam as soon as we mentioned Leona's name.
I have nothing to hide! Boom.
But she really did seem confused.
You know, the other thing I was expecting was like a really tired, oh, not this again kind of thing. Like you see on YouTube when some muckraker asks a celebrity the same question they've already been asked 1,000 times. And we didn't get that either.
Which I think we can interpret in two different ways. Possibility number one, nobody's asked her about Leona in a very long time, and or she genuinely has some kind of memory issues, or
That's
she's
three different ways?
3, then. 1, nobody's asked her. 2, she has a bad memory. Or 3, she's just a really good actor. I'm leaning toward 3.
Same.
We've already established that even if she could lose all memory of Leona, there's no way her whole city could. Which means that since the whole city claims to, something very fishy is going on. And since Catherine was in this from the very beginning, I have to assume she's part of whatever larger thing is going on.
So it's cult hunting time.
It's cult hunting time, which sounds a lot cooler than it probably is. Honestly, it's probably going to be a lot scarier than we want it to be. A group that has already shown themselves willing to murder a woman and lie about it for 2.5 decades is not a group that I necessarily want to tangle with. That is why we've taken a number of precautions. Number one, we are recording and uploading this audio in real time, scheduled to publish themselves in about 8 hours if we don't step in and stop them.
Those published recordings include full details of where we plan to go and who we plan to talk to, which will eventually be edited out, but will serve as a traceable path of breadcrumbs for the police if we disappear.
Number two.
Whoa, hey, you guys. People in this coffee shop are working. Can you keep it down, please?
We have left our full travel itinerary.
Excuse me. I said, can you please keep it down?
What? Sorry.
We have a lot of customers in here, and they don't want to listen to your blog or whatever.
Some of them do.
No, we don't.
Come on, guy, back me up here.
Hey, just please be quiet, okay? Just quiet.
We will. Sorry. Okay. So, like I was saying, number two is that we've given our full itinerary to Sophie's cousin, Gemma, including scheduled check-in times, so if we don't call them when we're supposed to, they'll contact the Columbus police.
Not the Hill Downs police, because if there's a cult here, they are 100% in on it.
100%. And finally, we have number 3. Each of us is armed with a canister of mace, an extremely loud rape alarm, and a GPS locator beacon separate from our phones. We are as ready as we can possibly be.
They are going to kidnap me over my dead body.
Why would you say that?
Just because it's literal doesn't mean it's not a common saying. I mean, really.
Yeah, but that's like, you don't have to say it just because it's true.
I'm not saying it because it's a common phrase.
It's just like really poor taste when we're right in the middle of the safety talk and talking about kidnappers and rapists and whatever.
But it's not like I jinxed us. I mean, we're not going to be murdered solely and specifically because I talked about our dead bodies in a rando podcast.
And you shut up.
Sorry. Whatever. I think you get the gist. First on our itinerary is someone who definitely should remember Leona, her middle school orchestra teacher.
Knock louder.
Maybe she's not home.
She's gonna be like 90 years old. Give her a minute to get to the door.
I mean, like, how long do we have to wait?
Hello?
Hello, Ms. McDowell. My name is Christina Walsh, and I'm a journalist from NYU. This is my friend Sophie.
I'm the bodyguard.
I was wondering if we could have a moment of your time.
Yes, of course. Are you journalism students?
Music students, but that's beside the point. Do you mind if we record this conversation?
Music students? Is this about my old career?
Sort of.
I'm afraid I do need a direct yes or no about recording you, ma'am, if that's okay.
Pardon? I mean, yes, of course you can record this.
Thank you.
Would you like to come in?
Yeah.
Only if you promise not to murder and or kidnap us.
Pardon?
Please excuse my friend. Yes, thank you. Just here on this couch?
Yes, dear.
Like we're gonna trust the couch that you recommend to us.
Sophie.
What?
These chairs will be fine.
That's a nice cello.
Thank you. I never collected art or photos, so I decorate the house with instruments.
Cecilio?
Yes, it is. The Cecilio is a good starter cello for new students, though I don't really teach anymore.
She's a cello major.
Don't talk about me.
So, what is this about? Are you going around interviewing music teachers for some kind of project?
Just you, actually, ma'am. We're actually doing a story on a specific musician whom you used to teach.
Oh.
Can you start by telling us where and when you taught?
Of course. I was a music and orchestra teacher at Hill Downs Middle School for about 12 years in the 1980s and early 90s. In 1992, I quit and became a private tutor, which I continued at varying levels of intensity until about 3 years ago, when my health became too poor to really keep it up.
I'm sorry to hear that.
I tell people it's my eyesight, but really it's everything. Age is a cruel master.
That's a weird way of putting it.
Wait till you're my age.
Ms. McDowell, in the late 80s, you had a student who went on to become a world-famous violin virtuoso. Do you remember who it was?
Oh, no. I had some wonderful students, and some of them went on to great things, but never an international virtuoso.
Do you remember Leona McPherson?
Doesn't ring a bell. But I've been a teacher for decades, and I couldn't remember every student's name even when I was younger. Perhaps if you knew what year it was, I could dig out an old yearbook and see if there's a photo.
1985.
I'll be just a moment. You've sparked my curiosity now. Make yourselves at home.
So, you think she's calling her cultist friends to come get us? Or you think she's dusting off an old sacrificial dagger so she can do it herself?
Sophie, does this seem weird to you?
Well, part of what I just said makes it seem like I don't think it's weird.
I'm just saying, we're 2 for 2 on old ladies acting completely, believably oblivious to Leona. Doesn't that seem improbable?
Yes, it does, which is why we drove 17 years to get to the bottom of this.
This is taking forever.
You think she's more or less likely to kill us if I play this cello?
She's not going to kill us.
Good. I'm bored.
I found it. Oh, my dear, that was lovely.
Sorry, I was just bored.
Oh, there's nothing to be sorry about. I haven't had students in so long.
May I see the book?
Absolutely. My eyesight isn't the best, like I told you before, but I picked up my cheaters from the kitchen counter, so I should be able to see anything you find in there.
Perfect. It looks like she's in here quite a bit. Here's her main photo, though it's pretty small. Maybe we can find something larger. There. Oh, this one has both of you in it posing with a violin. The caption says, McDowell's Little Prodigy.
Let me see. McDowell's Little Prodigy. Leona McPherson. That's strange. I don't recall anything about a Leona. My memory must be going more quickly than I realized.
Oh, here she is in the orchestra group photo. Look at those haircuts. Oh, and here's another close-up of her playing violin. Maybe a concert or something. Oh, and here's her at a state tournament. Oh, boy, do I remember those. Spend all day in an itchy black dress playing cello for bored strangers. I was cello, I mean. Leona was violin through and through.
I don't remember any of this.
Did she ever contact you afterward, invite you to any of her concerts or anything after she became famous?
No, nothing like that. But I'm sure she was busy. She didn't have time to go back to her old middle school
Here's
teacher.
a photo and news article I printed out from the online archive of the Columbia Dispatch. This is Leona playing Picnic with the Pops Downtown in 1991. That's you on the stand next to her mom.
It's my memory. More holes than Swiss cheese these days. I wish I could help you, but I just...
Here's an article from the Hill Downs Gazette, the local paper, in which you insist that these photos were all doctored and that Leona doesn't exist.
This is so long ago you'd never even heard of Photoshop. 1997. I assume your memory was still okay back then, right?
Right?
I don't remember any of this. Not the girl, not the concert, not the interview in the Gazette, nothing. Why are you
Is there
trying...
something you're not telling us?
Nothing.
Whoa. Okay, now, let's calm down.
You're really not faking this, are you?
What would I be faking?
I mean, you really don't remember her.
Oh, my father had Alzheimer's. And my mother, too. Though they didn't really diagnose it back then.
I think we got our point across pretty solidly here, don't you, Christina? Maybe it's best if we...
Go, yeah. Miss McDowell, are you going to be okay?
She died so young. My mother, I mean. And they thought she'd gone... that she'd lost her mental faculties. And I'm so much older now than either of them ever were.
Miss McDowell, I'm really sorry that we brought this up and that we upset you. You don't have Alzheimer's.
How do you know?
Maybe you do, and I just don't want to be blamed for it.
All right, Dr. Sparkles, let's get on out of here. Lady, I'm really sorry about all this. Usually I'm the crazy one.
So, that didn't go great.
I mean, I guess that depends on what you were trying to do.
I was trying to, bad cop a confession out of her, like in Law and Order or something. But then it got really obvious that she didn't know what I was talking about.
Maybe if you were a bigger a-hole, we could have gotten something out of her.
But I'm not. So, Leona's old violin teacher is either a really good actor, or she's been brainwashed, or she's forgotten everything. Just as completely and inexplicably as Leona's mom did. Which does not make any sense.
Maybe they're just old? Maybe we should be talking to young people.
Leona died 28 years ago. Nobody young was even alive at the time.
My mom would slap your mouth for that. Leona was 22. If she were alive today, she'd be 50. That's not young, I guess, but it's not senile old either. Let's find her best friend or something.
It's just going to be the same thing. One more person who refuses to tell us anything, and us having no experience or skills or guts to push harder. We shouldn't be looking for people. We need to find the cult itself. We need to find the root of the problem, not the symptoms.
How do we find a secret cult? Any group capable of keeping a ritual murder secret for longer than we've been alive is not someone who's going to get sloppy. There's not going to be a secret cult meetup sign in the local library.
Wait a minute. When I was doing my early research, I found a cult recovery center. Revolution or something. I thought they'd be a good place to visit at the end to help explain some of the cult's beliefs. But maybe we can go now, and they can help us dig these jerks up.
Well, at this point, it's either that or we stake out that old lady's house and see if any shady men in long robes come to console her.
I really hope she's part of a cult, because otherwise I was just really horrible to an innocent old lady.
Fingers crossed for a cult.
Here it is. Elevation. I was close. Let me give them a call. Okay, so we're here at the Elevation Retreat and Resource Center, located in the southwest corner of the Columbus metropolitan area in a place called Grove City.
Primarily notable as the birthplace of Alexa Bliss, WWE
I told you
superstar.
not to interject when I'm reading a script.
Oh, okay.
We have a script now, so we don't chew an old lady's face off like last time.
Oh, bless your heart.
I'm sorry. Are we recording already?
Sorry. Back on the script. Elevation, Grove City. Here. Elevation is a cult recovery treatment center which helps people who have been raised in, indoctrinated to, or otherwise harmed by cults and cult leaders. We are speaking now with the vice president and co-founder of Elevation, a man named George Hadley.
Is this where I introduce myself?
Have at it.
Hi, my name is George Hadley. I have a degree in psychotherapy from Johns Hopkins and served as dean of the psychology department at Ohio State for 6 years before leaving to start this treatment center. I've been here about 10 years.
So you're an expert not just in cult practices and methods, but in the local cult activity here in Ohio.
Not just in Ohio. We have patients from all over the eastern states, and much of it in the Midwest.
So I've always wondered this. Is Kentucky part of the East or part of the Midwest?
Sophie?
Or part of the South? It seems kind of like it's not really part of any of them.
Yeah, I don't
honestly.
actually know. I'm sorry, I can't talk to that.
Did you know that Kentucky Fried Chicken
Sophie,
originated in Utah?
Has the interview started yet, formally, or
No,
we just
sir,
still getting to know each other?
That's just Sophie being difficult.
I'm just trying to gauge his expertise.
Doctor, as I explained to you over the phone, I'm doing a true crime podcast about an unsolved murder that I suspect involves a cult. Sophie is here pretty much just because I'm terrified of cults.
Right.
And I don't want to end up on somebody else's true crime podcast about an unsolved murder, but she needs to stay quiet and stick to the script.
Staying quiet.
Okay, well, being terrified is actually very smart.
Oh.
Cults can be quite dangerous, especially for a lone investigator, and especially for a lone young woman like yourself.
Yeah.
So keeping somebody with you is a fantastic idea.
Dr. Hadley, I'd like to start by asking if you've ever heard of a woman named Leona McPherson.
No, can't say that I have. Is she the victim in your murder case?
Yeah, she is. She was abducted and killed in Los Angeles in 1994, but she was born and raised in Hill Downs on the opposite side of Columbus.
And what exactly about her case leads you to suspect some kind of cult involvement?
Oh, I actually have a script here that, I'd like to ask you a couple of questions first before we get to that, if that's okay.
Knock yourself out.
Here, you have the first one.
Is Columbus known as a hotbed of cult activity?
It actually says source, not hotbed.
Columbus is no more prone to cults than any other U.S. city. But the truth is that cults are far more common in the U.S. than most people realize. So, yes, we do have our share.
Interesting.
Groups like Inconnu, which is legally classified as a religion, but shows classic signs of cult behavior, such as extreme insularity, breaking up of family units, social control, and so on.
Okay.
On the smaller end, we have a local group called the Narrow Way, with, as near as I can tell, about 21 people, though I'm currently involved in a legal action against them, and so I probably shouldn't discuss them in any detail.
That's okay. The cult we're looking at would be much larger than 21 people.
Okay.
Next question. Do you have any local cults that use murder as part of their teachings or activities?
Well, okay, it's actually fairly rare for a cult to start with murder as a core principle.
Really?
Though one of the dangers of a cult is that any one of them can end up there. Cults specialize in social and mental control, cutting their members off from outside influence. So they're forced to rely on the cult for everything, and breaking down their will and their reason until they're ready to believe anything the cult tells them. At that point, it's pretty easy for a cult leader to convince his followers to go along with rape or murder or suicide or any other crime.
Do you have an example?
Oh, well, this isn't exactly local. It's Cleveland, not Columbus, but just a few years before your unsolved murder in 1989, Ohio was the site of one of the worst cult-related murders in U.S. history. A disgraced religious leader named Jeffrey Lundgren started a cult near Kirtland that ended up killing one of its own family. Lundgren told them that doing so would usher in some kind of second coming or open the 7 seals from the New Testament. Really, he was just mad that this family only gave him most of their money instead of all of it. And the whole cult helped kill and bury a family of 5. And then, instead of a rapture, all they got was scared and moved to West Virginia. And then Lundgren himself got more scared and abandoned them completely. Eventually, one of them turned and exposed the whole thing to the police. Lundgren was executed in 2006, and most of the rest of the members are still in jail serving multiple life sentences.
Does that happen often? The turning. I mean, not the murder.
You mean one of the cult members talking to the police? Yeah, absolutely. No, I'd go so far as to say that is the primary downfall of every secret cult. No matter how strong your social control may be, somebody always talks. Maybe one of the members isn't a true believer or isn't quite indoctrinated enough to go along with the introduction of new dangerous teachings. Or maybe someone who's been directly abused or victimized manages finally to escape. They go to the police or to the media or to us. or just to family members, and then the whole thing starts to get exposed. And we can't always do anything about it, because most cult members are voluntary by nature. But
Wait. Let me make sure I understand this.
Go ahead.
You're saying that every cult inevitably will have leaks.
Right. No question about it. This is why I don't believe conspiracy theories. The more people know something, the harder it is to keep it secret. The bigger the cult and the longer it's been around, I can guarantee we know something about it.
We're completely off the script now, but if I asked you about the cult in Hill Downs, you'd be able to tell me all about it.
The cult in Hill Downs? I don't know anything about it. Nothing rings a bell about that one. I can check my records.
Oh, great.
Okay, I know we have some Nkanu families up there, but nothing widespread in the community. I don't actually have any records of a cult in Hill Downs. But if it's a new one, I can start a file if you're willing to give me some information.
Oh, it's not a new one. It's from a murder in 1994.
Oh, well, this center didn't exist in 94, so it's possible it's an older cult that fell apart or disbanded. Or
no, they're still
somehow.
following the Code of Silence.
Who is? What code of silence would that
The
be?
people of Hill Downs. They're refusing to acknowledge Leona, and I think it's because of a death cult that had her killed and is keeping a pact of silence so they don't face legal repercussion.
You mean the entire community? That's that's extremely unlikely.
Wait, look. Leona McPherson was a world-renowned violinist and the pride of her community. I've got printouts here of 24 articles about her in the Hill Downs Gazette. She had friends, teachers, music tutors, everything. After she died, every single one of them forgot her immediately. Nobody talked about her. Nobody wrote about her. She didn't get a memorial or a eulogy or even an obituary. Oh, and look, this article is literally about how the newspaper editors and Leona's own mother think that the articles about her were placed in their database by a hacker. There is absolutely no way that this many people, thousands of people, all share the same delusional memory loss.
Right.
I've talked to a psychiatrist, and it is impossible.
Yeah, I am a psychiatrist, and I agree it would be impossible, but
Right.
I also consider it impossible that thousands of people could keep a secret for 30 years with no leaks. Someone would have come forward, or a rumor would have circulated, or something. This is what I do for a living, okay? And I have an entire office of researchers who help me do it. If there was a death cult in Hill Downs, believe me, I'd know about it.
100%? No question? Absolute certainty?
Well, all right. As a scientist, I suppose I have to say that anything is possible, but I'm telling you that I would bet my mortgage on it.
Well, then what else could it be?
Well,
If it's not real memory loss and it's not a pact of silence, then what other possible explanation is
all right, let
there?
me ask you this. What are the details of the case? How was she killed?
Abducted, bound, then released and shot in the back with an arrow.
Well, that's awful.
Yeah.
Then they took her eyeball out.
Okay, that's even worse. And I'll admit that nothing about it suggests that the killing is not cult-related. But to be fair, nothing about it suggests that it is either. This could just as easily be a serial killer or a fetishist of some kind.
Then why the secrecy?
Exactly. I started suspecting a cult partly because the arrow and the eyeball suggest some ritual aspect to the killing, but mostly because of the secrecy. The mother was there when Leona disappeared, and then she started acting like it never happened, like she had never had a daughter at all. Then she came home and everyone here acted the same. That's suspicious as crap, right?
It is. I agree, but you said that she came home. This happened somewhere. I believe you said Los Angeles, correct?
Yeah.
So that makes the cult aspect even less believable, frankly.
Really?
The odds of a single community keeping a secret perfectly for 30 years is already impossible, or essentially impossible. The idea of a nationwide cult or conspiracy doing the same, involving thousands of people across multiple states. I can't think of any prior example where a group of that size kept a secret for that long. And I can't fathom a situation in which it would ever really be feasible. Mm-hmm. I mean, a child that nobody knew about, which a handful of people murdered and covered up, maybe. Someone as famous as you're talking about being covered up by thousands? No, not at all. Someone would have talked. Let me ask you something. How does this community react to outside questions about this world-renowned violinist?
Well, that's the thing. There haven't been any outside questions because everybody else seems to have forgotten about her too.
Okay.
Even her old fans, the musicologists who studied her, everyone, and I guess that happens to celebrities sometimes, right? On top of the world one day and gone the next. But her own mother, her neighbors, her best friends?
Yeah.
I can believe that the rest of the world forgot someone they'd never met. It's unlikely, but it's possible. For everyone in Hill Downs to forget her, there has to be something else going on.
Right.
There has to be.
Well, I don't know what to tell you, ladies. Are you familiar with the quote by Sherlock Holmes, when you have eliminated the impossible, whatever remains...
However improbable must be the truth.
Right.
Believe it or not, I used that quote in the introduction to this episode of the podcast.
Okay, perfect. So here's the problem. I consider it impossible, as you do, that an entire community lost their memory in exactly the same way, at exactly the same time, with no exceptions or hiccups or relapses.
Right.
I also consider it impossible that a conspiracy or cult could be this vast and this flawless. The secret would have gotten out, inevitably. Mm-hmm. Think about it this way. Cults use murder to create social power, to demonstrate that the leader can act with impunity, or to bind the cult members together through shared culpability. But one murder can't keep an entire community in line for nearly 30 years. Eventually, that social hold would break, or they would need more murders to maintain it, and either way, the word would get out. Insiders would talk or flee, or outsiders would ask questions. So, and this is the part you're not going to like, what's left? What could explain the facts you've collected? However improbable, it must be the truth.
There's... I don't know. I can't think of anything else.
Right. The facts you've collected are flawed.
What?
Either she wasn't as famous as you think she was, so the circle of people who need to be silenced is far smaller, or the secret hasn't been kept as well as you think it has, or, and you're really not going to like this one, this is all fake.
What?
Okay.
I mean, I hate to say it, but the one news article that does explain all of this is the one you mentioned earlier, where the newspaper thinks they were hacked.
Pete.
So think about it.
Come on.
No, really, think about it. A lone prankster filling the early days of the internet with references to a person who doesn't exist. It's implausible, sure, but it's not impossible. And that explains everything.
But there are recordings. CDs of Leona McPherson playing violin in music libraries all over the country.
Right. How many, though, for real? Did you find 3 and then just assume there were more?
2, actually,
Okay.
but there was
you
the
go.
3 tenors. I've seen the footage.
Well, footage that could have been anyone with what I assume was some white lettering at the bottom of the screen, laying out this girl's name.
Right.
White lettering that could have been put there by anyone with $100 worth of video editing equipment. Look, I'm not saying that nothing you've found is real. Maybe it is. I genuinely don't know. But I debunk this kind of stuff for a living, and I'm telling you, don't beat your heads against a brick wall. The most likely explanation for this unsolvable paradox you found is that you're chasing a 30-year-old practical joke. And I know that's not what you want to hear. It's not what I like to say, frankly, but I want you to at least consider it, okay?
This is ridiculous.
If you find real evidence of a cult, please, by all means, bring it back to me, and I will help you in any way I can. I promise you the full resources of this entire treatment center because, you know, you've piqued my professional interest as well as my personal concern. But for now, the personal concern is winning out. So stay safe and stay skeptical.
Thank you.
Sure.
Yeah, thanks a lot, motherfucker.
So, we keep screwing this up.
Or he is.
Is he? Everything he said makes sense. What if we were chasing some stupid joke from 30 years ago that nobody even remembers doing?
What about the cops? You talked to some cops in the first episode who remembered Leona. Or they remembered the case.
That's true.
And so Hadley trying to convince you it was all fake was just...
He didn't know about the cops. He was only responding to what we told him, and we didn't tell him about the cops. So there's some evidence that Leona might have been real.
Plus a giant pile of real-world artifacts you found with her name and photo, yes.
So then... I don't know what else to do. Where else do we look?
We go... back to that best friend. Leona had to have a best friend, right? That person's got to remember her.
And then what? They either lie to us because they're part of this cult, not a cult, whatever it is. Or they say, yep, I remember Leona. Super sad when she died, and then we have nothing. Just more nothing than we used to have, which, hooray, but that's useless.
It would be confirmation that we're right, and that asshat at the treatment center was wrong.
I'm not trying to prove him wrong. I'm trying to find a cult. It's an important distinction.
Why?
Why is it important?
Why are you trying to find the cult?
Because I want to find who killed her.
Why?
I mean, that's exactly why, because I want to know why.
Why?
Why are you being such a jerk right now? God.
I'm not being a jerk. I'm forcing you to think critically about your own motives. We're in college, Christina. This is what we do. Why do you want to know about Leona?
Because nobody remembers her, and that's wrong. That's sad. I don't want someone to live and die and make zero mark on the world. I want death to matter because that means life matters. And if life doesn't matter, then
Christina.
That's not what I mean. I'm not depressed or gonna hurt myself or anything. But I mean, my dad disappeared.
So did mine.
Your dad died, and that sucks, and I'm not saying it doesn't matter, but this is... Oh, God. And now I sound like a jerk no matter how I finish this sentence.
It's okay. I know what you mean. You can express your own grief without belittling anyone else's.
My dad disappeared. For all I know, he's still alive. And it's hard to just move on from that, and so I'm processing it in what might be an unhealthy way, and is certainly an expensive way, by traveling across the country to find other people who have also disappeared and been forgotten. Because then, if I remember them, it helps me. I know it doesn't help them, but it helps me. It makes me feel like I'm doing something in a situation where nothing will make it better, so people don't usually do anything.
That's very noble of you.
Don't make fun of me.
I'm not making fun of you. I mean it. I think it's very noble. And I think it helps us refocus our efforts a little bit by reminding us of our core mission statement.
Finding Leona.
Finding lost people. That weed at the treatment center, he said there would have to be others, right?
He said it was fake.
He said that if it was real, there would have to be others. Cults kill because it gives them power. So the only way to maintain that power is to kill again. So sometime in the last 28 years, they must have killed again. That's how it works. So we can give up like the dickweed wants us to, or we can keep going and find the evidence he doesn't think exists. And then he has to eat his stupid words like a stupid weed.
This isn't about proving him wrong.
No, but that would be a really nice perk to all the other stuff.
Okay. So we look for other deaths. And since we're still working on the assumption that anyone in town might secretly be a member of the cult that may or may not exist, we can't go to the police or the coroner or anyone else. We have to do this online.
Watch out. Phone right here. Tell me what to search for.
I guess we start with similar cases? People who've been forgotten?
How on earth do I search for something that nobody remembers?
I don't know. Crap! This is hard. Search for... Start with the mom? Not Catherine herself, but like parents, more specifically. She said it right there in that first police report that she didn't remember her own daughter. That's what we look for. Missing persons reports that involve a lack of memory.
We are going to find a bunch of super high dirtbags who shot up and lost a toddler.
I know. It's going to suck. But somewhere in there, we're going to find something we can link to this case. Somewhere. Hi, it's me, Christina Walsh. As every movie about the internet has proven, it is impossible to make Google searches interesting, and we're purely audio, so we can't even do a montage of, like, people typing or me leaning over Sophie's shoulder and pointing at the screen. We're just two women in a motel room looking stuff up on our phones for what turned out to be 7 hours. Interrupted by 2 separate DoorDash orders, one for Chinese food and one for donuts.
They were therapy donuts. I need them for my mental health.
It is now nearly 1 a.m, and we have searched for everything. Parents who forgot about their children while filing a missing persons report. A handful, but all of them clearly drug-related and not like Leona and Catherine at all. People who had their eyeballs stolen? Turns out there was a guy in Texas who killed women and took their eyes, but he was caught in 1991 and died in prison last year, so we know it wasn't him.
Plus, he didn't use a bow and arrow. His victims were all prostitutes, and he didn't kidnap them. So everything was different. And it doesn't seem like a copycat situation.
Plus, Leona only lost one eye, and this guy took both, and it's just a gross situation that we don't need to keep talking about. So.
What was that movie where they used a guy's removed eye to bypass a retinal scanner?
You think somebody stole Leona's eyes so they could bypass a retinal scanner?
No, I'm just thinking about it now, and I can't name the movie, and it's driving me nuts.
I don't know. Isn't that like every movie?
Yes. Every movie ever made has a scene where someone removes an eyeball.
Focus! Come on! Back to the thing! The web search. That guy's waiting.
Spoiler warning.
Okay. So, we searched for everything we could think of. Death by bow and arrow. Roasting spits in abandoned bathtubs. Missing eyeballs. Missing violinists. Parents forgetting children. We looked up every combination of Ohio and cult we could think of. We even threw in LA. We searched for unsolved disappearances. We searched for people claiming that hackers filled their online archives with fake news stories about imaginary people. Not a single one of these searches had anything we could use. And then, about an hour ago, we got a hit.
A really tenuous one, but I started looking for forgotten artists, people who had been super famous and then disappeared from the public eye. And that got a lot of false positives, because this happens all the time, right? 5 billion blog posts from some neckbeard griping about how nobody remembers their favorite band anymore. So, I started looking for forgotten artists who were murdered, and that still got like a jillion hits. And then Christina was brilliant.
Just tired and desperate.
She told me that the defining attribute of Leona wasn't that she was forgotten. It's that she was rediscovered. She wasn't just obscure for a while. She was literally off the map completely. An absolute zero presence. And then someone found her work and started investigating. And I hope you're sitting down right now, because you are not going to believe what we found.
So tell them.
This is your podcast. You tell them.
But you were building up to it so well.
I was trying to give you a good intro. Just drum roll. Come on, you're ruining the moment.
We found another college student just like us, investigating a rediscovered artist just like us, who was world famous and then murdered in 1994 and then completely forgotten, just like us. Or just like Leona.
We're never going to be forgotten.
This is like finding the crown jewels in a thrift store marked as exactly what you're looking for, $10.
So let's call him.
We emailed the guy and he emailed us back, and he's as stunned as we are that something like this could happen twice. So he gave us his phone number, and we're going to call him right now. I really hope we get good audio.
Recording on Christina's phone, calling on mine. 3, 2, 1. Boom. Is it going to ring?
There it is.
Hello? Is this... No, you tell me who this is.
Mr. Davis? This is Christina Walsh and Sophie Kwan. We talked to you over email?
Yeah, okay. I just wanted to make sure. I've talked to some creepy weirdos lately.
You don't know the half of it, dude.
Mr. Davis, so...
Lamar's fine.
Okay. Lamar, we told you we're recording this, right? And you're okay with this going public?
I mean, yeah, but like, how many people actually listen? Like, how public is it really?
Anything you put on the internet is public.
We're recording this for episode 2. Episode 1 has, like... I don't know. I haven't listened to our listener stats, honestly. I've been so busy trying to find a stupid cult.
You found a cult?
We wish.
Okay, so here's the thing. We're, like we said, we're doing an audio project and trying to be as journalisty about it as we can. So can you introduce yourself?
Yeah. Hi, guys. My name is Lamar Davis. Are you journalism majors?
Music history?
No kidding. I'm art history.
Is that how you found your person?
Yeah. So let me introduce everything. I'm an art history major, or I guess just a history major, but with an emphasis in African American visual art. And one day, a few months ago, I was going through the archives, the museum basement, trying to help catalog all the stuff that had been misplaced, you know. And I found a collection of framed canvases, abstract oils that had just been, like, under a canvas tarp for, like, 25 years. Nobody had looked at them in forever, but there they were, like, really expensive frames with monogrammed brass nameplates and the whole deal. Not the kind of stuff that's supposed to be forgotten, you know? And absolutely gorgeous, jaw-dropping stuff, abstract oils, like I said, but in a style that I had never seen, that my professors had never seen. Just groundbreaking stuff that no one had ever heard of, that we didn't even know was there. The nameplate said Gordon Spillane. And I looked him up, and he's black. Like, he fits my emphasis perfectly. But nobody had heard of him in years. Just like your violin girl.
You looked up Leona?
When you contacted me, yeah. I needed to make sure you weren't just crazy people.
Right.
That's why I agreed to talk to you, because your story checked out, and we're looking for the same things.
A gifted artist who disappeared.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And Gordon Spillane is like all your stuff, down the line, you know? Like, he was super famous, on top of the world, public shows and private collections, and really poised to just take over the art world.
Right.
And then he was murdered, and then everyone forgot about him, completely, overnight. I've been trying to research him and find out what I can about him, but the mainstream media barely pays attention to abstract painters as it is, you know? Make him black on top of that? And there was absolutely no news coverage of his death.
Yeah, we had the same thing with Leona for being a woman.
What about after the death? When you say he was forgotten, how thoroughly are we talking about?
The most thorough you can imagine. No memorials, no retrospective of his life or his work, not even an obituary in his hometown paper.
Damn.
The one thing I found... Now, are you ready for this?
Mm-hmm.
The one thing I found that mentioned Spillane after his death was an art magazine that pulled a story on him days before publication because they thought the writer was making him up. Fired the guy completely. And he swore that he wasn't making him up, but that his sources must have fabricated a fake artist just to mess with him.
That is eerily familiar.
And I assume you're sitting on a mountain of evidence that this guy was real, right? Paintings and shows and museum records and everything?
So much stuff. One museum is even still displaying him, but with his name replaced by unknown artist. He's for sure real, 100%. But after he died, everyone just kind of erased him from their minds.
I am legit getting kind of scared right now.
Tell us about his actual death. It happened in the 90s, according to your blog post we found, right?
Yeah, 1995.
Ours was 94. Both years are a little before most organizations digitize their archives, but we were able to find some pretty good police records in hard copy. Did you have any luck with that kind of stuff?
Yeah, my girl Tracy at the PD came through with some great stuff.
Wait, Tracy? What police department?
Los Angeles, the woman in the
Tracy Clark! I talked to her too! So, wait, did Gordon Spillane die in LA?
Yes. Did Leona?
Yes.
I am turning on every light in this stupid hotel room and then calling an exorcist right now because what in the holy hell is going on right now?
Wait, Lamar, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. But if you two are messing with me, I'm going to be so fire-breathing
Lamar,
mad.
I need you to listen to me very carefully because this just got super weird and... Okay, I need proof that you're not just making this up to screw with us.
What? You need proof? Girl, my blog has been online for weeks. You think I know how to fake the posting dates on a WordPress site? I'm a history major, not a hacker.
Did you listen to our first episode? Is that where you came up with all these details that match our story so perfectly?
You think I have time to find and listen to some 3-hour audio project no one's ever heard of just so I can play the world's most elaborate joke on a couple of nobodies I've never even met before?
Well, then how do you explain the exact same crime in the exact same place as communicated by the exact same police archivist?
Lamar, we're going to check some things and call you back, okay?
This guy is
because you're either lying to us or this is a million times bigger and weirder than we thought it was.
Oh, you're damn right. I'm going to check on some things, too, to make sure you're not lying to me.
Chris, this guy is full of it. He listened to the first episode. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. And now he's just screwing with us on purpose, trying to ruin our investigation.
Well, there's only one way to find out for sure. We can call her in the morning.
LAPD, this is Tracy Clark.
Hi, Tracy. This is Christina Walsh from NYU. Do you remember me?
Of course. You're the trumpet player.
That's right. I have another question.
You know, a week or two after you called, I got a call from a guy in Portland, Oregon, trying to send me down the same rabbit hole.
Yes, that's exactly right. Do you remember that guy's name?
Lamar something. Dennis or Davis or what have you.
Oh, you can't be serious.
Serious as a heart attack. But I don't understand. Why do you guys care about Lamar?
Because of the man Lamar was researching.
Gordon Spillane?
Exactly. Can you tell us how he died?
He died exactly how you think he died. Shot in the back with an arrow, and then his eyeball cut right out of his head.
Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh.
You still there?
Yes. Thank you so much for all your help. Thank you.
Of course.
What? I remember when you called her the first time. It was over a month ago. If Lamar called 2 weeks after, even 3 weeks after, that was still before you posted the first episode. He couldn't have known anything about us.
Unless he's lying. But if he's lying, then she is, and this is all some kind of
a prank? Like the weed doctor said? You think they're just more cultists covering up a 28-year-old murder just because? Messing with your head just to mess with it? I don't think so. No, this is real.
Of course, they're not cultists, and it's not a prank. Tracy wouldn't lie to us, but I mean, this is all impossible.
Impossible or not, this is happening. And whatever remains
must be the truth.
Mm-hmm.
I just don't know how it can be true.
Neither do I. But I know where we have to go next.
Where? It's not a cult, and we don't have any evidence or anything.
We found a link. The only common link we have so far. 2 artists murdered in the exact same way, in the exact same place. We gotta go to LA.
Every year in the United States, there are 15,000 murders, give or take a few hundred. Of those, nearly 40% go unsolved. My name is Christina Walsh, and you're listening to Forgotten. It's a little intimidating to start this episode because I know there are a lot more of you listening now than we ever used to have. I started this show because I needed a way to process some things, and my mom used to be a reporter, so it felt kind of natural to do this as a report. Kind of. I made this series because I'm not a real reporter with a studio or a network or an outlet of any kind, and audio is something that a 22-year-old nobody can create in her dorm room. Or more recently, a string of motels. My first episode had exactly 4 downloads in its first week. Me, Gabriel, and Sophie, all of whom are in it, and then Sophie's cousin, Gemma, who is just a really nice person. We're still driving their car, and we've gone about 10 states farther than we initially asked for when we borrowed it from them. Thank you, Gemma. You're amazing. I'm honestly more scared to record this 3rd episode than I was to look for a cult in Ohio. We're not in Ohio anymore. And we're not really looking for cults. We're headed to California, to Los Angeles, to downtown Hollywood itself. That's where Leona McPherson disappeared. And that's where Gordon Spillane disappeared. And if you listened to the 2nd episode, you know that there are a ridiculous number of similarities between these 2 cases. Both were killed in Los Angeles in the mid-90s. Both were killed by an arrow in their back.
Both had their left eye removed after they were dead. Those are the salient, crime-related similarities. But there are more. Both were from marginalized groups, a woman and a black man. Both were famous artists at the top of their fields, a violin virtuoso and an abstract painter. And both were completely forgotten after their deaths. Not just by the world, but by their fans and even their own families. My trusty roommate Sophie and I drove to Columbus, Ohio to look for clues with Leona's family, hoping we could find something there. But now it looks like LA is the better bet. We've been assured by experts that the cult angle is a dead end. But now it's looking like some kind of serial killer. So, we got Gemma's permission to keep their car a little longer, and we're headed west. Today, we're in Flagstaff, Arizona, and tomorrow we'll make it to LA, and then I don't know what we're going to do. I've got a list of people I want to talk to, but I don't know if any of them want to talk to us. At the very least, I'm buying Tracy Clark some flowers. We'll see. I'll talk to you tomorrow. All of you. Hi, everyone. This is Christina Walsh.
And Sophie Kwan.
And we're in a Starbucks in West Hollywood. We chose this place because it's very public, which makes it a much safer place to meet with a stranger.
Hi, my name is Lamar Davis, and I am not fully convinced that this isn't some kind of plot to kidnap and murder me.
Listen, dude, if anyone's gonna get kidnapped and murdered here, it's us. So don't even think about trying any funny business, okay? We have plenty of listeners, and we're streaming this live right now to all of them. So if you even clear your throat wrong, they're going to call the cops on you so freaking fast, your eyes will spin around in their sockets like a cartoon character.
Okay, look. We're all very nervous because something clearly very weird is going on. But we also all agreed to travel here and meet each other. And I think that's a sign that we trust each other enough to at least have a conversation, right? Mm-hmm. We drove here from Ohio. You drove here from Portland. We're here now, so let's at least share some information, all right?
Fine.
Great.
But I'm watching you.
Hey.
Yeah, well, look. I didn't mean to start anything, all right? Well, it's been tricky, you know? I mean, I've been trying to research the weirdest case I've ever seen, and everyone has either lied to me or shut me out or had hysterical memory loss, none of which makes any sense at all. And then you come out of nowhere with exactly the same story, but a different person? I mean, it's hard to believe, but there's too much evidence not to believe it, you know?
Yeah, I know. We've looked into your guy, Gordon Spillane, and independently determined a lot of the same information you gave us. So we're pretty sure you're telling us the truth.
Yeah, well, I've done the same with Leona McPherson, so I'm pretty sure you're telling me the truth as well.
Great.
We even talked to an extra source in the LAPD.
Yeah, we went to talk to Tracy Clark, just on the off chance that she was lying through her teeth about everything, but she wasn't in the office this morning, so we had a different guy look up all the same case files. Josue Aguinaldo. He found the same stuff Tracy did. Both people were kidnapped, shot with arrows, and, de-eyeballed. Exactly like she told us, with no evidence that the records have been tampered with.
We even saw the original pages, handwritten from 94 and 95, and I'm done believing that this is a mass conspiracy designed to trick 3 college students into making idiots of themselves online, so this is real.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, and freaky as hell.
Okay, so let's start with the eyeballs, because I feel like that's going to be the key here. I suppose technically it's not a pattern until we find a third victim, but this is starting to look an awful lot like a serial killer.
Or get this, a copycat. Maybe somebody read about Leona's death and tried to copy it with Gordon.
That seems pretty unlikely. Leona's death got almost no coverage. If someone was trying to throw the police off the trail by making it look like their murder of Gordon was connected to somebody else, why pick Leona? Nobody knew about her. The cops didn't even connect the two.
Yeah, but these are the worst cops I've ever seen.
No, I'm not convinced that they are. They have exemplary records, stellar performance reviews, and everyone involved has a string of successful cases a mile long. We did a whole episode about this. I don't think the cops are corrupt. And I don't think they're incompetent.
No? Well, then how do you explain it? How did they miss all of these giant mountains of evidence?
I mean, these crimes were all pre-internet, right? So maybe they just didn't have a good way of cross-referencing different cases?
Yeah, well, that's a good point, because frankly, I don't know how anybody got anything done before the internet. But we can't sit here and say that they didn't. I mean, they solved that other huge string of crimes you mentioned, so why not these two?
I don't know. But I think it will be more productive, at least for now, to focus on the crimes themselves.
Sweet. So we've got a serial killer who steals people's eyes. That's a big deal, right? And since we do have the internet now, it's gotta be super easy to cross-reference that and find other eyeless corpses the LAPD has just laying around.
Eyeless artists. That's clearly part of the MO. Okay, so check it out. I've been doing some research, and serial killers tend to have a very specific profile for the people that they hunt. The Son of Sam killed a bunch of people in New York in the 70s, all of them young women with long, dark hair.
Right.
People even started wearing blonde wigs to avoid him. Some killers want prostitutes, some hunt homeless people, some hunt married women or families, but they've all got, or at least most of them, have got a recognizable pattern. Leona McPherson was a young white woman in her 20s, and Gordon Spillane was a black man in his 50s. The only thing they have in common, really, is that they were artists.
They were also out-of-towners. Maybe this killer was hunting artists, or maybe he was just hunting tourists.
Why, though? I can totally believe that a guy who wants eyeballs would try to get the best eyeballs, and I can think of a lot of reasons why he'd think that artists have the best ones. I don't know if they actually do, but I can believe that this psycho guy would believe that they do. It makes a kind of thematic sense, but I can't think of any reason to collect tourist eyeballs. Unless he was trying to get one from every state or something.
Oh, maybe he was.
Guys, the people at the other tables are looking at us funny.
It's okay. We're reporters.
No, we're not.
Sure we are. We're reporting something, right? That's literally what reporter means.
Yeah, but we're not trained. And sure, this is the age of DIY everything, but that's not helping us actually solve this case or find any answers. For all we know, the people listening to this are only doing it because they love watching morons stumbling around screwing things up. We're not a true crime series. We're an epic fails compilation.
Look, reporters don't know any of this stuff either. They don't have law degrees. They study communications or, I don't know.
Maybe journalism, where for all we know, they do study law and crime and whatever other thing. We're all humanities majors. You're art history, I'm music history, and Sophie's performance.
Yeah, really?
Televirtuoso, bitch.
My point is, speculating about this killer is just going to spin us in pointless circles. And maybe it's interesting to listen to, but I personally would much rather listen to answers than questions. I want to know who did this and why. Not what 3 randos on the internet think about who did this and why.
Well, if you're so smart, then why do you think he took their eyeballs?
I don't know. Maybe he was hungry.
Ugh.
Oh, this is disgusting. Chris, come on.
Oh, hi. Don't worry. We're reporters.
Maybe he was stealing artist eyeballs, but I doubt it because Leona wasn't a visual artist. Why not steal her ears or her fingers if you're after the parts that relate to her art? Or maybe the art has nothing to do with it. Maybe he killed tourists because they were, easier. People from out of town are probably easier to kidnap because they're untethered from their lives and their homes and their families. people don't notice they're missing as quickly. Or maybe we're wildly overthinking this, and it's just a guy who worked in a hotel who killed tourists because that's who he saw all day.
That's actually a really good idea. What hotel was Spillane staying in?
At the Beverly Hilton.
Fancy. But pretty far away from the Roosevelt Leona was in.
My point is, we don't know. And until we get more information, we can't know.
Well, all right then, let's get some information. You want me to research the eyeball thing?
And I can research the hotels. If they've got staff records, we might be able to find a link between the two.
Good. And I'll look for arrows, I guess. I'll go back to the police station and talk to Josue again. There's bound to be something else about bow and arrow murders, right? Let's find what we can and then come back here tonight.
Yeah, okay, except I don't think they want us back here.
It's okay. We're reporters.
Welcome back. It's, Christina, right?
Yes, and you are... Jose?
Josue. It's just like it, but with a W. Jose is like Joseph. Josue is like Joshua.
Thank you. I'm sorry for pronouncing it wrong.
No problem. What can I do for you?
Before I ask anything else, do I have your permission to record our conversation? It's for that crime series I told you about before.
The one about the murder cases? Yeah. I don't know. Everyone around here is pretty touchy about being recorded, you know? Just as a general rule. It doesn't bother me, but let me check with the captain.
Thank you. We're back. This time in an interview room. It's not the full deal with the one-way mirror and everything. Just like a small conference room. Josue is with me, and we have his captain's permission to record our conversation.
I've also got a laptop which is connected to the station archives, and we're going to use it to search for past cases involving arrow wounds. Cool. This is so much more entertaining than what I usually do all day.
The captain did tell Josue to vet everything before he shared it. I can't even see the screen. If anything is part of an active investigation or anything like that, he can't tell me anything about it. So, let's go.
All right, so let's start by narrowing the search. How far back do you want to go?
How far back do your records go?
As far back as you want, really. The LAPD was established in 1853, and our entire archive was digitized in the early 2010s.
How long does a serial killer typically operate?
That's not my expertise. But they can have long pauses between their victims, sometimes several years long. Lonnie Franklin Jr., that's the Grim Sleeper, if you've heard of him before, he was killing people from 1985 up to 2007, with a 14-year gap from 88 to 02, so it's really hard to say.
Holy crap. Let's say 1980, then? That's 14 years before Leona McPherson.
Sounds good to me. Let's see what the old database kicks out. Okay. Well, there you go. We had one just a couple of years ago.
Wait, what? Are you serious?
Yeah, take a look. I mean, don't take a look. I'm not allowed to show you. This was October 2020 in National City.
Is that in LA?
San Diego. I expanded the range for you a bit since we're partnered with some of the other departments. This was a transient man who shot another transient man at a campsite. Guy's in jail pending trial.
Transient meaning, like, homeless? The guy who killed Leona was probably homeless. He was squatting in an abandoned house.
I guess it could be the same guy, but... Well, first of all, this guy was 39 years old. That puts him at, 13 years old in 1994?
Oh.
Probably not capable of kidnapping and murdering an adult, though I suppose it might be generational.
Like, he was the first killer's son or something?
It's rare, but it happens. Serial killers who raise their children to follow their footsteps. But so few of the details line up here. The guy in 2020 called the police on himself, and he didn't steal the eyeball, and he wasn't shot in the back. Both of the other victims you had me look up were shot in the back.
What if this was a child, witness to and participant in the 90s killings, and then tried to start again on his own and couldn't go through with it?
Maybe. I mean, I don't want to tell you you're wrong, but nothing about this feels right. Okay. You can tell when something's a serial killer, you know? Like there's a ritual to it. This is just some guy who was hungry and used what he had on hand to fight off a competitor. And look, there's another one in 2014 up in Lancaster, and another one in 77 in Mir Loma. They're all clear crimes of passion with known perpetrators, all of whom were unrelated and all of whom were arrested. No eyeballs involved in any of it. I'm not saying you shouldn't follow up on these. For all I know, they're connected to your killer. I have no idea. I'm just saying that McPherson and Spillane were definitely, clearly the same guy, and none of these are even remotely similar, outside of the weapon used.
Well then, okay. First things first, can you give me the names and case files of the ones you found?
These three? Sure.
And any others aside from them?
It's just the 5. These I just mentioned, and then the 2 you already know about.
There's gotta be more than that. Can we refine the search or something? How about arrow wounds that people lived through?
Let me type it in. Boom. 647 results. Going as far back as 1861, though a lot of these older ones are literally in the Wild West era, so they're not really crimes so much as the natural result of encroaching on native land. And keep in mind, these are just the ones that got reported, either to us or to the hospital. There are probably 2 or 3 times as many as that just never got reported at all.
Ooh, well, I can't study 600 and whatever the hell incidents in any kind of detail.
You cannot.
Right.
Or at least not without dedicating months to it and probably finding nothing.
But then, what ties it together? Because this is clearly a serial killer, right? Am I crazy?
It definitely looks like one, but who knows? The similarities are too strong to ignore, so it's a very safe bet that McPherson and Spillane are connected. But you gotta remember that serial killers are, by nature, unstable. The media loves to portray them as masterminds, and some of them are definitely clever, but sooner or later, even the smartest ones implode. They do what they do because their brains are broken, and because of what they do, they almost never have anything remotely resembling a support system. No one can keep going like that forever. Maybe your guy only made it through 2 before he cracked.
Maybe. But then, wouldn't he have cracked in some visible way? Something we would notice and something involving a bow and arrow?
I say again, it looks like that, but who knows? The science we've built around unstable criminals is itself unstable. There's no criminal minds, super team that can come in here and perfectly predict what happened.
So we have to go with what we know for sure. Which is 2 people kidnapped and murdered in the 90s, shot in the back, and an eyeball removed. And no other crimes like it ever again.
Not in SoCal, at least.
So he might have moved on, or he might have changed his methods. We're looking for a bow and arrow, but what if that was incidental? What if some other aspect of the killings was the important part?
If you want me to do a search for everyone shot in the back, you're going to get hundreds of thousands.
No. Not just anyone shot in the back. Kidnapped people shot in the back. Listen, I talked to the officer who found Leona's body, Blake Hensley, and he said it looked like she'd been let go and then shot. That's the part I was ignoring. Leona and Gordon weren't just kidnapped. They were bound and held, and then for some sick reason they were released before they were killed. Or I don't even know if Spillane was. Can you look that up?
Sure. Yeah, here it is. Okay. He had rope marks on his wrists, clearly bound and gagged, but there were no bindings on him when the body was found, just the gag. Which doesn't prove that he was unbound before he was killed. Maybe the killer unbound him after while he was taking out the eye, but it definitely could be.
Then that's what we're looking for. People who were kidnapped and then released and then attacked from behind. Bow and arrow, gun, knife, I don't know, sword, morning star. Can you do a search for that?
Absolutely, but how much time do you have? This could take a while.
I got all the time in the world. I'll just pause the recording and smash cut to tonight when I tell my friends what we found. Holy crap, you are not going to believe what we found.
You're not going to believe what I found.
You're definitely going to believe what I found.
No luck on the hotels?
Neither the Roosevelt nor the Hilton keep employment records dating back 27 years.
Go figure.
It's like these giant corporations don't even care about our tiny little amateur hour investigation.
Guys, listen, I'm not kidding about the news I have. It is insane.
Then we need to go somewhere safe. After what I heard, I don't want to be out on the street any longer than we have to be.
Agreed. So, do you ladies trust me now? Can we go back to my motel without you thinking I'm going to murder you?
Sure.
Your motel. Is that where your accomplices are waiting?
Sophie, for crying out loud.
I mean, come on. What? You mean you want me to know where your motel is?
Obviously not.
We'll go to Lamar's hotel. We both have mace. Sophie's got a pocket baton, and none of that matters because he's not trying to kill us.
No, I'm not.
Fine. But I reserve the right to tell you I told you so when we're kneeling in shallow graves we dug ourselves.
All right. We are now in Lamar's hotel room, where I am pleased to report we have not been murdered. So let's hear what you learned about the eyeballs.
Okay, all right. Now, this is super gross stuff, so I apologize in advance.
That's okay.
All right. I went to the LA County Coroner's office and talked to one of the assistants there who did not consent to be recorded, so I have no audio from the meeting. And she helped me look through the autopsy records dating back 50 years.
Wow, that's a lot of autopsies.
Mm-hmm. They were all digitized, so it was pretty easy to search through. We started with the search of corpses with missing eyeballs, which turned up about 300.
Wow.
I would have expected way more than that.
More than 300 carved out eyeballs?
In one of the largest cities in the country over 50 whole years?
What do you think people do down here? Take eyeball carving classes?
300 missing eyeballs, but that's not limited to carved out ones. Honestly, about half of them were just electrocutions.
Oh, gross. Does that destroy your eyeballs?
Oh, yeah, it can. The coroner lady said it melts them.
Oh, that is grotesque.
That is awesome.
All right, well, so we filtered out the electrocutions and the animal attacks. You know, a lot of coyotes down here, it turns out. And house fires and whatever. Anything that might have destroyed the eyes through natural causes. That left us with about 68 bodies where the coroner is pretty sure the eyes were removed by the murderer. We went through those one by one and weeded out the ones that were obviously not our guy. You know, people who were caught, people who were way too early, crimes of passion.
Wait, what do you mean way too early?
Well, once we got a good look at the data, I actually think Leona was the first victim.
Police archivist and I came to the same conclusion.
Yeah, there were a handful of missing eyeballs from like the early 80s or whatever, but the methods were completely different. Some of them were crimes of passion, like I said, an angry son who kills his dad and then mutilates the body, that kind of thing. The crimes that seemed the most similar to Leona and Gordon, kidnapping victims who lost their right eye specifically, those were pretty easy to identify. And they run a pretty solid block between 1994 and, 2022.
Wait, what? This guy's still killing?
I mean, it looks like it, yeah.
Well, then, I'm chaining this door.
I don't think we can swear on this series. We have like a clean rating thing.
Oh, this tiny chain! I'm shoving this dresser in front of the door. And I'm gonna be putting that mattress in front of the window, so get off the bed.
I think I can bleep it out or something. Let me Google how to do that.
Okay, come on, guys.
What?
Focus. I need you two to focus. Forget the doors, forget the beeps. This just got real, okay? All right, now, this isn't a weird historical project anymore. This is now. We have to deal with this now.
I know we do. It's just one problem at a time.
How are you so calm? You thought Sparky McArt School here was scary? You thought cults were scary? Some is right here in this city killing people and stealing their eyeballs, and we have been talking about it on what I am now being told is a super popular investigation. This killer could be listening to us. He could be downloading our episodes and snickering to himself while he sharpens his eye gouging knife. What do you even use to take an eyeball out? A spoon? Or like a sharpened melon baller?
I'm calm because we found the same thing at the police archive. Lamar, how many victims did you find?
Is it 20? Is it more than 20? Is it more than one a year?
Okay, it's 42. Look, some years there were none. One year there were 5. It averages out to 2 victims every 3 years. That's 1.5 per year.
Yeah, we know what 3 divided by 2 is. That's not the pressing issue. We need to call the police, Christina.
Police already know.
Oh, well, that makes sense. That's where you got all this data from.
I mean, yes, but they hadn't already put the pieces together. At least the cops didn't. The guy helping me was as shocked as I was to find everything. I bet the coroner was the same.
Yeah, pretty much. She said they'd never put the cases together before. She gathered all the info and started a new case file.
I think we broke a major case.
How is this possible? 42 identical murders in 27 years makes this one of the hardest working serial killers in the business. And the cops didn't even notice it, let alone find the guy.
I don't think it's the cops' fault.
You keep giving them a free pass on this crap.
Because I really don't think it's their fault. Look, Lamar found 42 eyeball removers. I found 48 kidnapping victims who were attacked in the back. 42 exactly, if we leave out the ones who, aren't artists.
Whoa. All artists?
And wait a minute. Attacked in the back with an arrow?
Only 3 on my list were arrow victims, but I actually don't think the arrow is a meaningful aspect of the crimes. I think it's just what he had on hand for his first 3 murders. We talked about this morning, but Josue explained that serial killers have a pattern, not just in who they kill, but in where they kill, how they kill, why they kill. Everything. Sometimes it's ritualized, like the Black Dahlia guy who kind of arranged bodies for people to find. Sometimes it's just out of necessity because they don't want anyone to find the body and they can only think of one way to hide it, so they keep doing the same thing over and over. So, our guy has some pretty clear marks in his pattern, right? He targets artists. He kidnaps them. He takes out their right eye. Everything that stays the same is part of the pattern, and everything that changes is not. Well, up to a certain point. Some things can change because the killers themselves change over time. They get more desperate or they take bigger risks, things like that. Our guy dropped the abandoned house thing after just the 4th or 5th victim. After that, the bodies started turning up in ditches and empty lots and stuff like that.
There's no way he killed them out in the open. He must have been moving them.
Exactly. It's another standard thing for a lot of serial killers. They get more sophisticated after the first few kills. Josue thinks he might have built himself a lair somewhere, for lack of a better word, a house or a warehouse or something specifically designed to hold the people he kidnaps and then kill them when he's done.
Done with that?
Well, this is the part that I figured out.
You're bragging.
Well, what else am I gonna do? Not get good at the thing I've been obsessing over for months? I'm not bragging, I'm just competent, okay? I figured something out. Let me have this.
I'm sorry. You know I support you and everything. Girl power, team action, force go. I'm just a wreck right now.
Yeah, well, hello. I think we all are.
Okay.
What did you figure out?
Okay, so the bow and arrow weren't really part of it. Not a meaningful part of it. I think that's just what he had on him when he started, back when he was living in alleys catching stray cats for food. No, the key part was the bindings and the attack in the back. None of the bodies were tied up when they were found, but all of them had been tied up while they were captured, and every single one of them was attacked in the back. That's not how you execute someone. You want to show power over them, or even if you just have them tied up in any typical way, the natural angle for that death blow to come from is in the front. This guy was capturing people, sometimes torturing them, and then letting them go, and then shooting them in the back.
Damn.
I mean, but why, though? You know, I mean, what if they just escaped?
42 victims every single time, all escaping in the same way, and every single one of them being caught and killed immediately?
Some of them might have escaped.
Maybe Josue said he was going to look up kidnapping reports and see if anyone came in talking about something that matches our guy's profile, but I don't think he's going to find anything. Sophie, do you remember Sergeant Hensley? The guy from the first episode who found Leona's body.
I think so. I never talked to him, but I heard you play all the recordings over and over while you put together the episode.
Yeah, so that guy said that there were blood stains on the front walk outside of the house where they found her. She got loose. She ran away. She got shot in the back, and then he dragged her back inside. I think, and this is a big leap, so take it with a grain of salt, okay? I'm just making this up, but it feels right, and Josue agrees with me. I think our killer wants his victims to feel hope. He grabs them, binds them, tortures them, degrades them, just absolutely beats them down emotionally. He wants them to feel complete despair. And then he frees them, and they think they're getting away. And he kills them at their greatest moment of hope.
That is incredibly sick.
Yeah.
Wow.
If we were back in our dorm at NYU and this was still a crime that happened 30 years ago on the other side of the continent, I would think this was amazing. I would eat this shit up. But here, in the middle of his literal hunting ground, knowing that he's out there right now, I feel like I want to personally apologize for every episode of Hannibal I ever enjoyed, which was all of them, and some of them twice.
Okay, all right, but what about the cop thing? Now, you said don't blame the cops, but we're amateurs. We know nothing, and we figured this out in one day. The police are either in on it or incompetent. They have to be. There's no other explanation.
What's the final piece of this pattern? One more thing that's true of all 42 murders, every single time.
That the cops botched it. That he never got caught. That he can kill with impunity because no one even bothers to look for him.
Impunity, yes, but why?
I think I know where you're going with this, yeah. And for the record, I think you're crazy.
It's not crazy if it's true.
It's the memory thing, right? Every victim gets forgotten.
Ignored.
No, forgotten. Every victim was an artist at the absolute top of their field. Actors, musicians, sculptors, dancers, painters, singers, everything. But aside from that, they're all different. Old black men like Gordon Spillane, young white women like Leona, middle-aged Mexicans like Yesenia Rubio, middle-aged white men like Mark Johnson, adorable child prodigies like Abigail Rhodes.
Really? I've never heard of her.
I guarantee you have. I think we all have. She was in a movie with Tom Cruise and Meryl Streep in 2009. She won a SAG award for it, the youngest winner in history at 9 years old. I've seen that movie. I don't remember this girl or anything about her. Look at this list. There's a supermodel, there's a rock star, there's an author, and sure, yeah, nobody remembers authors, but there is no way that the people on this list should be forgotten as quickly or as completely as they were. I thought Leona was a weird outlier, that her mom was drunk or high or part of a cult. I thought that she was a horrible fluke in the endless grid of celebrity culture. But this is 42 people who have the exact same story. Famous, talented, murdered, and gone from our collective memory. That has to mean something.
Or maybe people just get forgotten. It happens. We probably don't remember anyone who died in 2009.
Michael Jackson, Walter Cronkite, Brittany Murphy.
Oh, I love Brittany Murphy.
Everybody loves Brittany Murphy. You quoted her to me in the first episode.
Oh, yeah,
and imagine how much more memorable she'd be if she'd won a major acting award 2 months before being kidnapped, shot in the back, and having her eyeball removed. These are not forgettable things. I'm going to have nightmares for the rest of my life about this stuff. But we should have been having these nightmares all along, and we weren't because we forgot about it all. But only for these specific 42 people.
Okay, all right. So what? What are you suggesting, huh? I mean, this isn't magic.
Maybe it is.
Chris.
I know you think I'm crazy. At this point, even I think I'm crazy, but we know this happened. We know it's not natural, so supernatural explanations are all I've got left. Hi again. It's the next morning now. Sophie is still inside, sleeping off a pretty late night with what I have to assume are some very dark dreams. It was, not a fun day yesterday. I'm outside now, and Lamar's gone home to Portland. He didn't want to stick around any longer than he had to. The police have opened an active investigation tying together all 42 of the victims we found, plus maybe some others, I don't know. They're calling this guy the Hollywood Killer because all the victims were here in this area, Hollywood, Glendale, downtown LA. Some other neighborhoods too, but I don't remember all the names and stuff. And technically I'm from LA, but I don't know the local geography very well. It's kind of a huge place. So, I read some of the comments you've been leaving, and honestly, thank you. Thank you for the kind words and the motivation. The comments that I'm most grateful for are the ones about all these forgotten victims. With the exception of a handful of highly overconfident people I assume are lying. None of you had ever heard of Leona before either, or Gordon, or I suspect Yesenia or Abigail or any of the other people on our list that we've just discovered. You've found plenty of evidence that these people were talented and famous, and plenty of evidence that the world forgot about them. I still can't explain that. But I'm really glad that people are rediscovering them now. You're all out there listening to Leona's music and looking at Gordon's paintings. And I think that's really, genuinely wonderful. Even if we don't find any answers at the end of this, we've found some people. And that was kind of my whole point starting out, you know? So, thank you for that. And some of you have suggested it, so yes, I'm just going to come out and say it. Yes, I have absolutely thought about my dad here. He disappeared in LA, which is where the Hollywood Killer hunts. And he was a playwright, and everyone the Hollywood Killer has taken was an artist. So, a lot of it does line up. And I don't want to think about my dad being tortured and freed and shot in the back and all that stuff I talked about last night. Nobody wants to think about that. But nobody knows where my dad went. He's one of those 5,000-something unsolved murders that I talk about in my intro every episode. 40% of 15,000, whatever that is. I'm a music major, not a mathematician. But the point is, if the Hollywood Killer took him, and if I can find the Hollywood Killer, then I'd have closure, revenge, evidence that could lead me to, at the very least, something that I can bury. I know I'm not going to get him back. I'm not happy about it, and I haven't really come to terms with it yet emotionally. But I know in my brain that it's true. He's gone. But listeners, I share your hope.
this investigation might, maybe, get me closer to some answers. And that would be amazing. Okay, so today we're gonna go out, whenever Sophie wakes up, to a place called Eagle Rock. I don't mind telling you where we'll be because we won't be there anymore by the time this airs. So, if you're listening, Mr. Hollywood Killer, you can get bent because you're not gonna find us. You're one episode behind no matter where we go. We're going to have lunch at a place called The Oinkster because I saw it once on Guy Fieri and it looks amazing. And there's nothing you can do about it, so neener neener. I don't care if that's childish. You're a friggin' sociopath. You don't get to point a finger at other people's behavior. And then, after lunch, we're going to talk to the husband of one of the victims. A guy named Carmelo Balone, who was a choreographer for a ton of huge things in the early 2000s. Same story as the others. On top of the world, super famous, super talented. Then kidnapped and shot in the back. We're going to see if his family can tell us anything. And probably get thrown out on our butts when I lose my cool on another grieving old person. I'll try to keep myself under control this time. I promise. Is this it?
This is the right address.
I didn't see a number.
There is no number.
Then how do you know it's the right address?
I'm guessing the number from the other houses on the street. And from the fact that this house has a giant sculpture of a mime in the front yard.
And old gay choreographers always have mime statues in their front yards and
I'm
dancing.
not saying it's 100%, but it's 99, y'all. Just knock on the door.
Fine. But I'm cutting this part out of the final audio.
No, you're not.
Probably not. I don't think anyone's home. I don't know what to do.
Can I help you?
Oh, good afternoon, Mr. Feinberg. My name is Christina Walsh, and this is my friend Sophie Kwan. We're college students from NYU working on a special research project. Do you have time to answer a few questions?
What is this about?
Well, it's, a local serial killer, actually, that we think you might have a connection.
No. I don't follow that kind of news. I'm sorry.
Wait, sir. Before you close the door, just let me ask you one more thing. Do you remember a man named Carmelo Balone?
Carmelo Balone? No, I can't say that I do, but I'm old. I don't remember every dancer I ever worked with.
He was the choreographer, actually. And...
Yes? Is he the criminal you're talking about?
I'm just gonna butt in here really quick and ask if it's okay if we record this conversation?
Record?
Yes, the project that we're working on will be released as a podcast. So ideally, we'd like to get your permission to use your voice as a part of that. If you say no, we can still use your information, but I'll have to describe it or paraphrase it instead of just playing your audio.
Well, one thing I've never been is shy. You can put me in your project if you want, but I don't think I'll have anything interesting to say. I don't remember any Carmelo Balone.
Then this is about to be a very awkward conversation.
Okay, so... do you mind if we come in, actually?
Doorway is fine for now.
Okay, well... okay, in that case, I have a police report here about the murder of Carmelo Balone in 2010. He was a choreographer, like I said, and he'd just won a Fosse Award.
Well, now I know you're lying, because I know every Fosse winner for the last 30 years, and I've never, even heard of Carmelo Balone.
It gets weirder, I promise. I've got a police report here, and, well, I guess you can just look at it, particularly the next of kin section.
Let me have a look. Found in South Pass. Well, that's kind of nearby, I guess. And next of kin. Oh, I know what this is about. This is about that hate crime I was part of, right? Let's see. October 2010. Yes, that was right about the same time. That's what this is. I was targeted by a home invasion in October of 2010. You see, I've been fighting for gay rights since the beginning, and I was part of the big push for marriage rights that got us to 2008. But we only had them for 5 months. But we had them, and that made a lot of people furious. So in 2010, after we'd already lost the rights again, so it was pure pettiness at that point, somebody broke into my home and absolutely filled it with photos and things of some man I'd never met. Photoshopped vacation pictures of the two of us together, that sort of thing. A big framed portrait of the two of us on the steps of City Hall, marked June 20th, 2008. As if we'd been there in the first week after in remarriage. It was strange, now that I look back on it, to choose that particular tactic to attack me, presenting me with a fake marriage and all. But it worked, and I was devastated by it, absolutely heartbroken. Are you two together?
Oh, just roommates.
Well, either way, you have opportunities we never did. So for someone to come in and throw that entire thing in my face, well, it was atrocious. The specter of the life I never had dangled in front of me like a giant middle finger. The police combed the place for days, but aside from the photos and things and a perfectly forged marriage certificate, let's not forget that there was no sign of a break-in. So that's all this is, girls. Just one more ghost from somebody's bad joke rising up to haunt me.
Is there any chance you saved any of that stuff?
Why would I save it? I gave it all to the police as evidence.
Maybe they still have some of it somewhere.
Is there anything else I can help you with?
Wait, I'm trying to think of another way to ask this.
Just spit it out.
But I mean, I have to ask it in just the right way.
This is unbelievable. Right. Exactly like in Ohio.
Yeah.
What happened in Ohio?
Maybe it is magic. I mean, that's the only explanation.
I've got it. You were a dancer, right?
Most of my life?
Yes. And you were in a show called... Oh, I did this research. Just a second. Yes, there it is. You were in a show called Dark Watchers, a modern dance expo thingy in downtown LA in 1988.
Yes, I remember. Loved that show. That's where I met my husband.
You remarried?
What? No, I've never been married.
You just said you met your husband on that show.
Oh, must have been a slip of the tongue.
Do you remember the choreographer on Dark Watchers?
Oh, wonderful man. Electricity between us almost instantly. What was his name?
Is it who I think it is?
Yes, he remembers.
Can't recall. Tall man, absolutely gifted choreographer.
Did you know each other well?
Oh, I thought so. But now I can barely remember his face, and I swear his name is right on the tip of my tongue.
Think about details. What did he like to eat? How much did he drink? How did he dress? Big and flashy, silk shirts and tight pants and all that.
Oh, no, nothing like that. Carmelo was always very staid and plain in his...
You said it.
Car...
You're right there. It's coming back now. Say the name again.
It can't be. No.
You knew this man for 30 years. Just think.
No. It was a hate crime. It was a home invasion.
Push through it.
Think about details, like she said. What did he talk like? What did he say? What did he shout when the dancers did well or when they screwed up? You're doing the steps and you miss one and he says...
Again? He never said we were wrong. He never yelled or berated. He just said, again. And then we did it again until we got it right. Carmelo.
You remember? Nobody remembers.
I met him in 1988. We got together in 91. We got married in 2008. The very first week after in remarriage.
Mr. Feinberg, I think you need to sit down.
All our photos. All his clothes. Our wedding certificate.
Oh, easy there. Grab him. Sophie, he's falling. Mr. Feinberg, damn it. Mr. Feinberg, wake up.
Call an ambulance.
Did he have a heart attack?
I don't know what he had. Just call an ambulance.
Over here.
Get his arm.
Blood pressure's low.
On 3, 1, 2.
Caucasian male, mid-60s, low blood pressure, and acute arrhythmia. Room 2.
Respiratory tech to room 2.
Henry Feinberg made it through. Not a heart attack, but the nurse said it was about as close to a heart attack as you can get without actually being one. So that's not great, I guess. But yay, no heart attack. He's recovering in a room, and they've gone through his wallet to find some family or something they can call. We came. Not because we're useful. We just needed to know if he was okay. I don't want to kill anyone in this podcast. That's kind of the opposite of the whole point.
He remembered.
He did.
He remembered while we were talking to him. I saw it in his eyes. You saw it too.
Yeah.
He wasn't lying to us. He wasn't faking it or acting or anything like that. He remembered. Right there in front of us. For the first time ever. First time since Carmelo died, maybe.
Or even before. Leona's mom forgot her as soon as she disappeared. Maybe Henry forgot Carmelo the same way, as soon as he was taken.
It doesn't make sense.
But it's consistent. That means there's rules.
Rules?
To the magic, or like a logical explanation, some kind of scientific laws or principles governing the loss of memory.
Then why did he remember when nobody else did?
I don't know.
And why did he remember so much sooner than everyone else?
I don't know.
Leona's mom forgot her in 1994 and still doesn't know who she is.
Right.
That's 28 years. Henry forgot Carmelo in 2010 and got his memory back just 12 years later.
Maybe it was a technique we used. Your thing about helping him think about details.
Maybe. You think Catherine McPherson could remember little details if we asked her?
Maybe.
And that violin teacher. We talked about details with her. We even showed her a photo. Nothing.
Just because we don't know how it works doesn't mean it doesn't make sense. It just means we still have more to figure out.
Ugh, and how f***ing long is that gonna take? I have a rehearsal next week, and I assume you're still intending to graduate. And besides, I only told Gemma we're taking Sparky for 5 days. She's not gonna let this one go like last time.
Calm down. I just got a DM. I never get those.
Oh, well, great. Maybe we can finally get you a date.
Sophie, stop. Somebody stalked me from these recordings, found my Instagram, and sent me a DM.
How do you know it's from the investigation?
'Cause it's about the investigation. Look, big fan of the show. Glad someone finally found him. Takes a while for Miranda's to wear off.
What's Miranda's?
I don't know. Look, there's more. Take a tip from someone who knows him. Look for a glass eye. What?
So, who is he talking about? The killer?
What if it's about Gordon Splain? We were just looking for him.
No. This is not about Gordon. This is about the killer. Whoever sent you this creepy DM knows who it is, and he's trying to give you clues. He uses something called Miranda's, and he has a glass eye.
Guess that makes sense. Serial killers want what they can't have, right? Maybe this guy wants eyes because he's missing one of his own?
No, my uncle has a glass eye, and he's a super normal dude.
Well, he's not a sociopath. I imagine that changes your response to outside stimuli.
Probably. I mean, look, the point is, Miranda's. That is the key. That's the real clue here. Maybe it's not magic at all, and Miranda's is the name of a drug or something. Like a street name for Rohypnol.
Roofie is already the street name for Rohypnol.
Something more powerful then. Maybe even something in an aerosol that he can pump through the air. That's why everyone in the hotel forgot about Leona. Everyone in the police station.
I don't think roofies work that way.
I don't know. What I really want to know is who sent you this DM.
Yeah, no kidding. What kind of person knows all about a secret serial killer and then doesn't do a single thing about it for 28 years?
I can only think of one answer. And I hate it intensely.
I think I'm thinking the same thing. It was an accomplice.
Or the killer himself.
Crap.
The Hollywood killer just slid into your DMs.
Every year in the United States, there are 15,000 murders, give or take a few hundred. Of those, nearly 40% go unsolved. My name is Christina Walsh, and you're listening to Forgotten. So, I uploaded episode 3 yesterday, and RIP my inbox. I will probably never check it again, so thanks for emailing. And your listenership is a welcome and vital part of the show, but I do not have time to read that much stuff or that kind of stuff or anything at all. We're trying to solve a crime and find the man who killed Leona and Gordon and Carmelo and everybody else. That's what we need to focus on. 42 victims and rising. If you have any tips or if you know anything valuable, don't bury it in our endless comment section. Call the Los Angeles police where it will do some good. Do not ask to talk to Tracy or Josue or any of the others by name. They have jobs to do. Speaking of which, that's going to be our first stop this episode. The LAPD again. Last time, we got a mysterious tip saying the Hollywood killer might have a glass eye. And while normally we'd discard this information completely, we are getting so many messages you have no idea. We have reason to believe that this tip might have come from the Hollywood killer himself. So maybe he's trying to throw us off, or maybe it's legit. We don't know. But the best way to follow it up is to talk to the cops. So off we go.
Here comes trouble.
Hello, Officer Aguinaldo. I'm back. This is my friend Sophie Kwan.
I'm the hot one.
Please, just call me Josue.
I told her about our conversation a few days ago, but now I'm back because we have some more questions about...
Aguinaldo, is this that girl?
Woman.
Yes, sir. Chief Beasley, this is Christina Walsh, and, don't tell me, Sophie Kwan.
I'm the hot one.
You're the girls with the podcast, right?
Women, and yes, it's very nice to meet you.
Listen, you tell your little fans or whatever to calm down, okay? We don't have time for 10,000 useless tips from armchair profilers trying to tell us who killed some girl 30 years ago.
Of course, sir. Do you consent to be recorded?
I consent to be recorded up to and ending with the following statement. This is an active case and is being treated with all due seriousness by the finest detectives in Los Angeles. You may not interview them, nor am I telling you who they are. Okay. If that phone is recording, shut it off now. Okay.
We're back on the air and back in the same interview room as before. The chief is not allowing us to record anywhere but here, and we can't talk to anyone but this detective who is going to interview us.
I am not a cast member on this project.
Do you give consent to be recorded?
I have been instructed by my captain that I have to.
Rad. We can't tell you her name for obvious security reasons. Sophie has given her a fun nickname, though.
Sunshine!
I neither accept nor condone this nickname.
From what I can tell, you also don't condone joy, happiness, or dancing in small Midwestern towns.
I am ignoring you now.
That's probably for the best.
The captain also had some choice words for us regarding the volume of phone calls and online messages this series is producing. What were they again?
Now the attention and lunatics are f***ing clogging my lines with a pile of
I think, but I don't remember the exact phrasing.
The point is that he doesn't want us to interfere in what is now an active investigation, but he is still happy to consider us...
really feels like the wrong word here.
He is still willing to consider the ideas we bring in because we helped crack open this case in the first place, which is honestly very cool of him. And we're very grateful for the level of access.
You're a police chief apologist?
She's right, though. He has no legal obligation to allow you in here at all or to allow you to record this interview.
I think he watches the show.
Detective Funshine, we have a clue that we think might be valuable in helping to solve this case.
Ugh, I get the worst assignments.
So yesterday, I received a direct message on Instagram from someone who claims to have inside knowledge of the Hollywood killer's identity. We don't know if it's actually him or not, but...
But it is.
But we wanted to get it in front of you to see if there's anything you can learn from it.
Do you have access to that account on this phone?
Yes, ma'am. Let me see. Here it is.
Okay. Big fan of the show. Glad someone finally found him. Takes a while for Mirandus to wear off. Take a tip from someone who knows him. Look for a glass eye. That's, a lot to unpack. We'll start with our digital forensics team to see if they can trace the comment and figure out who posted it.
Will I have to give you my phone?
For a few hours, yes, but don't think of it as invasive or punitive. It's for your safety more than anything else. Okay. This person tracked you down online. They might be willing to track you in the real world as well. Even if it's just a hoax and they don't know anything about the case, that could be dangerous.
I guess that makes sense.
That makes a ton of sense. Find this weirdo before he finds us.
Do you mind if I take this down the hall to them right now?
We're recording on it.
We can record on my phone and splice it in later.
Yeah, I guess. Don't, look through my personal info or anything, okay? They can hunt down this one commenter without scrolling through all my photos and my search history.
There is a lot of Tom Holland in there.
There is a very normal amount of Tom Holland in there, but that's not the point.
Look, I promise you that they will only look at the parts they need to look at. Though just to be sure, I'm going to ask you to write down your full Instagram login information and your admin password for the phone.
I just keep remembering all those surveillance state warnings about TSA agents stealing your data at the border.
Okay, so let's talk about this. It's a good concern to bring up. On one hand, yes, we can and probably would subpoena this information from you because you have done a very good job of convincing the captain that it's important.
Thank you.
A prolific serial killer like this is worth catching, even at the risk of breaching someone's or several people's privacy. We will be as discreet and as accommodating of your personal information as possible, but we will also be thorough. On the other hand, like I said, this is likely more for your safety than for the case itself. The chance of a random idiot like this having a legit tip is much smaller than the chance of a random idiot being a danger to a young woman with a very public profile. You're documenting your travels through one of the largest cities in the world, and you're repeating a lot of the same locations. You've come here to the station twice. What's to stop this guy, or any guy, from looking you up online, finding a photo, and then hanging out across the street at Denny's until he sees you come out of the door? He can write down your license plate. He can follow you to your next appointment. He can follow you home. Maybe that's not an issue. Plenty of reporters and public figures move through this city every day without problems, but this guy's already reached out to you. He's already demonstrated a willingness to track you down. If giving up your private Instagram data keeps you safe from a stalker, it seems like a small price to pay.
Okay. Here.
Okay.
Welcome back. Your regular host, Christina, is still reeling from a private performance of the Los Angeles Semi-Annual Storytelling Festival, Horror Division. So, I'm Sophie Kwan, filling in on my own phone, where we'll be continuing this interview as soon as the detective gets back from dropping off Christina's phone in the forensics department. Which makes this a great time to point out that I always use her phone instead of mine when I look up bondage photos of Disney princes.
What?
Relax, babe. I'm obviously kidding. You know I prefer the animal sidekicks.
What?
There we go. Laugh it out. Look, it's Instagram. Half the guys on there probably have a body in their basement. Besides, I am so much better at cello than you are at trumpet, so you know he's gonna kill me first.
Sophie, stop it! Don't talk about that!
Hey, sorry about the wait. They said it'll only be a few minutes. Once they get the info they need off the phone, they can do the search with their own machines online.
Great.
Do we need to set up the other phone to record?
It's already rolling, sunshine. Oh, hit us with your next question. But I warn you, if answering it involves giving you my phone, you will not like what you find on my photo album.
Excuse me. Girls, this is a serial killer investigation. I hope we can take it seriously.
Okay, look, lady. You are damn right this is a serial killer investigation. And he might know who we are. So you bet your I'm as serious as leukemia right now. We'll have to keep from crying, right? Don't you ever read inspirational mugs? Now, ask your questions fast before Christina gets any more terrified. And if I have to crack a joke about your mother's loose morals just to keep her spirits up, be advised that I will not hesitate to do so.
Whoa, simmer down. I suppose you two can cope with the situation in any way you want.
Mm-hmm.
So, the next thing I want to ask about is Mirandus.
Oh, it's a drug, I think.
A drug?
A memory drug. You've found the same memory thing we did, right?
I'm afraid you've lost me.
Oh, we have to do everything around here.
Well,
every single one of the victims was forgotten.
I work in LA. Every celebrity gets forgotten eventually.
I'm not talking about celebrities. I'm talking about sons and daughters and husbands and everything. When Leona McPherson was kidnapped, her mother forgot she existed. It's in your own missing persons reports. The cops themselves forgot her from one report to the next. Carmelo Ballone lived with his husband for 30 years, and then when Carmelo was taken, his husband forgot him overnight. Gordon Spillane, Abbey Rhodes. I haven't done the research into all 42 of them, but it's the same story with everyone we've looked at, and I guarantee it's the same with everyone else. So, either the Hollywood killer is magic, which we've definitely considered with far more solemnity than we would like to admit, or he has access to a very powerful memory-altering drug. And if this rando stalker can be believed, that drug is called Mirandus, and it takes a very long time to wear off.
That's a very hard story to swallow.
Check your own records. We're not making it up.
Okay, so there's a possible memory drug. I guess it wouldn't be the first time, but I have difficulty believing any drug effect can last for decades.
I have difficulty believing that a man could steal 42 eyeballs in the LAPD's front yard and never get noticed, but I mean, I guess if you prefer the incompetence theory over the memory drug, that's your call.
Up top.
Okay, so point taken. Mirandus. We'll get on it. We've got contacts in the pharmaceutical industry and in the various science departments at SCU. Maybe they've heard of this drug or can point us at someone who does. Now, what about the glass eye?
Well, your archivist Postway told me that serial killers do what they do because they're trying to fulfill certain needs. Ted Bundy needed to control it. It doesn't matter why. He just needed it pathologically, and he said that the ultimate form of control was to possess another person's life and then to possess the remains. Jeffrey Dahmer needed love.
Now you're a serial killer apologist.
I'm not excusing their behavior, I'm explaining it. There's a big difference.
Mm-hmm.
What Dahmer did was awful and wrong, but why he did it was a need for love, for companionship, and whatever was broken in his brain convinced him that he could only get that from dead people because living people treated him like garbage. This isn't my theory. I didn't know any of this. This is all Josue and then some, Wikipedia articles and stuff.
No, I understand. This is very standard psychological profiling.
Great. Okay, so knowing that, we can look at the way the Hollywood killer operates and the kinds of people he kills and the things that he does to the bodies, and we can kind of reverse engineer a little bit of his personality. He kills artists and he takes out their eyes.
That doesn't suggest a glass eye. In fact, I'd say that the artist angle suggests that he's stealing the eyes because of some power that they hold, or that he thinks they hold. The eye is the window to the soul, as they say. So our suspect is stealing the windows to some of humanity's most impressive souls.
I mean, maybe, but why the right eye? Every single time, it's the right eye only. That's more specific than a metaphor about souls, and the metaphor might still be true. I don't know, but the specific choice of eyeball is very deliberate, and that makes it meaningful.
So you think this guy is missing his right eye, and now he's trying to collect other people's right eyes to, I don't know, make up for it?
Mm-hmm.
Like Ed Gein making a suit out of women?
Ooh, maybe he wears them. Like session. Like he pops out the glass eye and then pops in the new one he just stole from a dead body, you know?
God, that's sick!
What, you started
I know I did, and it's really smart, and you should be proud, but I don't like thinking about it.
Well, that's why we're passing it off to Harriet the Spy here, so she can think about it instead of us.
Yes, exactly.
Mm-hmm.
Officer Funshine, I want you to solve this case for us so we don't have to.
We have asked you to stop your own investigations so many times.
Yes, but in the online...
I will tell you right up front that unless this digital search pans out and we can find the person who sent you the message, everything in said message should be taken with a huge grain of salt. Maybe this person actually is a Hollywood killer. It happens. Maybe it's a fellow deviant who supplies him with gear or shares pictures of his own victims. Or maybe It's just a fan of your show who did some very surface level pop psychology and decided that if the killer steals right eyes, he must be missing his right eye. We don't know. We can't leap to conclusions without evidence, and this is flimsy evidence at best. Oh, 1 second, hold on, that must be them with the phone. Here you go.
Thank you. Do you have any more questions for us?
I don't think so. Do you have any for me?
Sophie?
How involved are we going to be in this investigation?
Not at all.
What? But we brought you all this good stuff.
And we thank you for it, but witnesses are not contractors. If you learn anything else, please bring it to us, and if we have any more questions for you, we'll let you know. But you are a bystander in this case at best, and it is in your and everyone else's interest for you to stand back and let us do our jobs. Report if you want, do online research if you want, but don't sensationalize the real tragedies of real people just for more attention. And don't get yourself into a dangerous situation that is going to force us to pull people off the real case in order to save your lives. You're not Daphne and Velma.
Okay. But if we were, which is which? I mean, I think I'm more of a Velma, but like a Linda Cardellini Velma.
Sophie!
What?
Thank you very much for your time, Officer Funshine.
Please stop calling me that.
Sorry. Come on, Velma.
Right now, we're at a grocery store in an undisclosed location, and to which we will never return, so don't even try to find it and look for us. We're here with... I'm not going to tell you her name either. We'll call you...
That's my real name.
Damn, I knew it sounded familiar. Crap, okay, we'll bleep that out and call you... The Princess of Power?
Is that going to be like a copyright issue for you? I can pick something else.
I don't actually know, but maybe it's safest to go with something that's not a famous Netflix property.
Why can you say Netflix and not
I'm making this up as I go. I'm not a trademark lawyer. Let's just call you Adora. Hey, Adora. That's a real name, right? That's not a copyrighted thing?
It was the fourth most common baby name for girls born in 2019.
Really?
No.
Okay. Back to one. Hi. We're in a grocery store talking to a woman named Adora. Adora, you're the senior pharmacist here and have been for... What did you say?
12 years.
12 years. So you know the pharmaceutical industry inside and out.
As well as anyone can be expected to, I guess. I know the drugs, name brand and generic, and all the major distributors and suppliers and manufacturers. And yes, I try to stay on top of the news of who's doing what and what new formulas are being developed and tested.
You're an expert.
I am.
An expert of power.
Definitely.
Adora agreed to talk to us on her break, and we're incredibly grateful to you for doing so. And I want to stress to our listeners that while Adora does know this is a university research project, you don't know anything about the topic or the project or anything else, correct?
Correct. Though now you're making me nervous. Is this a prank show? Am I going to get covered with green slime or something?
No, not at all. I just think it's important to point out that your answers are unaffected by context. You're not spinning the truth for a specific outcome because you don't know what we're talking about.
That is definitely true.
Okay. So, have you heard of a drug called Mirandus?
Mirandus? Not by that name, no. Do you know who makes it?
No, we do not.
We were hoping you did.
Yeah. Well, tell me what it does and I might be able to come up with something.
It erases memory.
Oh, my. Well, I guess that depends on what you're looking for specifically. There are a handful of drugs that can induce a type of amnesiac state in the patient. Not full amnesia, just a kind of temporary inability to access the memory structures in the brain. Diazepam is maybe the most famous one. You probably know it better as Valium.
Huh. That's like an anxiety thing, right?
It is. Anxiety, panic attacks, and sometimes acute symptoms of drug withdrawal. A year or two ago, it was approved for use in stopping seizures.
Wait, what do seizures have to do with memory?
Nothing. It isn't really a memory drug. It's a brain short-circuiting drug. It inhibits some of the brain's primary functions like memory and movement and things like that. And it's useful mostly when those primary functions get out of hand. When a cascade of electrical signals causes an epileptic seizure, diazepam can step in and shut it down. You stop the problem, but you also stop everything.
That doesn't sound like what we're looking for.
So, how does this relate to memory?
It will sometimes be used on patients during surgery, not because it erases memories, but because it stops new memories from being formed. No one can get into the country, so to speak, if it's all shut down and the borders are closed. So diazepam can prevent trauma, but it can't erase past trauma. I suppose in conjunction with therapy, it could help to deal with trauma as well, but it can't erase it. I don't think anything can erase it.
Well, that's what we're looking for. A drug that erases memories. We've been told it's called Miranda's.
There are hundreds of companies making brand-named versions of the same basic things. I haven't heard of Miranda's, but that doesn't mean it isn't out there. I pride myself on being informed about the market, but I definitely don't know everything.
What about a drug that doesn't erase a memory, just,
suppresses it?
Yes! Is that a thing?
Not really.
Well, then why did you suggest it?
Because it's a growing area of research. Several years ago, a team of scientists found that a bacterial toxin applied to the amygdala was able to destroy the neurons associated with a certain memory, which did seem to destroy the memory itself. But first of all, that's not a drug in the way you're probably thinking of one. It's not a pharmaceutical that can be taken in a pill or shot and just wipe out a bad memory. It needs to be applied directly to the amygdala, which is not easy to access, and it was never cleared for human trials.
You said it was years ago. How long?
Quite a while. 2009, I think?
That's not even half as old as we need it to be.
How old do you need it to be?
94.
Absolutely not.
We're running out of options here. Let me just tell you what we need and you tell us what drug, if any, could approximate the effect.
Fair enough.
There is a... Well, okay. I guess now we're getting into the details of the case.
Case?
A serial killer kidnaps people and sprays or injects or otherwise applies a drug to their next of kin, causing them to forget the kidnapped victim. Injects is actually probably wrong now that I say it out loud. He's hit bystanders and cops and all kinds of people, maybe even whole communities. So like a spray or an ingested thing, like a liquid that could be poured into a water supply.
Wait, is this a real story or a comic book thing? Didn't Batman fight a bad guy trying to fill a water supply with drugs?
No, this is a real story.
Oh. Well, the closest thing I can think of to what you're talking about is a myosin inhibitor. How to explain? Okay, so some memories, maybe all memories, but they're still studying it, are encoded into neurons in the brain. The act of remembering something is actually a chemical process. A protein called an actin attaches to the neuron and reads it. So there's a group at Scripps. that's a research institute, that's figured out how to coat certain neurons with a different protein called myosin that basically just blocks the door. Actin can't bond with the neuron, so the memory stays locked away and can never be remembered or experienced.
Hot damn. That's exactly what we need.
Well,
it explains everything. The total memory loss and the sudden return of those memories later.
Henry remembered Carmelo because the myo whatever got scraped off the neurons.
Where's the Scripps place?
There's one in Florida and one just down the coast in La Jolla. But, you know...
Oh my gosh! Holy effing crap!
You watch your language, young lady.
This is it! This is another breakthrough. That detective didn't even think this existed, and we just found it!
Hold on there. Let's just rein in this enthusiasm a little bit. First of all, I said they're still studying the types of neurons that memories get stored in. The one drug, the one and only drug that does this, is specifically designed to seek out and attach to the neurons that hold memories of meth addiction. And that's only possible because meth, by its nature, takes a while to solidify into a storable memory. So the chemicals have a very specific template they can seek out and block. You're talking about making people forget each other, and that technology 100% does not exist yet. Plus, you said you needed something old. 1994? This is a brand new technology. It wasn't even a theory in 1994. And it didn't become a usable drug in any kind of recognizable form until just a few years ago. I said this was the closest thing to what you're talking about, but it isn't what you're talking about. And there's no way it could be.
What?
You ruin everything.
Don't use her real name. We don't want weirdos to stalk her.
Well, I'm not gonna call her Adora if all she's gonna do is get our hopes up and then destroy them.
That would actually be accurate to many episodes of the show.
Don't talk to me about the Princess of Power, okay?
Oh.
I'm a mod on the subreddit.
Everybody just calm down. She's not dashing our hopes just to be a jerk.
I'm not. And I really wish I had better news, but well, this is the scientific method, right? You propose a hypothesis, you run an experiment, and you get a result. If the result is that your hypothesis was wrong, that's still a result, and a really valuable one. You thought this memory thing was a drug, and I genuinely don't see how that's possible. But now that you know it's impossible, you can do some research, form a new hypothesis, and try again.
Well, then we're back to it being magic. I don't like that.
I'm sorry. And I'm afraid I need to go back to work. But it was a true pleasure to talk with you both. I'm sorry I couldn't tell you what you wanted to hear. But I did tell you the truth, and that's usually better.
Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Adora.
Now what?
Now, we go over her head. She's a pharmacist in a grocery store. Let's go talk to the people who invented this drug in the first place, because I bet they know it a lot better than she does.
So, the Scripps Research Institute is just a couple of hours away in San Diego. And that's a lot of gas money, but we decided it was worth it. It means we'll be eating free grocery store samples for dinner. But this is a good lead, no matter what Adora says. So we called ahead and made an appointment. And now we're sitting here outside the office of Dr. Isaac Norton. This is a weird place. It's a research institute, which sounds like a business, but feels like a university campus. There's students everywhere, and almost every room we've passed says lab on the door, and...
Hello. Are you the two students I'm meeting with?
Yes. Hello, doctor. I'm Christina, and this is Sophie. Thank you so much for talking to us.
Sup, Doc?
It's my pleasure. My assistant tells me you're studying at NYU.
That's right.
Well, please, come in. Have a seat. What can I do for you?
First, I need to ask you if it's okay to record this conversation.
Absolutely.
Thank you. So, we had a question for you about a project you're working on with memory and neurons using a protein called actin?
Ah, yes, the F-actin depolymerization process.
Mhm.
We've found that inhibiting polymerization in the dendritic spines can...
Whoa. The what now?
The which part?
All of it.
I'm sorry, I'll slow down. I just get so excited when I talk about this project. Let me start at the beginning. Our early experiments with insects, particularly bees, found that strong olfactory memories seem to be directly correlated with proper polymerization of actin in the dendritic spines. Naturally, it follows, and later experiments have proven, that forced depolymerization can inhibit not only memory formation, but recall as well. So, the actin, especially F-actin, for obvious reasons...
Wait. Doctor, I'm really not following you.
Am I speaking too quickly?
It's not the speed, it's the material itself. I don't actually know half the words you've been saying. What is depolymer something?
Well, I'm confused. You did say that you were students, right?
Yeah.
I think I just assumed graduate-level students. Are you undergrads?
Yes.
In music.
I think I misheard you. Did you say you study music?
That's right, Doctor. Sophie does performance, and I'm in music history.
Well...
With a minor in trumpet.
Oh, well, that's certainly not what I expected when I saw this meeting on my schedule.
We're searching for a serial killer.
Music students?
Look, have you seen in the news the last few days about someone called the Hollywood Killer?
Wait. I remember now. I talked to a music student last year asking about the same research project.
No, I think I misheard you. What?
Well, it was a music student, and I swear she was from NYU. Let me look in my calendar. I should still have it in here somewhere.
Okay.
Oh, yes. It's 13 months ago, actually. Christina Walsh, a student at NYU. 11 a.m. phone call on Tuesday, the 22nd of August.
Excuse me?
How many Christina Walshes are there?
Well, I remember the conversation clearly because I made the same mistake with her that I made with you. She asked about the F-actin depolymerization process for inhibiting memory, and I assumed she was in neuroscience, but she was in music. I don't recall which subject.
She can be in NYU's music program. We'd know her.
Yeah.
Because you said your name was Christina as well, right?
Yeah, my name is Christina Walsh. Doctor, is this a prank?
A prank?
Is this like a thing you do when people ask about memory erasure? You pretend that you already talked to them and then, haha, that's what memory erasure would look like.
I'm a scientist, not a late-night DJ. I don't prank people.
Then why are you doing this?
Why am I doing what?
Did you use the memory thing on us? Mirandus?
What is Mirandus? What are you talking about?
Doctor, I'm Christina Walsh. You're telling us that you already talked to me about this a year ago.
That's impossible.
Did you give her the memory drug?
I would never.
Did you, give her a sample of the memory drug for her research? That she may have been exposed to, accidentally?
We spoke over the phone. I've never seen either of you in real life or even had the opportunity to give you or anyone else a sample of the drug. Plus, it's barely even a drug, just chemical technically at this point, and it doesn't just erase memories like a Star Trek episode. That's impossible. No, the project we're working on inhibits the formation of memories related to methamphetamine addiction, and that's it. It's incredibly specific and incredibly limited. And frankly, I'm offended that you would suggest that I would drug someone.
I did not speak to you on the phone, Dr. Norton. I promise you. I haven't even been working on this project for that long. A year ago, I hadn't even found Leona McPherson yet.
Who?
She's the person I'm making this podcast about. She was a famous violinist who was murdered, and then everyone forgot about her, and I'm trying to figure out...
That's the name.
What?
Huh?
You mentioned that name when we talked on the phone. Leona McPherson disappeared from a hotel in Beverly Hills in 95 or something, and you wondered if the person who took her had used a drug to wipe the memories of everyone in the hotel. You asked if the chemical we work with could be aerosolized and spread through the ventilation system.
I don't even know the word aerosolized.
Well, I don't think you said it that way, but that's the word
You
that means
listen to
what
our show, don't you?
You have a show?
The podcast. You listen to it and now you're just with us.
No, why would I do that? No, I assure you, I'm as confused by this as you are.
I discovered Leona McPherson 4 months ago. Gabriel Lopez introduced her to me when he found her CD in the back of the NYU radio archive. Prior to that, I had never heard of her.
Well, I don't know what to tell you, but I remember the conversation, and it's here in my calendar, and I have no reason to fake that. Now, if you'd like, I can get one of the IT guys up here to look at the calendar app and see if it's been tampered with.
You're damn right,
No,
I would like that.
There's an easier way. If I talked to you last year, Dr. Norton, I'll have saved the audio. I always save my audio, so if we had a whole conversation, I'll have it recorded somewhere. Okay, scrolling. Nothing here.
Young lady, this...
I barely have anything on my phone. Of course, it's not on the phone. I pull the files almost every night and transfer them to my laptop, which is where I do all the editing.
Mhm.
The phone was just to make sure, but the laptop is the real test.
No, this isn't gonna work. If you had year-old files on there, you'd know. You'd have seen them before.
Do you know everything that's on your laptop, every single file?
No, but I'm not obsessively collecting data for a pet project.
It's not here.
Well, maybe you weren't working on your podcast yet, though I do seem to recall you asking for permission to record.
If I called you, I recorded it. Okay, where's the external drive?
Why do you want to hit him with it?
I record on the phone, I edit on the laptop, but I carry an external hard drive just in case we get so much audio the laptop can't hold it all.
Chris, you never even used it.
I don't even remember buying it.
I don't remember buying half the things I own. It's just late-stage capitalism. We buy stuff all the time.
Here it is. Okay, okay, so this is...
Holy sh**.
Is it there?
I don't know yet. There's way too much to sort through.
That's like 20 folders.
And every one is filled with... Here it is. Dr. Isaac Norton, August 22nd. Good morning, Dr. Norton. Thank you so much for taking the time to talk with me.
No, it's my pleasure. You're an NYU student?
Yes. I was wondering if you could tell me a little about your memory inhibition project, the one that uses actin?
Oh, yes, the F-actin depolymerization process. We found that inhibiting polymerization in the dendritic spines can prevent certain experiences from entering long-term memory. This is primarily useful with experiences of methamphetamine usage, because the nature of that stimulant means that this polymerization process takes much longer than normal. Using chemicals to inhibit that process, we found that you can stimulate...
I'm sorry. I don't understand anything you're saying.
Oh, what type of neuroscience did you say you were studying?
Music history. With a minor in trumpet. I'm
That's what jogged my memory, the trumpet thing.
How is this possible?
It's not.
Look at these files. I have months of research in here. Interviews with music professors, interviews with police. Here's a conversation with Tracy Clark, the archive lady at the LAPD. I've got 3 different audio files from her. Look! I've got the scans she sent me of the case files. I had all of it, this whole project from a year ago, and I don't remember any of it.
We share a dorm room. If you'd done any of this work, I'd know about it.
Well, then where did it come from? Where did all these files come from? And
I don't know.
why don't I remember them? And why don't any of these people remember me? What the hell is going on?
Chris, calm down. I'm sure there is a plausible explanation for all this.
Like hypnotism.
What?
Well, I'm quite literally the world expert on memory inhibition, so I can tell you with absolute certainty that the effect you're describing is not a drug. We don't have the technology now, and we definitely didn't have it in 95, so I'm trying to think of other ways to get rid of memories, and all I can think of is maybe hypnotism.
Hypnotism?
No, it's only a theory. I'm brainstorming.
We're done here. Come on, Chris, let's go.
What's going on?
I said let's go.
Wait, no, this is getting interesting.
No, off!
Hey, we're here to see Henry Feinberg.
Sure. Do you know if he's expecting you?
So, I still don't know what's going on with those old files. And believe it or not, we did talk to a hypnotist, and that's coming up later. And no, his name is not the Great Mirandus or something really easy like that. None of this has been easy. But before we get into any of that, we really need to share this clip, which came because we got a call from the hospital. Feinberg had recovered and asked to see us.
Hello? Mr. Feinberg?
Come in.
Hi. How are you feeling?
Broken.
Heart attacks can be pretty rough.
No, it's not the heart attack. Have a seat.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Do you mind if we record this again? I hate to even ask, but,
Girls, after what you did for me, you can record me, you can do video, you can shave my head, anything you want. Sell me to a zoo, I don't even care. You gave me my life back.
So you remember Carmelo?
Remember him? I remember everything about him. Well, not everything. It's still trickling in, but he's there. For the first time in...
We think it might be, well, we don't know what it might be. The memory thing, I mean. We're trying to figure it out, but I'm really sorry.
The doctors say it's traumatic memory suppression. That my mind wasn't equipped to handle Carmelo's death, so it blocked it all out. And now that it's been a few years, the memories are starting to come back.
Dude, don't we wish it was that easy?
What do you mean?
Well, I can believe that you, for example, might have some traumatic memory suppression, but everyone you've ever met, all of your friends, all of your neighbors and business associates, everyone who ever worked with Carmelo at the theater or studio, even me, apparently, nobody remembered him and nobody remembered any of these others. Traumatic memory loss is real, but it's rare and it's personal. There's literally no possible way that it could affect this many people in this many places with this level of specificity.
So, what happened?
We have been assured by several people that it is not a drug.
Some more politely than others.
But we know that it's something, and we know that it's powerful. It even hit me, it turns out. I forgot all kinds of stuff, and that's super violating, actually. I don't know, I'm still trying to process it.
Who did you forget?
I forgot myself. Or I guess I could say that I forgot what I did. It turns out I already did a ton of research on the Hollywood Killer before he was even called the Hollywood Killer, and I've got hours of recordings and interviews and who knows what else. I haven't had the time to listen to all of it yet. And I don't remember a word of it. Sophie doesn't remember overhearing it. None of us remembers anything, and you don't remember your husband, and this is freaking me out, and I'm really sorry.
Okay, let's take a step back for a minute. Everybody, breathe.
Is it really supernatural? Is this like a ghost who eats memories or something? Is that a thing?
Let's focus on what we know. If you don't mind me asking, Mr. Feinberg, do you know how they came back? Your memories, I mean?
It was when we were talking.
Hmm.
You said something about the little things, like how he used to talk or act, or the foods he used to like, ironically. I don't recall exactly what you said, but something just snapped, and it all came flooding back, like a dam had broken in my mind.
Okay. But What did it feel like?
What do you mean?
I don't know what I mean. I'm trying to analyze the mechanism of memory recovery without having any idea how the process works or what vocabulary I should use to describe it. What was the first memory that came back? How did it come back? How can we do it again with someone else?
I don't remember the first thing that came. It was a jumble of big events and little details, sights and sounds and textures. And it's not all back. I can tell you what he wore the day we went to a brand new Italian place in South Pass, but nothing about what he used to eat for breakfast. Yogurt, cold cereal. I'm half convinced I've never seen him eat breakfast at all. But I know that can't be true. I just have to hope that some of those memories will return eventually. And if not, honestly, I'm grateful to have any of it back at all.
I'm grateful as well.
Is there... Mr. Feinberg, does the word Mirandus mean anything to you?
Mirandus?
Mm-hmm.
I can't say that it does. Is it a show Carmelo did?
Oh, I don't think so. Does it sound like one?
Well, it has kind of a mystical quality to it, like a Cirque du Soleil show. Mirandus.
I've for sure fallen asleep during some experimental theater performances before, but I don't think one could erase 10,000 memories.
Well, I've nenever heard of it. Or maybe I have, and those are just some of the memories that haven't come back yet. Do you really think it's supernatural?
Maybe. Does that sound crazy?
I'm a licensed astrologer, and I used to work at a crystal shop in Burbank.
No.
I don't believe everything, but you gotta get pretty deep into the weeds to find a supernatural theory that I'll reject out of hand.
Flat Earth?
I'm not an idiot, honey, but I am a realist, and I think it's laughably unrealistic for anyone, even an entire civilization, to claim that they already know everything about everything. As a species, we know shockingly little about the world. We don't even know why we cry. I mean, emotional tears, not basic eye maintenance. We know that basal tears protect your eyes. But emotional tears are different, right down to the chemical level. And nobody knows why we do it. Biologically speaking, there's no benefit to it. It's not an evolutionary advantage to leak from your face when you're happy or sad. And yet here I am, thinking about Carmelo and just gushing like a faucet. So are you. And obviously, I know that the existence of tears doesn't prove the existence of magic. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that if we don't even understand one of the most basic fundamental experiences of human life, how can we dare to say what is or isn't possible about the rest of the world?
Our meeting with Henry Feinberg was short but powerful. In all the time we've spent working on this podcast and studying this case, he was the first person we've ever encountered who lost and then recovered his memory of one of the victims. Hi, Christina here. I was just editing this episode together and I got to that part and I realized that it was false. Completely and utterly. We've talked to dozens of people who've lost their memories and found evidence of hundreds, if not thousands more. It looks like I've lost some of my memories as well, but we've also talked to plenty of others who have gotten their memories back. We just didn't realize it at the time. One of them is Blake Hensley. You might remember him from the first episode. He was the first police officer on the scene when Leona McPherson's body was found. And though I didn't think anything of it at the time, he said that he'd forgotten Leona. Let me play you the clip.
I admit that I did not remember this case at all until you sent me those files.
That seemed very normal to me when he said it. He worked on the force for nearly 50 years, and he saw a lot of crazy stuff, and it seems very natural to forget the details of a case from 28 years prior. But back when we made that first episode, we hadn't yet realized the degree to which memory, and the lack of it, would become a factor in this story. And if this external hard drive can be believed, I've got an entire conversation with Hensley from last year where he didn't remember a single thing about the case. Just a blank wall. So he clearly forgot about her and then remembered her, and that implies a lot of things. But it all boils down to this. Did Hensley forget Leona in a normal, natural way? Or was it a part of this same unexplained phenomenon? Hensley himself declined to talk to us again. Apparently, some of you are harassing him for his participation in the first episode, calling him a bad cop and corrupt and that sort of thing. Really terrible stuff. And if you're doing it, you should knock it off because that's not okay. Seriously. But I was still able to do some follow-up on his story. Thanks to our old friend, Tracy Clark.
LAPD, this is Tracy Clark.
Hi, Tracy, it's me again.
Ha. How can I help you? It's not about eyeballs, is it?
I promise you it's not about eyeballs.
Because the first time you called, it was about eyeballs, and then when you came into the station this morning, you were trying to talk about eyeballs again.
It's about paperwork.
Paperwork that mentions eyeballs?
I definitely don't think so. All I want to know is if your officers ever have to file some kind of year in review kind of stuff. Reports on how many reports they've done, that kind of stuff.
Yes, they do. Monthly and yearly.
Do you have those personal review reports from Officer Blake Hensley in 1994?
Why do you need that information?
I'm trying to help find a serial killer, Tracy. We're on the same side.
Give me a minute.
Is she looking it up or getting a restraining order?
Shh.
Miss Walsh?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have a number I can fax this to?
Are you kidding? It's 2022.
Do you want this stuff or not?
Can you email it to me?
It is easier to fax it.
You do not understand how that is possible.
Take it or leave it.
Okay, hang on. Let me see if the motel clerk has a fax machine.
Or maybe he's got a pterodactyl who can peck it into stone tablets.
Come on, Sophie.
Who the fuck still has a fax machine?
So, the clerk did, in fact, have a fax machine.
I didn't even think they were real.
We read through the files Tracy sent over.
It was like asking if he had a magic wand, and then him saying yes and casting a spell with it.
Come on, this is important.
What?
We read through the files Tracy sent us and found that after the initial discovery of the body and the first 2/3 or so of the internal affairs investigation, Hensley never mentioned Leona again. Not when he wrote up his end of March review cataloging all the cases he had worked on during the month. Not when he wrote up the same report again in April. Not when he wrote the year-end report for all of 1994. He meticulously recorded every phone call, every traffic stop, every single case he was a part of. But there is not a word about Leona. And I want to be clear about this. That's not corruption, and it's not incompetence. Officer Henley was hit by the exact same inexplicable memory wipe phenomenon as everyone else in this case. He hung on longer than most, maybe thanks to the internal investigation. But sooner or later, he and all of them forgot.
just like everybody else. Just like me. And that is a big friggin' deal. But you know what's an even bigger deal? He eventually remembered. Just like Feinberg remembered Carmelo, the guy in my DMs said it takes a while for Mirandus to wear off. And whatever that means, it is happening. And it's happening more, and it's happening more quickly. And I think we need to go back to some of the people we already tried to talk to. I think it's time to go back to Catherine.
You can't be serious.
Sophie, I'm trying to record a voiceover. It's like a disembodied narration, free of time and space. You're not supposed to talk in the middle of it.
Then why are you recording it at a coffee shop?
Because I'm trying to get some human interest in here, so it's not just all disembodied voices in empty rooms.
Well, if you're interested in humans, here's a fun fact. We need to leave Catherine alone. Are you trying to give another old person a heart attack?
You saw how grateful Feinberg was. You don't want Catherine to remember her daughter?
A week ago, you thought she killed her daughter in a death cult.
A week ago, I didn't know how widespread this memory thing was. Even we lost memories. I recorded dozens of hours of audio in our dorm room last year that's completely gone from our minds. How can you not want to help everyone who lost something get it all back? None of these people are perpetrators any more than we are. They're victims. Not of murder, but of some kind of mind violation.
You think we're in a science fiction movie?
I think you've seen all the same evidence I have, and you should be a little more open to the idea that something inexplicable is happening here.
And you drew this entire massive conclusion based on one cop forgetting about a case.
And one guy forgetting his husband, and one music professor forgetting his favorite violinist, and all those art people Lamar talked to forgetting their favorite artist. Thousands of people, maybe tens of thousands. Memories are coming back, and I can't explain it. But I can sure as hell point to a giant pile of evidence that shows that it's real.
Okay, so what is it then? A ghost? Can ghosts steal memories?
I don't know how this works, and holy crap, is that a glass eye?
What?
Creepy tall guy, 6 o'clock. He has a glass eye. Don't just look at him, look casually.
Watch how smooth this is. Hey, can we get a waiter over here? Holy crap, you're right.
I know, right?
That's a weird freaking glass eye, too. Hang on. Okay. I need some napkins, table 4. Yeah, that's like literally a glass marble just shoved in a guy's eye socket. Most glass eyes are like flat little cover things. You can barely tell the difference.
Because your uncle has one?
As my uncle has one. It's like a little prosthetic that goes like a piece of an eggshell. This one looks like a purple marble.
Is it the guy?
Of course it's not the guy. What are the odds that the actual Hollywood killer is in the exact same Starbucks at the exact same time as the...
He's coming toward us.
What?
Shh. Shut up. He's coming here. Did he hear us talking about him? Crap. Act casual.
Can we get some damn napkins over here? Hello? Hello? Sir? It's a fine day in this, city? Tinseltown? The city of angels, yeah?
Excuse me, ladies. Do you mind if I sit down?
What?
We weren't talking about you.
Of course you were. I'm the Hollywood killer. Is this the device you're recording on?
I have mace and a rape whistle and a direct...
Please. I'm not going to hurt you. I've been listening to your show.
You can't kidnap us right in the middle of the street.
Of course I could. And no one would ever know. You could yell and scream and even break things. You could knock over this table. But as soon as we leave their sight, everyone on this street would forget that you or I ever existed. You've been researching me for over a year now. Surely you've seen enough to know that I'm not exaggerating. But I'm not here to hurt you. You're of no value to me. Jealous, maybe, in a few years. But by then, none of this will matter. No. I have a question for you. I want to know if you've been contacted by anyone who claims to have knowledge of me.
What?
Listen to me, you limp nobody. You think you could just muscle in here and scare us with this tough guy act and that freaky-ass marble thing in your face that we're just gonna fold over and do anything you tell us to?
It's a very simple question, and I asked it politely. The Ember Wizard is searching for me.
The Ember Wizard? Did a D&D campaign kill your parents or something?
I could torture the answers out of you, but I'd prefer to do it simply.
Yes, we were contacted. Somebody DM'd me a few nights ago. We thought it was you.
What did he say?
That he was glad somebody was onto you, that it takes Miranda's a while to wear off.
That is the problem, isn't it? Do you know where to find this man?
He didn't give us any contact info.
He will. I'll keep listening. And if I need you again, I know where to find you.
Who are you?
Did you ever read fairy tales as a child?
Yeah, I did.
Good. And in those stories, there is a child lost in the woods, or a princess abandoned in the wilderness, alone and helpless. And what else is there in those stories? What is it, Christina? What fills those stories with dread and danger?
A witch? Or a monster?
Exactly. You asked who I am, Miss Sophie. I am the witch. I am the creature. I am the giant in the haunted castle who grinds men's bones to make his bread. And I can grind yours at any time and any place I choose. But don't worry. You won't remember any of this.
Like hell I won't!
Sophie!
Ah!
What the?
Oh my god.
Is that pepper spray?
This is the Hollywood killer! Get him!
He got away! Where'd he go? It's like he disappeared.
Jeez, lady, calm down. You knocked over our table.
He dropped something. Is this a music box? I think it fell out of his pocket.
Ma'am, are you hurt?
Call the police. Ask for Officer... crap! What's her name? All I remember is Funshine.
There's no need for the police.
No need? Are you kidding me? That was the Hollywood killer. We need forensic information, security camera footage. Crap! There's probably fingerprints on this music box. Why did I touch it?
The Hollywood killer? Ma'am, everyone here is just drinking their coffee.
No, I mean the guy that ran away.
He knocked over a table, ma'am. That doesn't make him the Hollywood killer. Both him and you are disturbing our patrons, so I'm asking you again to leave the cafe.
Sophie, tell him.
Who are you?
What?
How do you know my name?
Sophie, this isn't funny.
No, it's not, so stop doing it.
Sophie.
Ma'am, do you know this girl?
I've never seen her before in my life.
Sophie, we've lived together for 2 years. How do you not remember me?
I've got a whole opening script that I normally do here, but screw that. It happened, or maybe it happened again. Everyone forgot me. I don't exist. Sophie doesn't know who I am anymore. I've been a roommate for over a year and nothing. I tried following her down the street after the cafe thing you heard in the last episode, and she threatened to beat me up. The cops at the station don't remember me. The guy at the motel where we were staying thought I was trying to break in. I called Gemma, Sophie's cousin, but they said Sophie was out in LA alone for a trip, and they said they'd never heard of me before. I even called my school at NYU, and they said that even though they had a student registered under the name Christina Walsh, they were pretty sure it was a fake because she'd never been to any of her classes. I went to every single class, except these last few weeks when I've been out here in LA, obviously, but they said I've never been at all. My residence hall is selling my dorm room because they think my contract is a scam Sophie's running so she doesn't have to have a roommate. And I can't call my parents because they're dead, and that's the whole problem in the first place. That's why I'm out here doing this, and now I'm gone and no one has any idea who I am. I half thought I was actually dead and the Hollywood killer killed me. And now I was walking around in, like, somebody else's life and somebody else's body, but I know that's not true. I still look like me. I still am me, and I have all my notes on this case. I have my phone and my laptop and my external hard drive with 15 friggin' months of recordings I've made talking to all these people who say I'm not real. Well, I'm real and I have proof. These recordings are proof I exist. I uploaded last week's episode from a library because it was the only place I could get into, and it worked. You listened to it. You beautiful people listened to it, and I'm sitting here right now, watching the numbers go up. You subscribe to my show, so even if you don't remember me, your phone does. And it popped up the alerts for the new episode. And yes, I know that all the comments are just confused people wondering what this weird show is that they've never heard of. But I don't care. You're listening. You're out there, and you're listening. And you know that I'm here. That's why I'm still recording. Because if nobody can remember me, at least I have proof that I'm here.
I didn't really edit that last section because I was freaking out, so I'm sorry about the bad words. This is so messed up. I feel like screaming and crying and breaking things, like literally breaking things, because then at least I'm leaving a mark on the world. Because it's not just that everyone forgot me, it's that everyone forgets me. Present tense, ongoing. When I followed Sophie down the street, she didn't remember me from the cafe. When I got back into the motel room, she didn't remember me from the street. It's like I'm memory proof. Like that movie where the guy has no short-term memory. I have all of my own, but I can't get into anyone else's long-term memory. I just bounce off and leave the room or their eye line, and it's like I disappear completely. The next time they see me is the first time they've ever seen me in their life. Oh, and that's the other thing. I remember the Hollywood killer. I remember what he looked like, what he sounded like, what he said, the whole thing. I might be the first person in history to remember him. And obviously, I want this guy to go to prison or be hit by a train, but I also need to exist again. I need to figure out how to get my life back. And I know it's possible because Henry remembered Carmelo. People can come back. Mirandus can wear off, whatever the hell Mirandus is. But if there's anything I've learned from watching every single episode of Doctor Who, it's that getting the magic curse lets you figure it out from the inside. So now I just need to figure it out and be as smart as the doctor is. Okay, I'm outside of a fast food place called Friendly Burger, some mom and pop burger joint in Long Beach. Looks like a surfer place, or I guess a tourist place. Nothing this cheesy sells to locals, right? Anyway, this place is totally empty except for one lone teenage cashier, so It's the perfect place to run an experiment. I guess let's make the best of this and test the limits of this memory thing.
Oh, hey. Welcome to Friendly Burger. Can I take your order?
Hi. Are you willing to do an experiment?
What?
That was the craziest thing I've ever seen. As long as some part of him could perceive me, even if it was just faint whispers or peripheral vision, he remembered me. But as soon as I was completely out of his perception, he lost me instantly. And you know what I think it is? I think it's the stupid music box. And I know this doesn't make sense, but listen, we already thought there was magic somewhere, right? Some kind of supernatural something. And nothing that has happened to me in the last few hours is natural, so I'm ready to say that this confirms it. It is magic. But even magic is something that we have to look at rationally, or as rationally as possible given the situation, which is grotesquely irrational, but still. No one can remember the killer, and no one can remember me. And what is the one and only thing we have in common? We touched that music box. And it was right after I touched it that everyone forgot me. Sophie maced him and he ran away and he dropped the music box and I picked it up. And then in that exact moment, it was like I flipped a switch and everyone forgot me. It has to be related. Is it the box itself or the song it plays? Is Mirandus the name of the effect that the music has, or is it the name of the tune itself? Just now in the burger place, I didn't have the song playing, but I did have the box in my shoulder bag. But when the killer approached us at the cafe, it was playing the whole time. I don't know. People forgot me when I touched it, so that might be the cause of the forgetting. But the only way I can think of to test that is to have somebody else touch it. And if it works, then I'll know, but I'll also have cursed another person to be forgotten, which I don't wish on my worst enemy. And for all I know, I'll forget them too, so it wouldn't help anyway. For all I know, the Hollywood killer forgot me. Which, I don't know. I didn't forget him. Girl, how am I supposed to figure all this out? Doctor Who makes it look so easy. Of course, he has a companion, and I don't have Sophie anymore, so... I wonder if I could convince Sophie that she knows me. I mean, a ton of the photos on her phone. I've got hours of audio of the two of us talking. It's gotta be worth something, right? But Sophie doesn't know anything. I mean, she knows a lot of things, and she's great, and she's wonderful, and I love her, but she doesn't know anything about how this memory thing works, or what Mirandus is, or how to reverse it, or anything. Now that she's lost her memory of me, she might have forgotten everything about the Hollywood killer, too. I don't know. I need someone who knows everything. But nobody knows everything except for the Hollywood killer himself, and I'm never going to get... Wait a minute. Who else knows everything? That guy from the DMs, the one who told us about Mirandus. We thought he was the Hollywood killer, but apparently the Hollywood killer is looking for him and is scared of him? Worried about him, I don't know, but they're definitely not working together, which means there's somebody else out there who knows what's going on. If he was just some random nut job like the cops said, the killer wouldn't be looking for him, which means that whatever he knows something. He's important. If anyone can help me, it's him, so all I have to do is find him. He already tried responding to the DM and no luck. Probably a throwaway account he never checks. The cops were trying to find him, though, and they were doing some kind of trace on the account. I don't know what that involves, but, like, can they track down the device he used? What city he's in? What house he's in? They seemed pretty confident that they could find him, so all I have to do is go back and ask Officer... Dang it! Gah. None of them remember me! Oh, not Sunshine, not Tracy, not Josue, nobody. So I can't just walk in and get the info, and honestly, they probably wouldn't give it to me anyway because it's part of an ongoing investigation. Which they've probably forgotten about anyway because maybe forgetting me means forgetting about the data they pulled from my phone. And it's not like I can just waltz in and take it. I'm forgettable, but not invisible. Okay. Now, wait a minute. No, never mind. I'm not even going to think about it. That's stupid. Sneaking into a police station is dangerous. It is foolish. It is illegal. It is maybe the only way to get what I need. It is plausible. Is it plausible? Okay, how would I even do it? I'm not invisible, but I'm forgettable. Even if they catch me, and they'll definitely catch me because I have no idea what I'm doing, they'll just forget me. If I end up in handcuffs or in a cell, I'm screwed, but anything short of that, I can't get out of. Right? No consequences. I just threw a freaking milkshake at a wall right in front of the guy, and 2 seconds later, he didn't know who I was or how it happened. Oh, this is stupid. This is so stupid. This is so stupid. This is so stupid. Ugh. But I'm going to give it a try. I need answers, and this is the only way to get them, so... Dang it! I'm going to do it. And I'm going to record everything because this recording is the only proof I have that I'm real. This is so stupid. Hi. Is this the reception desk?
It is.
Great. And, I have a delivery for the computer technician department.
You mean IT?
No, I mean the people that look at people's computers for evidence and stuff.
Who are you?
What's that department called?
That's the digital forensics department. You're not even a delivery person.
I am not. You're right. But there are a lot more people in here than I expected, so I'm going to have to walk out and come back in instead of just ducking behind the counter like I was going to. Give me a second. I'll be right back.
What?
Okay. Learned some good stuff. Back in for round 2. Hi. I have a delivery for the digital forensics department.
Okay, you can leave that here with me.
I'm actually supposed to take it directly to them.
I'm afraid that's against our policy. If you just give it to me, I'll make sure that they get it.
That's an interesting policy. Do you mind if I ask about it?
This is a police station, miss. We have very tight security here for obvious reasons.
Who gets to go through the locked doors?
Only employees and people being escorted by employees. Can you please give me the delivery?
It's in the truck. I'll be right back.
Oof.
This is going to be harder than I thought. Time for a completely different approach. Round 3? Hi, I need to talk to Tracy Clark in Archives.
Do you have an appointment?
I don't, but it's very important. It's about the Hollywood killer case, and I have evidence...
You can make an appointment if you'd like to.
I don't think that's going to work, but...
Why wouldn't it work?
I just have this gut feeling that somebody's going to forget about it.
I assure you that can't happen. It's all digital. So, even if we forget, the computer will remember.
Worth a shot. What's the soonest you can get me in?
Let me call her.
I'm definitely going to cut all this out. Fast forward to... Hi. It's been an hour, and it's time for my 3 p.m. appointment with Tracy Clark. Let's call this round 4. Hi, I have an appointment to see Tracy Clark.
Let me check the calendar. Christina Walsh?
I seriously want to cry hearing you say that. Can you say it again?
Christina Walsh?
That's the one.
Okay. Just sign right here.
Okay.
And here.
Got it.
Can I see some ID?
Here you go.
Thank you. All right. This is a visitor's badge. You need to wear it at all times.
Will do. Just clip it on?
That's great. Follow me.
I'm sorry. I really need to use the bathroom. I should have asked this outside the security door, but...
That's okay.
Really
just use this one. I'll just wait right here for you.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Okay, this is empty. So I got past the security guard, and Julie, the receptionist, is going to forget about me completely and go back to her desk. So I'm in and I'm on my own. If I get rid of this visitor badge, I should be able to walk around and everyone will just think I'm an intern or something. Let's give it a shot. Julie is gone. Nobody is paying any attention to me. I'm in a place with a bunch of desks and cubicles and stuff. I've been here before, so I mostly know where I'm going, but let me try something.
Hi, excuse me, I'm the new intern. Can you tell me where to find digital forensics?
Yeah, you go down this aisle, look for the big double doors, and go through. Girl at the desk will help you out.
Thank you.
He just sent me back to reception, so that sucks. Stuck out of sight, and we'll try this again.
Excuse me, hi. I'm the new intern. The captain told me you could show me where digital forensics is?
He did? Okay. I guess. Why me?
He said you were the expert, and I'm just glad to have somebody so smart to help me out.
Well, I'm always happy to help. What's a good-looking girl like you doing interning for digital forensics?
I'm definitely going to fast forward through this part too.
Excuse me?
Nothing.
Okay. I finally got rid of Officer Full of Himself. And I'll cut that whole thing out, but believe me when I say that our walk to digital forensics took about 5 or 6 minutes, and he hit on me the entire time. But now he doesn't even remember me, so joke's on him. Anyway, I'm going to try digital forensics, and we'll see what we can get.
Hi, I'm sorry to bother you, but the captain asked me to check on the status of that Instagram account you were looking at for the Hollywood killer. There was a girl with a phone. You probably don't remember, but she was contacted by someone we thought was the killer, and you were looking into it to see if you could find the guy online or whatever.
Who are you?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm the new intern. I'm just running some errands for the captain. Go for this, go for that, and crap. Why is there a picture of me on your screen?
When did the captain send you?
Seriously, why am I on your screen? Is that from my Instagram account?
That is indeed from the Instagram account you claim to be retrieving from the captain, which is obviously not true, because we just talked to the captain trying to figure out why we have some random girl's Instagram data attached to the Hollywood killer case. He's never heard of it either. And nobody has any idea who you are or why you're in our system. And then, suddenly, here you are.
I'm calling him back.
Yeah, I'm definitely going to go out and come back. And why won't the door open?
It locks automatically. This is technically an evidence room, so no one can leave without direct authorization.
Oh no.
You damn right, oh no. Who are you?
Hey, Captain. Remember that Instagram account we were just asking you about?
I bet he doesn't.
Just tell me who you are.
You know who I am. I'm Christina Walsh. I'm right there on your monitor. I was contacted through Instagram by someone who has information about the Hollywood killer, and you used my phone to get the data to try to track him down.
How do you know that? Nobody in our office knows that.
No, sir. I mean, the one we just talked to you about. Yes, I know. I just called you and we talked about a random Instagram account that we couldn't remember grabbing. Captain, we talked for 10 minutes. How do you not remember?
It's because I'm impossible to remember.
Gabby, what is going on?
He says he doesn't remember.
That was like 30 seconds ago.
I'm telling you, he won't remember because he can't. Nobody can.
What are you talking about?
Okay, so wait. We can use this. I walked in right at exactly the right moment. I don't have to convince you I'm involved because you were looking at the screen right when I got here. So all I have to convince you of now is to trust me. Are you willing to do an experiment?
Captain, just come down here right now.
What kind of experiment?
It's Gabby, right? And your name is?
Derek.
You look like a Derek. Okay. My name is Christina, and here's what we're gonna do. Okay. One of you is going to come with me behind this big cabinet thing.
Server farm.
Yes, behind that. You're going to keep your eyes on me the whole time, and the other one won't be able to see us.
Like hell we are.
I'm embarrassingly out of shape, so I won't be able to do anything. You can even keep your gun on me the whole time if you want to, just don't shoot me accidentally or anything.
Why are we doing this?
Because the person who can't see me will forget me instantly and completely. And the other one of you will remember everything, and you'll think that the forgetful one is insane, but you'll see it happen right in front of you.
Let's just wait for the captain. You said he's on his way, right?
Yeah.
Oh, I wouldn't bet on it. He's already forgotten me, and because your conversation with him was about me, I'm willing to bet he's forgotten all about that too. Call him if you want. Try it.
Hello, Captain? This is Gabby Ramirez in Digital Forensics. Are you on your way here soon? No, my mistake. Thank you. Yeah. He doesn't remember either phone call.
What on earth?
Okay, so you've seen it happen. Now let's see it in person. Who wants to go behind the server farm thingy with me?
I'll go, but if you so much as look at me wrong, I am tasing you.
I'll even close my eyes if you want. Let's go. Gabby, this is going to work best if you look away so you can make absolutely sure you don't see me. Oh, and you don't want to hear me either, so let's have 5 seconds of silence. Oh, better yet, Derek, why don't you count? Gabby, can you see me?
No.
Go for it.
This is stupid, but... fine. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now what happens?
What do you mean now what happens? You're the one counting, weirdo.
Gabby, tell this idiot that you know exactly why I'm counting.
What idiot?
See?
You've got to be kidding me.
Huh. Do you have a girl back there? Is this the hottie from the gym you keep talking about?
Hi, no, it's just me. Let me step out from behind this server farm so you can see me.
Obviously you remember her, right?
Should I?
From 5 seconds ago? We did this stupid experiment? From the Instagram account.
So, it is the girl from the gym?
Stop playing.
She's not playing. She has no idea who I am. She doesn't remember ever seeing me, hearing me, or even talking about me. She doesn't even remember the Instagram account. Not what's in it, not even that it exists. The only reason you put it together the first time is because lucky me walked in right when you were already looking at it.
This is impossible.
You saw it with your own eyes.
What is she talking about?
You're not gonna believe it.
Let me put it as simply as I can. I am impossible to remember. So is the Hollywood killer, or at least he used to be. He used something called Mirandus to make people forget him, and this is going to sound crazy, but I think Mirandus is a song, and I also think it's wearing off, which is why people are starting to be able to remember him, which is why you even have a case at all. But right now, I need something from you. A while ago, you pulled my Instagram data from my phone so you could track down the digital identity of a man who posted a certain comment. Did you find him?
Look on my monitor.
Why? Oh, wow. There she is. Whoever you are, this is definitely your Instagram account.
Did you find the guy?
Derek?
I don't even remember looking for a guy, but I'm starting to realize that might not mean anything. Check the data in the file and see if we found anything.
Let me see here. There's an IP address. Looks like an internet cafe in Little Tokyo. Kind of place where people go when they don't want to be traced.
But we can totally still trace him.
How?
We send some black and whites to pull security camera footage and match the time code to the moment this account was accessed.
That won't work. Whoever you send won't remember me or the trace long enough to do it.
There's no way this is real.
It's definitely real.
Then we need to tell the captain.
You've tried that already.
What?
You called him twice. He couldn't remember anything, either time.
None of this makes any sense.
I know, and honestly, I don't think there's anything we can do at this point except... Oh, can you give me the address?
For the internet cafe?
Yeah, I'll go look by myself.
I can't just let you walk out if you're alone.
You can't stay with me forever either. Sooner or later, you'll look away, even if it's just by accident, and we'll be right back where we started. You won't know where we are or what we're doing.
Is this real? Derek, tell me. Is this real?
It's real.
Then I agree. We can't let you do this on your own. I'll feel horrible if anything happens to you.
No, you won't.
The cafe is called Hard Carry. Let's go.
Thank you. I, just need to hit the restroom first. Hi, it's me again. So, Gabby and Derek were sweet, but it was better to give them the slip. It was nice to be known even for just a little bit, but there was no way to sustain it. I have work to do. I can't be constantly re-explaining my existence every time they looked the wrong direction. But I got what I needed. I'm here at an internet cafe called Hard Carry, which I think must be a gamer place because everyone in this building is on a headset playing games. The guy at the counter refused to let me look at his security footage, which makes sense because I'm just some rando off the street. Plus, he went to the back to check on something, and when he came back, he reintroduced himself and asked if I needed anything. So clearly that wasn't going to be a fruitful relationship. So, I'm on to plan R? I don't know how many plans we've been through by now, but I'm calling this one R, and it is born of pure desperation. I'm out in front of the building holding a great big sign that says, "Ask me about Mirandus." I figure whoever contacted me probably uses this place often, or maybe just lives nearby, and if I wait here long enough, there's a chance they'll see me. And I know this isn't a great solution, but what else am I supposed to do? I'm at the end of my rope here. So, now I'm the weird girl sitting outside of a gaming cafe in Little Tokyo looking like I'm trying to sell people on my new age religion. Yeah, I'm definitely going to have to cut most of this. Okay, yeah, we're recording. Can you introduce yourself? Actually, wait, let me do an intro thing. Usually I would do this all in post-production while I'm editing and create little narration bits to splice this all together, but I don't have time for that crap anymore, so I'll just do it now. Hi, this is Christina. Welcome back. I sat outside of that gaming cafe for about 4 hours, and it turns out most people didn't think I was selling a New Age religion. They thought I was selling pharmaceuticals, or maybe just illegal drugs, I don't know. But sooner or later, a guy did come up and talk to me, claiming to know about Miranda's. And I wasn't sure I could trust him, but he passed the main test. He walked around the corner, waited for a few seconds, and walked back. He remembered me. So, maybe you're a scary lunatic, Mr. Mysterious Stranger Man, but, you're also my best friend right now.
Thank you.
Just to set the stage a little here, since there is no video feed.
And never will be.
Yes, he was, very clear about that. I can record his voice, but no video, no photos, and he won't even tell me his name. But is it okay if I describe you?
No.
I mean, just your clothes. You're dressed very uniquely.
Fine. But we need to be quick.
I know, and I'm sorry. I need to record all of this because it's the only record I have that I exist.
I know. And I sympathize. Go for it.
Okay, so he's an older guy, maybe mid-40s, dressed in like a... Well, I don't know how you would describe it, but I'd call it a homeless jester cosplay.
This is breeches, a tunic, and a doublet. And hose, technically. But they're more whole than fabric these days.
And if it's not too much, I'd also like to add that you're not exactly... I mean, not who I would expect to be living in Little Tokyo. I'm sorry, is that racist?
Frankly, yes. But you are correct. I am not Asian. I actually live a few streets over, in Central City East.
Oh, I'm not familiar with that.
It's Skid Row. I'm not currently homeless, but I've spent a lot of time that way, for reasons I'm sure you can understand.
No one can remember you.
For a long time, no. But most people can these days. Miranda's wears off, like I told you.
Wait, so you are the one who sent the message?
I am. I was hoping you could help to bring him down, but obviously that's not going to happen anymore.
Why not?
What do you think? You're lost now. You can't convince anyone of anything.
I convinced you.
Because I have the same stupid curse. Why do you think I haven't stopped him all these years? You think I haven't tried? Master Malmahan has been very...
what?
What?
I mean, who? Master Mammogram?
Malmahan. That's his name. Or really, it's just a title. Just like the Hollywood killer is a title. We don't need to get into it.
I'd kind of like to get
It won't matter because you don't matter. No offense. I just mean you don't matter anymore.
How does that make it not offensive?
What I mean is that you no longer matter to this case. I've spent decades trying to stop Malmahan, trying to bring him down, or get him arrested, or even just kill him. But I can't. He's too powerful. And then you came along with all the right clues and a huge national audience, and I thought that might be enough to get something done. But now, you're nothing. Again, no offense, but everything I thought you could do for me is out the window now.
Everything you thought I could do for you?
I have been trying to stop a supernatural serial killer for nearly 30 years. Forgive me if I'm not perfectly polite.
Fine. But there's gotta be something we can still do together, right? Even if no one else believes us.
He's too powerful.
You keep saying that, but what does that mean?
It means he can't be stopped.
Of course he can be stopped. He's not a witch in a fairy tale. We literally maced him and he ran away.
You maced him. And what did that accomplish? He got away, and nobody remembers or cares.
But I mean, like we heard him, which means at the very least that we know he can be hurt, supernatural or not. What if we had like a taser or something?
Taser?
Yeah, we could have gotten a confession and kept him there until the police showed up.
And then the police would take him, lose sight of him for a few seconds, and instantly forget why he was in there.
Yeah, but he'd be in a cell by them. They'll have checked him in and done some paperwork and taken his mugshots and everything.
He won't even get that far. They'll lose him before they ever check him in, as soon as he asks to use the restroom. You've already used the restroom trick, haven't you?
Yeah. Okay, but, I mean, we could shoot him.
Do you really want to kill somebody?
No, but if it means saving another 42 people he doesn't kill...
He's killed far more than 42 people.
That's my whole point!
Your point is worthless. Your point is that he has to be stopped. Which, duh, of course he has to be stopped. Hurricanes have to be stopped, too. That doesn't mean we can shoot them in the face.
He's a person, not a force of nature.
He's not a person. Okay?
Okay.
If there's anything you need to understand about Malmahan, it's that he is not a person. He looks like one, and sometimes he can act like one, poorly, but he's not real. He's not human. He's not understandable. He's not categorizable. He's a monster, created purely for evil. And the instant you start thinking of him as a person is the instant he beats you.
You almost sound like you admire him.
I have a healthy respect for the threat he represents. That's not the same thing as respect for him.
So if you're not going to help me, why are you talking to me? What are we doing here?
I'm sorry about what's happened to you. I can't help you with Malmahan any more than you can help me, but I figured I owed you that. At least...
Owed me what? That weak-ass apology? You haven't told me what's going on, or how to deal with it, or how to reverse it, or anything I can actually use.
If I knew how to reverse it, do you think I'd be living like this? I've lost my home. I've lost my family. I've lost everything I ever had. You've been cursed for 2 days, not even 2 full days. And I'm supposed to drop my whole life to help with yours? You want something you can use. Bus station showers, homeless shelter meal lines. If you really want to go all in, start stealing stuff. This is only a curse if you try to stay good. Malmahan himself is the best example of that. You can't have friends or a family or a life, but you can have literally anything else in the whole entire world.
I'm not going to become a criminal.
Then I'm you in 30 years, dressed in rags, living on the street, telling the next poor idiot about the curse you couldn't deal with.
At least tell me what causes it. Is it the music box? How can a music box do this?
I told you, it's Miranda's.
But what is Miranda's?
Take it easy. Just because they'll forget us when we leave doesn't mean they won't throw us out first. You good?
Obviously not.
And if there's anything I could do about that, I would. So, let's see here. Okay, if I told you everything, you'd call me a liar. So let me tell you the little small part that might help you.
I want to know everything.
Too bad. You get what I give you. And you stay out of my way. Miranda's is the music box.
What? Are you telling me I have Miranda's in my shoulder bag?
You have it with you?
Yeah, it's right here.
Will you look at that? The patterns on it. I'm sorry, it's been so long, you know?
You've seen it before?
I mean, yes, of course. And, I kind of thought I'd never see it again, you know? Or anything like it.
You seem really affected by it.
It's just a reminder of better days. May I touch it?
You're already cursed, so go crazy.
Oh, this is Miranda's. I know it sounds crazy, but this music box is so fundamentally alien to the natural order of the world that the world rejects it.
So it's aliens now?
Oh, I don't mean space aliens. I mean foreign, different, unnatural in a way that's completely incompatible with human experience. It's not so much that they can't understand it, as they simply can't interface with it. So they don't. And now you've got it on you, so to speak, so they can't interface with you either. Play that music box right now, and everyone would hear it. But the instant the song ends, they'd forget every note. Maybe even everything that happened while it was playing.
But then eventually they'd remember it, right? Because it wears off?
Sure, if you're willing to wait. Malmahan killed people for 30 years before the world started to slowly remember his victims. And maybe that will continue. Maybe people will remember clues. Maybe they'll even start to remember him. But you won't be a part of that. And any victory the world eventually has over him, they won't remember you.
So what happened last time?
Last time?
I was investigating this same thing last year. Leona McPherson, memory drugs, the whole thing. I never put it online like I'm doing now, but I found the files on my computer. I recorded hours of research and interviews and everything else, and I don't remember any of it. Neither does anybody else I talked to.
Mirandus doesn't want to stay in people's brains. It's like oil and water. You can mix them if you try, but once you stop stirring, they'll separate out again. You got too close to Malmahan, and that Mirandus effect kicked in and wiped your memory.
So did I touch the music box last year too?
I mean, yes, of course. Or you got near it, or you heard it.
But the other people in the cafe heard it and didn't lose their memories.
Because Mirandus wears off. It's been here for so long.
But been where for so long? Where did it come from?
The music causes the memory loss. This is what I've been saying.
That's not what you've been saying at all. You said it was the music box itself.
It's both.
What aren't you telling me?
This interview is over.
Hey, give that back!
Let go!
It's mine, and you're weird, and I think you're lying to me!
I said let go!
Give it back or I'll break it!
No!
It's the only way to be safe, right?
It's a work of art! It's sacred!
This got me once, it got me twice. It's gotten who knows how many other people. And if the Hollywood killer gets hold of it, he can start killing everyone again. It's better for everyone if I destroy it right now.
It will make the curse permanent.
What?
Destroy it, and it can never wear off. Neither you nor any of Malmahan's undiscovered victims will ever be remembered again. Take it if you want. It's more important that it survive than that I get to be the one to keep it. Promise me you'll keep it safe.
I promise. I won't break it.
Good. Good luck.
Bye. So that was not as helpful as I had hoped. Mysterious stranger man turned out to be crazy? Maybe unhelpfully nihilistic at the very least. I certainly don't want to believe that I'm stuck being forgotten for the next 30 years, but he was, and the Hollywood killer was. I also don't want to believe that it's caused by a magical artifact, but it's hard to refute the evidence. I know that touching the music box did something to me, but I also know that Zoran was lying about something. Who knows what? And Sophie and I were already suspecting magic, or I guess I was suspecting magic for a while now. And I don't want to sound like a woo-woo wingnut crazy person, but I can't deny it anymore. I'm in my very own episode of Doctor Who, except I don't have a doctor to bail me out.
I kind of had hopes for Mysterious Stranger Man. But, well, you all saw how that went. He wasn't the doctor. He was the weird old guy right before the second commercial who warns the doctor about monsters and then gets eaten by one. Which I guess makes me the doctor. Which sucks for everyone because I am not nearly as smart or clever or experienced enough to get out of this problem. The only way to learn what's really going on is to try this music box on somebody, but I absolutely don't dare. It's just a giant mess, start to finish. So I took a bus to San Dimas. Yes, it's the place from Bill and Ted. That's our only claim to fame, so that's what people ask about. I've never even seen the movie, but anyway. I didn't even pay for the bus. I just got on and said, 1 second, and sat down. And the driver forgot I was there. It's not a bad trip. It's like an hour. And now, here I am, trudging along, headed home. There's nobody there, obviously. Dad died 2 years ago. I left town a year before that, not counting, like, Christmases and stuff. I'm sure some of the neighbors are still around, I guess, but I was never really close to them, and they're not going to remember me anyway, maybe even without this stupid Miranda's thing. But I wanted to see it, you know? I wanted to get here and see it and feel, well, as at home as it's possible to feel for a place you haven't lived in 3 years, with no people in it. I don't have anywhere to go and nobody to talk to except for a bunch of podcast listeners I've never met who don't remember subscribing to my show. So I'm going to the only place I can think of that might make me feel less alone in the world. Fat chance, I know, but here we are. This is my old neighborhood. I'm walking through it now. You can't see it, so I don't know why I'm describing it to you. Everything's flat. Flat streets between flat lawns in front of flat houses. Well, slightly peaked houses, but they're only 1-story. 2-story houses are for fancy people, and San Dimas is anything but. I think most people who think about Los Angeles imagine freeways and benches and palm trees and stuff. Big houses on cliffs where billionaires throw parties for movie stars. My Los Angeles is out here in the desert. With cracked pavement and brown grass and whatever those trees are called. Sycamores, I don't know, all twisty and weird. The smell here is so familiar I could melt. This is where I grew up. This is my actual street. It was a long walk from the bus stop, but I made it. That's where the crazy guy lived. That's where the meth house got busted. I can't remember who moved in, maybe nobody. That one is where my best friend lived from 4th to 9th grade, but she moved to Phoenix or something. And that one there is mine. You can't see it, but it's nice. All the houses here have big, giant garages out front with the house part tucked in the back. Ours is white, and I guess most of them are white or beige. Whoever bought the place from Dad didn't paint it, so it's still just white. This is what I have. This is my legacy.
faded white paint in an old desert suburb. Huh?
I said they're not home.
That's Mr. Spencer. Old guy across the street from us. I kind of figured he'd be dead by now, but there he is. Hello, Mr. Spencer. Let's go say hi.
I said there's nobody home there. Are you looking for the Walshes?
I thought somebody bought that place.
Oh, you're right. I forget. Walshes haven't lived there for 2 years. It's the, well, I don't know who lives there now.
How are you doing, Mr. Spencer?
I'm fine. Do I know you?
Yeah, but don't worry about it. It's been a while.
It's not the years, miss. It's the old-timer's disease.
Alzheimer's?
Oh, old-timers, I call it. Gets right in and wipes your brain clean, like a mop. I know my wife most of the time, and I know my kids, but they never come to visit me anymore.
I remember your kids coming home for Christmas.
Did they?
Yeah, a couple of times. But I was super young.
How old are you?
I'm 22.
Hoo-wee! When I was 22, this wasn't even a city yet. Just ranches and farms, or orchards, I guess. Oranges mostly, some almonds. Did you know this used to be sun-kissed country?
Still is.
Oh, I mean the company. Sun-kissed orange juice and soda pop.
I do think you told me that, yeah.
How do I know you?
I'm one of the Walshes.
No. You're much too young to be one of them. Maybe the reporter?
You're thinking of my mom. I'm Christina, the daughter.
I don't remember them having a daughter, but I don't remember most things these days, so I suppose anything is possible.
How do you do it?
Do what?
How do you stay so cheerful with when your memory goes out like that? When the world in your head and the world all around you doesn't match?
Well, I used to get very upset. Or at least assume I did. I feel like I must have. But sooner or later, I realized that it doesn't matter what I remember about you. It only matters how I feel about you now. And since I don't remember anything, and I can feel any way I want, I may as well feel happy to see you.
That's really sweet, actually.
I suppose it is, but I'm not trying to be sweet. I'm just trying to get by. I could rail at the world, but it wouldn't change anything. And I wouldn't remember it anyway.
What if your situation was reversed? What if you could remember everything, but nobody could remember you? What would you do then?
Well, I'm 92 years old, kid. Nobody does remember me. My neighbors never visit. My children don't call. Live your life the way you want to live it, and to hell with everybody else. If they don't remember you, that's their loss.
That's easy for you to... Well, I guess it really isn't.
Never get old, kid. It's absolute hell.
Well, being young's not too fabulous either.
I suppose that's true. What'd you say your name was?
Christina Walsh, and somehow it hurts so much less when you forget me than when anyone else does.
Oh, I'm sorry, dear. Did I forget you?
Only my name.
Deborah Walsh.
That's my mother.
From across the street. Mm-hmm. That's your mother's?
Yeah.
You look like her. How come I never see you around? She'd want you to visit, you know.
She's She's fine. I see her all the time.
Well, that's good, at least. I never see my kids at all.
Do you remember my father?
Who?
Mike Walsh.
Mike? Of course I remember him.
Not a lot of people do.
He's quiet, I suppose. Keeps to himself.
A little too much, maybe.
Maybe. A certain amount of privacy is good for a man. For a woman. For anyone. We've all got things we want to keep to ourselves. Things we don't want to share. Things we don't dare to share. Things we maybe just don't think the rest of the world has any connection to. Things that are just ours, and ours alone. And they're not much, I guess, but they're enough.
Maybe. I guess so, but then what happens when the person goes and all that special stuff goes with him? Then what do we do?
A person is so much more than the things we know or the things we don't know. Your father has his secrets, but you don't love him for his secrets, right? You love him for the things he did and the things he said and the things he was. And some of those things maybe you don't know for sure. You don't know. But some of those things you do. And they're why you loved him. And they're why you'll always love him. And those things are never gonna go away. Your father's a good man. And I'm sure you're a wonderful daughter.
Thank you. That was really... It was exactly what I needed to hear.
Just a rambling old fart.
Don't sell yourself short. This is the most normal conversation I've had in days.
Sounds like you need better friends.
Just to any friends at all. Which is basically impossible now that no one can remember me.
No one can remember you? Cute little thing like you?
No one.
Well, stick with me then. I can't remember anyone, so you won't be any different than anyone else.
You're immune to my curse.
Immune to you?
Holy crap.
What's wrong?
I'm immune to the curse. Or, I mean, the superpower. The Hollywood killer only has one power left. No magic, no armies, no nothing, just one power. No one can ever catch him because no one can remember him. But I can.
What are we talking about now?
We're talking about me going out to do something really stupid, like, so stupid.
I don't like the sound of that.
Neither do I, believe me, but I think I can actually do it.
If you're gonna do something dangerous...
Oh, it's definitely dangerous. But Miranda swears off.
What does that mean?
It means I have a chance.
Every year in the United States, there are 15,000 murders, give or take a few hundred. Of those, nearly 40% go unsolved. My name is Christina Walsh, and you're listening to Forgotten. What do you think? The intro's back. Not that any of you remember the intro or anything about this show. My listener numbers dropped way down for episode 5. I figure maybe most of the people who found the show in their subscription list just assumed it was put there by the app or something, like a paid promo, and unsubscribed. Very few of you listened, but you're my stalwarts. You're still there for me, so I figured I need to be here for you. So, intro it is. Welcome to Forgotten. That title really hits different now, huh? doesn't it? But I guess I'm stuck with it. I'm sitting outside of the motel Sophie and I were staying in. I took an Uber here, and believe it or not, the driver legit forgot I was in his car. I was being really quiet, and he just forgot me completely. Almost crashed the car when I said something, but we're here. And no one can remember me still, and that's about to suck because we're about to do this for real. I'm going to talk to Sophie and try to convince her that she knows me. I know she's still here because I can see Gemma's car in the lot. I'm going to keep recording everything because these recordings are all I have left. You're my security blanket now. Wish me luck.
What do you want?
What did you say?
Go away.
Come on, Soph. Open the door.
I said come back later. I'm not ready for the... You're not the maid.
I'm not. Can I come in?
No. Who are you?
My name is Christina Walsh, and you're not going to believe this, but, we're best friends.
I don't have time for this.
Wait, oh! Ow!
Get your foot out of the door!
You have my suitcase.
Prove it.
You came home last night to this motel room and found an extra suitcase in the closet. It's blue with green flowers, and the handle has been repaired with bright pink duct tape.
Okay. What is that, yours? I knew this stupid motel was too cheap to not royally screw up something that important. What happened? You left it here and they gave the room to me and just, never cleaned it? Ugh. Because I totally buy that. This place is disgusting. Hold on, let me get it for you.
No, don't walk away. You'll, just trust me, don't walk away yet. I need you to look in your phone.
My phone?
In the photo reel on your phone, right here, right now, while you are looking at me.
Why?
Because I'm in most of them. No! Stop closing the door on me!
I don't want to talk to a crackhead or, whatever you are.
I'm not a crackhead.
That's why I said, or whatever you are.
Look, I meant it when I said we're best friends. We've been roommates for years, and we drove here together from New York in your cousin Gemma's beat-up Ford Fiesta.
I drove here by myself, and I think I'd remember if there was somebody with me.
Just look in your phone. Please?
Fine. But you stay outside.
Thank you.
And if you try to kill me while I'm distracted, be advised I have mace and a very high-pitched scream.
I am amply aware of both.
Whatever. What the hell?
See?
How did you do this?
We've been roommates for years. I told you that.
Did you hack my phone? Or the cloud?
Why does everyone always think it's a hacker?
I've never seen you before in my life, but you're in half the photos in here.
I told you.
Damn, and I look good. Oh yeah, like this trip to the dumpling place last spring. I remember that whole trip, and you weren't there. But you're in all the photos.
I'm going to have to do some real audio editing again, aren't I? Now that you're swearing again.
Audio editing?
Mentally, I don't like swearing.
Oh, for sake.
Well, thank you very much for that.
You're lucky that's all you get. How'd you do this? Why did you do this?
I didn't do anything to your photos.
Are you gonna kill me? Are you like a creepy stalker who followed me here from NYU and broke in and put your up suitcase in my closet and edited yourself into my photos?
I am not remotely that talented.
No one is that talented. Look at these photos. It's from 3 years ago. You did 3 years of photos?
That's when we met. Freshman year at NYU. You study cello, I'm music history with a minor in trumpet.
Well, that explains the trumpet in this one. But, oh damn, that's good fingering. No. This is insane. I refuse to get pulled into this crazy f***ing whatever this is. Scam and or scheme and or elaborate murder, suicide, or MLM. I'm out. And I'm deleting all of these.
God! How it! Sophie, stop slamming the door on my foot!
Get your foot out of my door!
Look! Do you want to hear the audio?
Oh, the mental audio editing? What, have you been secretly filming me sleeping?
I have 15 months of voice recordings of you and me researching a supernatural serial killer in Hollywood.
Hold it right there, sister. I may be a music major, but I am way too cool to record an amateur crime investigation with anyone, let alone some idiotic fantasy version of an amateur crime investigation.
Open your phone.
What?
You have 4 episodes on your phone. It's called Forgotten.
Well, why? Did you hack that too?
You're on it, genius. Open it up and listen to it. Please.
Fine.
Not episode 1. You're not really in that one very much.
Okay, so you faked a bunch of episodes just to put me in them, and I'm not even in one of them?
They're not fake! They are real. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
You are the most angry, confusing crackhead hacker stalker I have ever talked to.
I just skip ahead.
Fine. Well, what about 3? Am I in 3?
Yes, you're in episode 3.
How long do I have to wait?
To find out you forgot your best friend? I think you can spare a few minutes.
I'll spare you minutes after I'm convinced. For now, you gotta convince me, so...
Fine! Get to the end of the monologue.
A monologue? Are you f***ing kidding me? God, how long is a monologue?
I don't know, 5 minutes.
Is it about me?
It's about a supernatural serial
killing.
Okay.
Damn, you like to listen to yourself talk. How long is this?
Sorry.
Hi, everyone. This is Christina Walsh.
And Sophie Kwan.
And we're in a Starbucks in West Hollywood. We chose this place because it's very public, which makes it a much safer place to meet with a stranger.
Hi, my name is Lamar Davis, and I am not fully convinced that this isn't some kind of plot to kidnap and murder me.
Oh, I remember Lamar. I met him for coffee, and then again that night for dinner.
But we didn't have coffee or dinner.
We didn't. I mean, I didn't. You weren't there.
Yes, I was. You don't remember me, but I was there for this and the dumpling place and for everything else. I promise. Are you ready for the explanation?
I am dying to hear the explanation, but it better be amazing because I know I'm going to be sharing it with either a therapist or a police officer, and probably both.
It's the...
Let me guess, is it the supernatural serial killer?
Yes, it is. But, okay, saying it out loud like this makes it sound really dumb.
Yeah, I'm glad you realized that.
The supernatural serial killer is named Master Mama. You know what? It's not going to sound any better if I try to dress it up. Okay, so let me just hit the basics. There's a killer in LA who steals memories, and he stole yours. You can't remember me or anything about me, and if you close that door for even 2 seconds, you will forget that this conversation ever took place.
Cannot wait for that.
Okay, I know that sounds ridiculous, but it's true, and we really are best friends. And I really do need your help.
Even if we do assume that this is real, which for the record, I do not, what could you possibly need me for? If I can't remember you, I'll be the worst possible person to help you, right?
Well, technically no one can remember me, so at least you have the benefit of being...
Your stalker fixation?
Smart and capable and brave and awesome and my best friend. Okay? So at least, are you willing to try an experiment?
See, I knew this was all coming down to some sex thing. You're a
No,
weirdo, man.
not that kind of experiment! Here, come stand next to me.
So you can kidnap me?
No, so we can make a video. Come here. Keep your foot in the door if you want. We just both need to be in the video.
Oh my god, this is crazy. Fine. Fine, but this is stupid and I feel stupid for the record.
Okay, that's okay. That's okay. You're about to forget the whole thing and then get really confused.
All right, well, what are we doing?
Pop that phone up there, selfie style, and let's make a video.
Okay. All right, you're on, Freakazoid.
Hi, Sophie. We're standing outside your motel room at exactly 9:07 at night. And I want you to tell yourself all about the conversation we just had. Come on. Come on. You have to say something. You're not going to believe it. Otherwise, just say something.
What can I say? Hi, Zelf. This is you. Well, so this crazy person just showed up and claims to be my best friend. And she's in most of the photos on my phone. And allegedly, we recorded 5 episodes together about a killer who steals memories. And allegedly, this killer stole my memories of her. And further allegedly, it's gonna do it all over again as soon as this video is over. So
yeah, that's exactly right. So here's what you're going to do. After we finish this video, you're going to go back into your motel room and close the door. And then I'm going to knock on your door again and you're going to open it and you will have forgotten me and this video. And then we'll watch it together and blow your mind.
Okay. If you say so. I'm gonna go out on a limb here and say that if even a fraction of what she said actually happens, I will eat my own foot.
How about you just trust me instead?
Well, if I forget about you in the next 2 seconds, then I guess sure. At that point, I'll drink the Kool-Aid, sing the Kumbaya, all that.
Cool. Well,
all that,
That's recorded. Let's stop the video and let's do this.
Great. Anything that finally lets me close this door.
See you in a few seconds.
No, you will not. What? Hey, sorry, I'm not ready for the... You're not the maid.
Why do you keep thinking a maid is going to come in the middle of the night?
Who are you?
My name is Christina Walsh. Oh, good. You've still got your camera open. Can you just hit play on that video right there?
What?
That one right there. It explains everything.
Okay. Hi, Zelf. This is you. Well, so this crazy person just...
Hi, everyone. We're back. And Sophie is here with me, and boy howdy is she confused.
That's putting it lightly.
She has watched the video she and I recorded together several times. She has listened to all 5 episodes of the podcast. We have recorded new videos to test the memory thing in other ways. We have gone down to the front desk so she can watch the clerk forget me right in front of her eyes. She has been finally and fully convinced of what's really going on here.
Judging by the videos I've seen, I've been finally convinced at least 5 different times.
It has definitely been a long and difficult road.
I think I need to go to a hospital, honestly. I think I must have an incredibly severe concussion, probably indicative of long-term brain damage.
I promise, it's just magic.
I recorded a video of myself explaining the situation to myself so I can watch it anytime I forget her, which is apparently all the damn time.
She's watched it twice so far.
This is the weirdest thing in the world.
I know, but together we are going to find and capture the Hollywood killer.
And that's gonna fix all this?
It might. But in order to do any of it, we need one more person.
Is it a brain trauma surgeon?
It's an Ember Wizard.
Oh, good. I was worried it would be something weird.
He knows how the magic works, and he knows where the killer is hiding. I'm sure of it. He seems strangely reluctant, almost pathologically reluctant to finding and stopping this guy. So we're going to do it ourselves. But we need him to tell us where to go.
And he does remember you, right? Because of the magic Miranda stuff.
Exactly.
Can we sleep first?
We've been going all night, so let's definitely sleep first.
I'll cue up that video again then, because I'm gonna need it. And then we'll wake up and... Wait, you've got a plan.
I do.
Can you tell me? Oh, wait, no. Don't bother. I'll just forget it. So wait for now and tell me again in the morning. When we're going to...
Skid Row.
Is that a real place?
It turns out Skid Row is a super real place. I always thought it was a metaphor, but there's an actual place in downtown LA that is literally called Skid Row. We're on 6th Street right now, and there are actual tents just lining the road. Tents and tarps set up as makeshift tents, and the homeless population here is enormous.
We're still in our car, and we'll probably stay in our car forever.
I don't want to be insensitive because homelessness is a real problem, and being homeless does not make you dangerous.
But at the same time, when we asked the clerk at my motel where Skid Row was...
Our motel.
Our motel. I keep forgetting. He told us Skid Row was super dangerous and has a horrible crime rate and told us not to come here. And our motel is not, shall we say, in a nice part of town, so just let that sink in.
Look, there's a park.
Great, I feel much better now. What are we doing here?
We are looking for a man dressed in breeches and a doublet, but like really old breeches and a doublet. Like they're all ratty now.
That's not helping. What's a doublet?
Like a medieval jacket thing? Just look for a guy who looks like he was an extra in Game of Thrones and hasn't changed his clothes since.
Gotcha. You know, this is the longest I've ever gone without forgetting you.
It is?
I think so. It's not like I remember the other times, but I remember coming out of the bathroom and seeing you.
Freaking out.
And freaking out. And then I watched the video I apparently made that explained the whole thing. And then we had breakfast and drove here, and that was about 2 hours ago. I'm really sorry I keep forgetting you.
It's not your fault.
Is this as weird for you as it is for me?
Yes, but it's probably worse for you. It's hard to keep introducing myself, but at least I have object permanence.
This is so messed up.
It is.
So, instead of worrying about it, I'm just gonna drive around, look for a homeless cosplayer. Keep your eyes peeled. So, what are we gonna do when this is all over?
Go home, I guess. Back to school.
I mean, what are we gonna do about us? We can't keep living like this forever.
Well, I'm hoping this will cure it.
What will? Catching him? Nothing about the magic you described says that catching him will reverse it. He's not a fairy tale witch. He's a monster who breaks reality. And your reality is broken. And it might be years before it unbreaks. Maybe decades. And even if we really are best friends, and I do believe you, all the evidence is there, we're still not gonna be roommates forever, right? I'm gonna go join an orchestra, and you're going to... I don't know. I don't even have enough background knowledge to guess what you're gonna do. You're a music major, right?
Music history. Minor in trumpet performance.
Then you're gonna be a professor somewhere, and I'm gonna go live a wild bohemian lifestyle in a loft apartment in Southeast Asia.
Yeah, that's always been your dream.
It has. I've even already got some offers. But you aren't a part of that plan. Not because I don't like you. Apparently we're super close, and that's great. But our future plans aren't the same. They're not even on the same continent. I guess that's just how growing up works. I mean, how many people are still best friends with their college roommate 10 or 20 or even just like 5 years later?
So, you just want to end it now?
Not right this instant. And not really even at all. But I mean, it's probably better for everyone, right? You won't have to re-explain your existence every couple of hours, and I won't have to feel like I have an unrecoverable brain injury.
I will, though. I'll have to explain myself to everyone all the time, every time I see them. Forever. It just won't be you, though, so you think that solves the whole problem?
Oh. Right. Damn. I keep forgetting about that part. This is so weird. So you want to move to Singapore?
What?
I mean, you won't be able to work as a professor anywhere if they can't remember you, right? So your dreams are kind of shot. No offense.
Kind of late for that.
But I can still do my dream, and you can come with me.
But what about you not wanting to feel like you've got a brain tumor?
Well, yeah. I mean, forget all that. I don't want to feel like that, but it's better than you being homeless, right? Better than you having no one.
You'd do that for me?
We're best friends, right?
Yeah, but that was a fast turnaround.
You'd do it for me, right? I don't know you very well, but you seem like you would.
I hope I would.
Then, of course, I'll do it for you. What are best friends for?
You're the best friend in the whole universe, Sophie. I don't deserve you.
You don't? Well, then let's forget the whole thing.
What?
I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Are you always this jumpy?
Only when I'm hunting serial killers.
Hey, you know what we really don't deserve?
What?
Casa Manga.
What?
Right there! Looks like it sells anime and manga translated into Spanish. Well, damn, that's the coolest thing I've ever seen. How do you say demon hunter in Spanish?
There he is!
Tanjiro Kamado?
No! The Ember Wizard! Pull over!
Holy crap, he does look like a Game of Thrones extra.
Hey, Mr. Ember Wizard! No! Don't run! Follow him.
Paranoid little sucker, isn't he?
Yeah, you have no idea. I just want to ask you a question.
What do you want?
Okay, I'll let you see the music box again.
What do you want?
I just want to ask you a question. Get in and we'll drop you anywhere you want to go.
You sure you're not being followed?
I know exactly what the Hollywood killer looks like, and he's nowhere around.
Unless he likes Mexican manga.
Who's this?
This is Sophie. She's the best person in the world.
Bold praise.
100% true.
You promised me a music box.
I promised I'd let you see it. Sophie, don't touch this or everyone will forget you.
I don't remember much, but I do know you've explained that a few times.
Along the coast and sailed.
There's words?
No, there's not. Shut up. Ask the other thing you were going to ask me.
Hang on. Before we start, can I ask you a question? Just to be sure you're on the same level.
Nothing I have told your friend is a lie.
Oh, lots of it has been lies.
Are they lies, or is he just crazy?
What's your question?
That is my question. Have you ever been diagnosed with schizophrenia?
Yes.
Oh, for the love of... Christina, is it safe to assume that you always do this?
Drag homeless wizards into my car?
Trust people you shouldn't trust.
Yeah, all the time.
Thank you. Please allow me to start over and incorporate this new information. Christina, why do you always do this?
It's not like that. I was diagnosed with psychosis because of Miranda's. It's not actually a mental illness. It just looks that way to people who don't believe me. I took the risk of telling my wife, and...
Wait, you have a family?
Had. They left me.
Yeah, I wonder why. You start talking about magical music and creepy memory monsters. Of course they left you.
You didn't leave me.
Damn it.
I have known Miranda's since I was a child. I never told my wife because I knew she wouldn't believe me, as you say. But when I realized Master Malmahan was killing people, I tried to explain it.
Master Malmahan?
The Hollywood killer.
I couldn't convince her or anyone else that I was right, but I knew that I was. And now you've seen the same evidence. You've seen the magic at work.
We believe you, which is why we're going to go stop him.
You're going to stop him? Master Malmahan.
What's he gonna do? He only has one power, and I'm immune to it.
He has a gun.
And physical strength, and mental strength, or a lack of inhibition, which gives the same result. He won't hesitate to hurt you if he thinks he can get away with it.
Well, then we make sure he won't. We surround ourselves with cops.
Cops who can't remember you.
I'll be right in front of them the whole time. They'll remember me.
And even if you conquer that obstacle, how are you going to get him out in the open? How are you going to get the police there? How are you going to orchestrate this whole grand scheme you're coming up with?
The killer targets artists, right? Leona McPherson and Gordon Spillane and the others, they were all artists. Every single one of them.
Correct.
Do you know why?
No.
I don't believe you.
I don't know.
It doesn't matter. He targets artists. And Sophie is an artist.
Hold up. Are you talking about bait?
Sort of.
Why on earth couldn't I get a normal best friend weirdo to show up at my motel this morning?
No. He only takes artists at the absolute top of their field. The finest painters and singers and actors in the world.
The finest in L.A., which, as far as we can tell, he has never left, right?
Yes, but...
Which means he doesn't need unparalleled prodigies. He just needs really good artists. Of which Sophie is one.
Don't drag me into this.
You just said it yourself. You're on the fast track to join any orchestra you want, even in friggin' Singapore, which I have to assume is harder than average. It's prestigious and exclusive, and you've already got an offer because you're an amazing cellist.
And I would like to not get kidnapped and murdered by anyone, for the record, including, but definitely not limited to, supernatural monsters.
You're not going to get kidnapped or murdered or anything else because we have the music box. People can remember him. The cops can remember him.
That's not true.
Yes, it is. I didn't realize it at first. But I have it in my recording. The waiter at the cafe remembered him after he left. So did Sophie.
Who do I remember?
The tall guy at the cafe. He knocked over your table.
That guy?
Mm-hmm.
Of course I remember him. He was terrifying. He had a big purple marble in his eye socket. Kind of looked like stars or something. He told me he was a murderer, and I maced him. Holy crap, is that the Hollywood killer?
See? She
remembers him!
Why didn't you tell me?
I didn't figure it out until last night. Without the music box, everyone remembers him. Miranda swears off.
That's amazing. He must have been gone for long enough to...
Huh? You said that before. Gone from where?
It doesn't matter. You actually think you can stop him?
What do you mean it doesn't matter? Where did he come from? Why won't you tell me about the song you were singing? What is Mirandus?
I'm serious. Do you actually think you can kill him?
Trap him, not kill him. But yes.
This might actually work.
So you're in now?
At least in part. I cannot be seen in conjunction with him. Not by the police, or the news, or anyone else.
Are you like a criminal or something?
I am not. But I have other concerns.
Your family.
Correct. I cannot let them connect me to this.
Even if you're a hero?
Even if it proves you were right about Mirandus.
None of those things will happen for me, I assure you. I have other plans, and effecting Master Malmahan's capture will further them, but only if I'm not a part of it. I can help you, but I cannot be seen.
Can we still use the audio?
The audio is fine. You don't know my name, and nobody listening will figure out who I am. Well, one person will, but there's nothing he can do about it.
Who?
It doesn't matter. What's your plan?
Why won't you just talk to us?
The plan is to dangle me on a hook, apparently. What can you do?
I can give you his address. He keeps a large house in a private neighborhood. Several, in fact. Which one will help you the most?
How does he have several large houses? In any city, let alone LA, house prices are insane.
As long as the contracts are in order, he can buy a house whether people remember him or not.
Okay, but how does he get the money?
He steals it. He takes whatever he wants and no one can remember him doing it.
But how much can that really help him?
Yesterday, I broke into the police station and stole evidence, walked in and walked out. And that was my first day. Malmahan's been doing this for almost 30 years.
Damn. Okay, then. So, are we doing this?
We are.
I know exactly which house to tell you. He has one just west of here, in an area called the Bird Streets.
That's where Ariana Grande lives.
It's not his main house, but it's the one where he stays when he's hunting. It's very close to Hollywood and the artistic communities that surround it. If he's looking for a new victim, and your plan assumes that he is, that's where he'll be.
Thank you.
Now, I have to go. Let me out on this corner.
Hey, give back the music box.
No! It's too dangerous for Malmahan to have!
Look who's talking, schizo. We can't trust you either.
Look, if you want us to catch the Hollywood killer, we need the music box.
Oh, fine.
Thank you.
Be careful. Master Malmahan is a being of pure malice, inhuman and incomprehensible. He has never been defeated, and it is extremely unlikely that two young girls can be the first to do so.
Young women, bitch.
That's not nice.
That guy's weird.
Yeah, tell me about it.
Now what?
Now, we get you a cello.
Welcome to Anton's Music. Can I help you find anything?
Yeah, do you run instruments?
We do. We sell new, used, and refurbished instruments. And we also rent them for both yearly and monthly periods.
I need a cello. 4/4 DC Strad 900 if you've got it, with pre-rastro strings.
Oh, you know your cellos.
Sophie told me what to ask for.
Are you renting this for your friend?
Yeah, she's right outside. See?
Oh, yeah. She doesn't want to come in?
She's gonna hold the door for me when I leave.
Okay, I guess. Why is she staring at you?
So she doesn't forget me.
That's weird. Anyway, how about this stenter here on the wall? It's not a DZ Strad. We don't have any of those in right now, but it's got a really wonderful tone, and I think you'll like it a lot. It's like the DZ Strad budget option.
That looks fantastic. Do you mind if I try it out?
But I thought it was for your friend. Are you both cellists?
I'm a trumpet player, actually, so it's going to sound awful.
Then why do you want to
Listen, if you're trying to unload some rando off-brand DC Strat on me, I should at least get to play it, right? What if it sounds terrible?
But you don't know how to play it.
Sophie can listen through the door. Hey, Sophie, open the door.
Does he have a DZ Strat?
No, he's got this other thing.
A stenter.
It's a stenter.
I don't like those.
I know.
Play it for me.
See?
Why do I always get the weirdos?
You got a bow?
Do you know how to use a bow?
She's my roommate. I've seen her do it tons of times. Thank you. Are these Pirastro strings?
Yes.
Then I'm going to need a Pirastro bow, too.
Never play Pirastro strings without a Pirastro bow.
Yeah, I think I've got one behind the counter.
Here goes nothing.
Oh, hey, wait!
Hurry! Careful with the door!
Damn it.
Sorry. Oh, God. It's only been 2 days and I've already committed grand larceny.
You know, I don't really think it counts as grand larceny if you can buy it at Guitar Center.
Hey, at least when we return it, they won't even know it's gone. So, we've got the address and we've got the cello. Ready to go catch a killer?
I am not excited to be caught by a killer.
You won't be. This plan is foolproof.
Yeah. See, that's what people say at the beginning of every YouTube fail compilation.
Okay, so it's not foolproof, just pretty good. All we need are 3 elements. You playing the cello, him hearing you, and plenty of police officers.
So, like, is that it?
Yeah.
How's that gonna help? Just because I play the cello doesn't mean he's automatically gonna come after me.
Yes, it does.
The music box song.
Exactly.
So, everyone who hears it is going to, forget everything? Or become forgotten?
No, that only happened to me when I touched the box itself. The music doesn't seem to curse people. Everyone at the cafe heard it, including you, and it didn't hurt you.
And the podcast, right?
Right.
People heard it there, and they're all fine.
Exactly. It only hurt me because I touched the box.
Okay, so we take this cello, and I play the magical music, and then what?
When Malmahan hears you playing it, he won't be able to not come after you. Not that he'll be compelled, I don't think, but he'll be dying of curiosity. He'll want to know how you know the song, where you learned it, everything. It'll blow his mind, and since he thinks no one can remember him, he won't worry about coming out to talk to you, even if there are people around.
But he's not an idiot, right? He's overconfident, sure, but he's still smart enough to smell a trap when he sees one. And a girl playing the Narnia national anthem while surrounded by cops is gonna look suspicious as hell.
Okay, well, that's where it gets tricky. We can't have the cops near you, so they'll have to be near-ish.
How near-ish?
How fast can you run with a cello?
With a DZ Strad? 2 blocks in under a minute. Not the best, but it got me away from some bullies in middle school. With that stenter, though, I'm just gonna leave it there and run like a serial killer is chasing me.
Good plan.
How do we get a bunch of police to hide around the corner?
We call in a kidnapping attempt.
We do?
You do. If I do it, they won't remember it 2 seconds later.
Oh, I hate this plan.
So do I, if it helps.
It does a little. But, I mean, okay, so the Hollywood killer hears me, comes for me, and I run. The cops see me, see him chasing me, and try to stop him.
Yep.
But how is that different from, like, every other victim he's kidnapped in broad daylight?
Okay, this time they'll remember him. He doesn't have the music box, so they'll catch him and he'll stay caught. And then the cops go through his house and find all the evidence and he rots forever in a cell. Bing, bang, boom.
Because of a music box.
Because of the absence of a music box.
Yeah. Can I see it?
See what?
The music box.
How is that going to help?
I don't know. Maybe I'll recognize the carvings on it, or... I don't know. Just... It doesn't hurt to look at it.
I guess. Okay. Hang on. Okay, here it is.
Cool. It is kind of fancy, isn't it? And kind of beat up.
Yeah, it's been dropped a few times, I think.
So he definitely carries it with him a lot. We need to destroy it.
No way! The wizard guy said if we destroy it, I'll be cursed forever.
And you believe him?
Why would he lie?
Why would he call himself a wizard and never change his clothes for 20 years? Because he's crazy, and I don't trust anything he says.
What about the address he gave us?
Oh, well, we're definitely gonna try that. I don't think he's lying about anything that'll help us catch the bad guy, but he is definitely lying about something. Hella sus, man.
Okay, good. So let's go do it.
I gotta do something first, but you're really gonna hate it. And if it goes wrong, I apologize, but, I love you.
Wait, Sophie, stop it! No! What are you...
No! Now I've touched it!
Are you crazy?
Best friends forever.
Why did you touch it? Sophie! This is a curse! Like a real, live curse! Oh my god! What is wrong with you? You've ruined your life!
No, I didn't do it for me.
No one's gonna remember you. Your family, the university. You're going to lose your scholarship and your place in the music program. You'll never get a job in an orchestra or as a soloist or anything. And
listen, it'll
you're
be
going
fine.
to be playing in the subway for pocket change and living under an underpass and
Christina, snap out of it, okay? Look, I'm gonna be fine. I'm Gen Z. I'm gonna end up living under an overpass anyway.
You don't understand how
I do.
hard...
I do. I know exactly what you've lost, and now I've lost it with you. On purpose. No one can remember forgotten people except other forgotten people. And I will never forget you again. You think I'm gonna let my best friend be cursed all alone?
Your best friend? You've only known me for 8 hours.
Yeah, well, best 8 hours of my life. Listen, I haven't known you long, but I know you're a good friend. You've put your entire life on the line for some violinist you've never even met. You're a good person. Maybe the best person.
Stop.
You deserve to be remembered.
I love you, Sophie.
I love you too. Now let's smash it.
No, I just told you. That'll make the curse permanent.
Then we'll be the last ones it ever curses. No more victims. No more Hollywood killer. No more stupid, magical whatever. And we've got each other either way, right? So, who cares?
I don't think you appreciate how badly this sucks.
Probably not. I'm sure I'll regret it sometimes. But I've listened to your audio. I listened to that guy have a heart attack when he realized he'd forgotten his husband. I listened to Leona's mom insist she never had a daughter while we were sitting on a giant pile of evidence that she did. They're going through hell. But I'd rather go through hell 1,000 times than let even one more person have to do it.
Yeah, you're right. I was gonna do this earlier, but he talked me out of it, but yeah, you're right. Let's do it.
Together. We each put a hand on it like this, and On 3, we smash it on the dashboard.
Okay.
Ready?
1,
2, 3. Take that, Mirandis! Hey!
Okay, no more dead bodies.
Amen to that.
Okay, but now we have another problem. Our plan relies on calling the cops. If they can't remember you, that won't work.
We should have called before I touched the thing, huh?
Yeah, you think?
What if we, threaten somebody? Like, we literally go into a neighbor's house, pull a gun, and ask for their wallets.
That's illegal.
Well, they won't remember us, so who cares? But the cops will remember the phone call because we're not the ones who made it.
You might be pretty good at this memory thing.
Right? Sweetie, I was born to commit immemorable crimes. Now let's go f*** up a magical serial killer.
Okay, so here we are. Everyone's in place. The address the wizard gave us is up on the side of a hill. Apparently, the Bird Streets is a super expensive neighborhood that looks out over West Hollywood and the Sunset Strip. And apparently, Ariana Grande lives up here. So yeah, the Hollywood killer is doing pretty good for himself. How did he steal enough money to get all this? And allegedly some other giant houses too, if the wizard's telling the truth. We'll find out soon enough, I guess. Sophie is sitting across the street on a chair, cello at the ready. And since there isn't really a sidewalk, she's just in some dude's driveway. She's not facing the killer's house. That would be too suspicious, we think. So she's angled to the side a little and looking straight at me. I'm in his neighbor's driveway, hiding behind some bushes. Right around the corner, not quite visible from my vantage point, is the house that called the police. Sophie told them to tell the cops that the Hollywood killer was trying to abduct an Asian girl. Then I described this Master Malmahan dude as exactly as I could. And it worked. The cops just drove up, so we're all in position. Everyone's ready. The only thing that'll ruin this now is if the killer's not even at home. The signal is a countdown. So I'm showing Sophie my fingers. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Nothing yet. God, how long will it take? Is he there? Is he watching her from the window or listening at the door? Is he sensing it's a trap? The music is Miranda's from his own magical music box that he knows and nobody else in the world should. Except the Ember Wizard, I guess. So maybe he thinks this is about him. Maybe it's... There he is. Eyes on me, Sophie. Just get him hooked, then bolt. He's talking to her. She's talking back, but she keeps looking at me. It's way too obvious. He's gonna turn to see what she's looking at. I'm gonna try to back up and...
Help! Help, I'm being kidnapped!
Get back here!
Somebody help me! Ariana Grande, call the police!
She's running for the corner. I can't see what he's... Crap, he caught her.
Aha!
Sophie! Sophie, I'm coming!
Where is it? Where's the music box? So it's both of you together, is it? You thought you could trap me? You thought you could just meander into my life and defeat me, where hundreds of others have tried and failed?
Leave her out of this, you bastard! I'm the one with the music box.
If you insist!
No! Oh, stop! Somebody help me!
You know how this works. They don't remember us.
There are police.
They'll forget you just as quickly.
You're ripping my hair out.
Get used to it. It's going to happen a lot.
No! I'm not even an artist.
Some people I kill for fun.
Help me!
No one can hear you.
Somebody help!
So this was your plan? Bait me out of my home with music? And then what? Wrestle me to the ground? I'm taller than you by nearly a foot and heavier by at least 100 pounds. Not to mention I'm an experienced kidnapper, as you are more than well aware. Did you think you'd be the first young woman I dragged by the hair up those steps?
You can't kill me. You only have one superpower and it doesn't work on me.
Thousands of serial killers have no powers at all, and they're still more than capable of skinning you alive.
I can still escape.
15,000 murders in a year! That's what you say in your little show, isn't it? 15,000 murders in a year, and nearly 40% of them unsolved? That's an awful lot of killing being done with absolute impunity. You won't be any different than any other body found dead by the side of the road, except perhaps in the sheer magnitude of mutilation. You have made me very angry.
Is this where are you?
Do you want to see it? This isn't my favorite torture chamber, but it will suffice for now. Perhaps I'll move you later. I can sedate you, bind you tightly, hide you in the trunk of my car, and drive all over the city without anyone the wiser. I can pull up next to a police car, park by a children's playground, and no one will ever know anything. My garages are all interior. I can take you in and out of the trunk with the doors closed and the neighbors oblivious. And with my walls so carefully insulated, I can make you sing in anguish for hours. Do you know how many of my plans you've almost ruined? How many years, no, decades of work you've set back? I was almost home, damn you! And I will enjoy taking every last one of those setbacks out of your skin. Slice by slice.
Please.
Down the stairs! This is the torture chamber. Do you like it? I used a dentist chair for a while, but eventually I went back to the old gold standard, a flat metal table with locks and manacles. You postulated in one of your episodes that I need to create hope in my victims. That is correct, though not for the reasons you suspect. And the best way to create hope is to first create despair. Throw someone into a deep enough pit, and even ground level feels high.
I think I broke some ribs.
The first of many, I assure you. Up we go!
No! Please!
There you are, all squared away. Mine to play with until I tire of... What's this? You dropped your phone. And it's recording. For your series, I assume.
Yeah. And it's broadcasting right now to everyone.
No, it's not! I do know how phones work, after all. I've lived on Earth for nearly 30 years.
What?
Now, which do you think is more cruel? Turning this off so that no record of your life remains, or leaving it on and forging a record of your excruciating death.
How about instead? You tell me how you think you're going to get away with this.
That's impressive talk from a broken child chained to a table.
Miranda swears off.
It does. But I have my ways around that. You know about the music box, and you have to assume that I have other objects every bit as powerful.
Wait, what?
Oh, my. You think the music box is Miranda's, don't you? Or the song, or some foolish thing. You thought that without it I'd be powerless?
But the Ember Wizard!
Oh, yes, the Ember Wizard! A raving madman who for some reason you trusted.
So he was wrong?
Not wrong, just dishonest. He was lying to you for ulterior purposes of his own.
Is he working with you?
He opposed me, but so incompetently that you can be forgiven for interpreting it as help. He is a child, and there is nothing he can do to save Mirandus.
To save it? What's going on? What is Mirandus?
No more questions! Where's my music box?
We smashed it.
Stupid girl. Time for pain.
But I told you the truth!
The truth? The torture isn't for information, child. I believe you. The torture is for fun.
But what about...
I said no more questions! Ask another, and I will tip this table over with you still tied to it.
I'm sorry. Please. Table.
And that is only just the beginning. Perhaps after that, I'll use a pair of pliers to...
You tipped over a table.
Not yet. Are you already delirious? I like people lucid when I torture them.
Don't worry. You'll figure it out eventually.
You would be wise not to patronize the man about to carve his initials in your abdomen.
Better get cracking then. You don't have a lot of time left.
What do you mean?
Ow! Oh! You know, I think you're right. I think I am definitely delirious from the pain.
A sedative then, and we can play tomorrow.
I already told you. You don't have time. SWAT team coming through the walls. In 3, 2, 1. Okay, but that would have been awesome, you got to admit.
No rescue is coming. Nobody remembers you.
But they remember you.
No, they don't!
You really should have listened to the recordings.
Your arrogance is breathtaking.
Look who's talking. I've been hunting you for months and putting the entire thing online. Everything we knew about you, everything we were planning. And all you had to do was listen and learn it all, but no. You already know everything. And I'm just some girl, so how much of a threat could I be, right? Tell the truth. That's exactly what you were thinking.
And what do you know about me that I could possibly need to hear?
You knocked over a table and everyone remembered. Sophie remembers you. The police who saw you remember you. Every one of them. And if they had any sense of timing, they'd have crashed through the door up there right when I was counting. Get down on the floor!
Police, drop your weapon!
No!
Down on the floor! Now!
Cuff him.
Room clear!
Search upstairs. I don't want some other bastard jumping out behind us.
Christina, are you okay?
Officer Funshine?
I told you, I do not like that nickname.
Wait. Josie, did you say my name?
Definitely gonna have to edit that out.
Sophie?
Hey, Chris. We were gonna get you unchained and get you to a hospital.
They remember us?
They do.
Yeah. It's starting to come back.
Mirandus wears off.
Even though we broke the thing? We did it. We broke the curse.
You did it. You did it, Chris.
So I'm in the hospital now. 2 doors down from Henry Feinberg, believe it or not, so that's fun. And my phone is out of evidence, finally, so they let me have it back, and I'm recording a little epilogue here to our story.
What?
Sophie's here with me, and Funshine as a bodyguard.
You guys can call me Josie.
Aw.
Hey.
And everyone remembers us. Smashing the music box didn't make the effect permanent. It got rid of it completely, which means the Ember Wizard lied to us. Who knows why? And the Hollywood Killer told the truth. At least about that part.
You mean Caligo?
Yeah. Apparently, the killer's name is Mr. Caligo, or at least that's the name he used on the lease for that house we found. And in that house, they also found evidence connecting him to at least 30 of the Hollywood Killer victims, so they've got him. Trial's still to come, but he's obviously guilty.
Yeah. And the evidence is pretty overwhelming. Turns out eyeballs weren't the only souvenirs he took from the victims.
Yeah, IDs, wallets, sometimes clothes and jewelry. Not to mention the big giant confession he recorded on my phone. He'll be in solitary confinement before and almost certainly after his trial, all the way until they execute him. Because California has the death penalty, and Caligo is insisting that they use it. Apparently, he argued for a while, but eventually he just confessed to everything. I don't know. He wants to die, and he's giving them all the evidence they need to execute him. And I can't help but feel incredibly creeped out by that.
Hey, I'm gonna go get some snacks from the vending machine. You want anything?
I'm good. You know, I set out on this journey to help find Leona McPherson. Try to give her some, well, not notoriety, but more like a memorial. I wanted to create something that would give her back the life that was stolen from her. Not literally, but I mean her life as a musician, as a woman. I wanted to give back the legacy that the Hollywood Killer took from her. And I guess, in a roundabout way, I sort of did. Leona is getting regular play on classical music stations. Someone is commissioning a documentary about her life, and her mother, Catherine, is hanging up pictures of her everywhere. From what I hear, Hill Downs, Ohio is practically drowning in photos of Leona. So, good for her. And let me just say, Leona, good for you. You're the reason Caligo got caught. I don't know if there's an afterlife or whatever, but if there is one, I hope you're a little more peaceful in it now than you used to be. You got your mom back. You got your history back. And the man who killed you is finally, almost 30 years later, going to pay for it. I know it's not about revenge, but that's still gotta feel pretty good. Caligo or Malmahan or whoever he is. He threw that thing in my face. That little spiel about 15,000 murders and 40% of them going unsolved. And it's still true. That 6,000 people who never get the closure that Leona got today. 6,000 per year. In the time since she died 28 years ago, that's 168,000 people. 168,000 families torn apart. Mothers suddenly childless, spouses going home to a house full of nothing but questions. Daughters who can never go home at all. Those people are gone. And I knew this when I started this project, that I wasn't going to bring any of them back. I think I deluded myself a little. But a part of me still knew it, obviously, all along. And my dad is one of them. He's gone, and he's not coming back. And there's no evidence that the Hollywood killer got him. He's just gone. And I crossed the whole country, and I searched everywhere, and I broke like 17 bones, but none of that brought him back. None of it changed anything, I guess. Except that it changed me. And maybe you, I hope, if you're one of the people who remembers me again. Not everybody does. One of the nurses doesn't, and that's kind of funny, but it isn't really. It's awful. But those memories are incredible. So much more of a blessing than I ever realized, so yes. The people in our lives might still be gone, but don't let them be forgotten. Tell their stories. Share their music. Hang their photos all over the friggin' town. Drown the world in memory and let us remember them with you. And Leona, if you're out there, if there's an after and you're in it, and if it's so stupidly boring that you're listening to some girl you've never met jabber on about life and death and whatever dumb things I keep talking about, if you're there and if you can find him, can you say hi to my dad for me? Tell him I love him and that I miss him and that I hope he's doing well. He's not with me, but he's with my mom again, and I can be sad and happy about those two things both at the same time. And if you can, and I have no idea how any of this works, so maybe you can't, but if you can, will you give him a hug for me? And I'll go hug your mom for you. I'll talk to you later. Thanks for listening.
Dark One Forgotten by Brandon Sanderson and Dan Wells. Produced by Max Epstein and David Pace. Directed by David Pace and Max Epstein. Starring Rachel Jacobs, Sophie Oda, Keith Sarabica, Kaleo Griffith, Avery Waddell, Kelly Tager, John H. Mayer, Mia Barron, Luis Bermudez, William Elsman, Nan McNamara, Jim Meskimen, Roxanne Hernandez. Casting by Kai Detoli. Scheduling and script supervision by Jamie Robert Dupross. Sound engineering by Tom Pinkava, Timothy Waldner, Anthony Cozy, Vincent Early. Production studio, House of Tomothy. Dialogue editing by Rhett Samuel Price and Emmanuel Ramos. Sound design, mixing, and mastering by Brian Lincoln Audio. Music by Eric Jorgensen. Production assistant, Matt Flynn. Special thanks to Juliana Fernandez, William Newell, Julian Mann, Michael Harkins, Robert Way. Copyright 2022 by Mainframe LLC. Performance copyright 2022 by Mainframe LLC. All rights reserved.
Audible hopes you